Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for the 25th of April, 2023. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. There has been an agenda circulated. Would there be any additions or deletions to that agenda? Seeing none, I look for a motion to accept the agenda or adopt the agenda. Councillor Swanson was first. All those in favor? And that's carried. Also, the minutes of the last regular council meeting, 11th April 2023, were circulated. Were there any errors or omissions to note? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to adopt those minutes. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. That takes us down the list to item 4.1, and that is a first reading of Bylaw 1144-23 for application number 0423 to amend the land use bylaw. So I shall turn it across to Mr. Bisson, I believe, for that.
All right, thank you very much, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, Council. Daryl Meisner currently holds title to the Southwest 22-41-6 containing 151.78 acres of land. The subject land is in the Agriculture Land Use District and is located approximately 10.5 miles northeast of the town of Rocky Mountain House. The landowner has made application to redesignate 20 acres located in the north central portion of the quarter from ag to intensive ag. The remaining 131.78 acres of the quarter would remain under the Agriculture Land Use District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with a subdivision application to create separate title to the 20-acre intensive ag parcel. The proposed 20-acre IA parcel is serviced with water, power, and a septic system and contains a residence as well as ancillary building. Access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter would be obtained from existing accesses off of Range Road 6-3, adjacent to the west property boundary. The applicant has made application to amend the land use bylaw to allow him to construct a deep water pond to raise rainbow trout. The trout will then be fished for both personal use and sold commercially. The business portion of the operation will be family operated and no outside employees will be required. The applicant has indicated that a small shop or shed may be required for equipment storage. Power services will be run from the existing residence to the proposed pond area to run the required air pumps. The proposed land use amendment would allow the applicants to live in the existing residence on the proposed parcel and utilize the existing low, unproductive agricultural land for the construction of a trout pond. The trout pond would then be used in conjunction with a proposed fish farm operation. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels surrounding the property. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant is here to speak to the proposal. As we get into planning direction and look at the county's MDP, section 3.1 states that the county's vision reflects the themes expressed by the community. The community planning vision is Clearwater County values a safe rural lifestyle through a diverse, productive, and sustainable economy, including an active, vital agricultural sector, diverse rural residential opportunities, and an active, deep respect for sustainable environment as a significant component of the quality of life desired by the community's residents. Section 3.2 conserve agricultural land and support agricultural land uses. Farming activities remain an important part of the county's rural identity and as well as economy. Section 3.2.3 new developments should be compatible with the capacity of the site and adjacent lands. Section 3.2.5 it is important to provide a balance of mixed economic activities for the population. Section 4.2.3 An application to create a parcel of land for intensive agriculture should be evaluated by the county based on the considerations of policy 4.2.4 and the following criteria. The minimum parcel size is 20 acres. The applicant demonstrates that the proposed operation will result in the land being intensively used for commercial agricultural pursuits. The applicant demonstrates the long-term viability of the operation to the satisfaction of the county. The applicant demonstrates that the existing farming operations around the proposed parcel will not be restricted, and legal and physical access is available. 4.2.4 states that in evaluating a subdivision that affects agricultural land, the quality is just one of the factors that the county shall consider. There are a few other factors, such as the nature and extent of farming activities in the local area with a focus on the immediate area, the location, number and type of existing planned non-farm land uses in the area, impact on sustainable agriculture, the farmland assessment rating of the subject land as well as adjacent land, the proposed use of the land, the reasonable availability of other optional locations for this type of development. Section 4.2.6, we recognize the importance of protecting water resources in Clearwater County. Section 8.2.1, the county encourages the attraction of new business and industry as a means of diversifying the county's local economy. 8.2.2, when it comes to making a decision on redesignating or subdividing lands where agriculture is the primary use, the county should limit the infringements on agricultural lands. 8.2.3, the county shall encourage the development of agribusiness within the county where the following criteria is met: legal and physical year-round access. The subdivision can be serviced in accordance with provincial regulations. The impact on the natural capital and agricultural operations is minimized. Section 9.2.15, the county will require the development to meet provincial standards when it comes to water and wastewater services. Section 11.2.21, the county may require the applicant to prepare for consideration by the county an area structure plan or outline plan. 11.2.22 just lists some things that need to be addressed by an ASP or outline plan. And 12.2.2 just deals with the implementation of an ASP or outline plan. 12.2.3 states that the county may require the applicant to have prepared and submitted by a qualified professional engineer any of the following studies: a traffic impact assessment, stormwater management plan, an environmental assessment, and any other studies that the county deems necessary. 12.2.4, the county will consider where applicable the following when it comes to redesignating or subdividing land: the impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on natural capital and ag land, impact on the environment, site suitability and capacity, road requirements and traffic impacts, county responsibilities that may result from the proposed development, just to name a few. As we go into Clearwater County's land use bylaw, I've given you the general purpose of the intensive ag district, as well as a definition of what intensive ag means. The Municipal Government Act, Section 7, states in making a decision as to whether to approve an application for subdivision, the subdivision authority may consider with respect to the land that is subject to the application, its topography, soil characteristics, stormwater collection and disposal, its accessibility, servicing, and as well as adjacent land uses, just to name a few. Policy considerations: the redesignation of the proposed land is for the construction of a fish pond and the operation of a commercial fish farm operation. Access to and from the property is by Range Road 6-3, which is the Oris Road, adjacent to the west property boundary. The proposed use of the land is too intense to be classified under the current zoning, agriculture, and is better suited under the proposed district, that being intensive ag. The proposed parcel allows for the less productive agricultural land in the north central portion of the quarter to be more intensively used than it would be under its current land use designation. After reviewing and considering the impacts on adjacent farming activities, staff feel that the proposal would not negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposal is similar in nature to the two operations found in the agriculture district. This type of development could provide for a more diverse local economy. Section 12.2.3 and 4 allows the county to ask the developers to provide certain studies, such as an environmental assessment report, to address sensitivity of the subject property and adjacent lands. Public Works, Regional Fire, along with other agencies, will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of this process. So our recommendation is that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1144-23 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Before we get into any questions, I think we should do a round of introductions. I'll start with Councillor Graham.
Good morning, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Daryl. Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Morning, Daryl. Kim Gillum, Acting Director of Planning and Development.
Morning, Daryl. Rick Emmons, CAO.
Of course, you know me, Dustin Bisson, planner.
And Daryl Meisner, landowner up in the north part of the Oris Road country. So
Great, welcome this morning. Any questions for the Development Officer on this item? Councillor Cermak first.
Yeah, Dustin, in the area structure plan in section 11.2.22, in those provisions, what do you recommend that is in this area structure plan? Or do you think we need an area structure plan for this development?
So in regard to this application, I would argue that no area structure plan would necessarily be required by Clearwater County. It is a one-off parcel. Typically, we see area structure plans for larger multi-lot subdivision situations. You know, perhaps in the second section under things to be submitted by a qualified professional engineer, that would be more likely where we would request additional information from the applicant if council sees fit.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. If this application is approved, how many titles will there be on this quarter? It looks like there's 3 residences already.
So this will be the third title for this quarter section.
Okay, all right, thank you.
That would be the acreage out of the northwest corner, the proposed parcel, and that would leave the remainders.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Just confirming on page 30, the 5.5 would be the agricultural rating given by the province, and that would be continuing down into that spot, just because that quarter doesn't have that number specifically on it. I just assumed that dark green piece extends into that. So it'd be 5.5 if it was general traditional agricultural operation.
So the farmland assessment is provided for you there.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that number, the 5.5 that's on the quarter to the north, it continues down into the.
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And Councillor Northcott, please.
Oh, perfect. This parcel here, so this would qualify for municipal reserves to be paid to the county, would that be correct?
That is correct. However, with this large of a parcel, because it's over 10 acres in size, we would likely defer the municipal reserves to the proposed parcel so that if it was ever subdivided in the future, that's when the reserves would be paid.
Okay, so the municipal reserves would be then due at the time of subdivision?
If there was further subdivision later on down the road, absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
And Councillor Swanson, please.
Yeah, I've visited this place a few times in the past few years, and I think it's a proper piece for what is being proposed here as far as a fish pond. So I will be voting in favor of going to first reading.
Okay, any additional questions? Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I read through the business plan, and I'm actually really excited about the diversity that this brings to agriculture in our community. It's very well laid out. I really hope that there's no hangups with the provincial legislation that goes along with water, et cetera, that goes with that. But I love that the diversity that this will bring to the agriculture community in Clearwater County.
Thank you.
Councillor Northcott, please.
Alrighty, thank you. I don't know if this is a suitable application for intensive agriculture. I did a little bit of thinking, but the Raven Brook Trout Station, in my opinion, that would be more of a reasonable intensive agricultural application, and I don't think that this is a suitable application for intensive agriculture for a fish pond. So I won't be supporting first reading.
Can I comment? Yeah.
Would you like to comment? I don't see any other questions relating to this item.
I do have a presentation that I'll go through my full business plan, but specifically to that comment, you can see on my quarter, I've got a pond right there. And I grow trout in that pond right now. I mean, there's 8-pound trout in there right now. And so prior to building that pond there, I brought out Alberta Agriculture. This is back in probably about 2013 probably. And we walked over the whole quarter, and the guy said, yes, it's an extremely suitable spot. Contrary, the Raven Creek, not the brook, not the brooding station, but Raven Creek has I think it's a 30-kilometer buffer on it, where this kind of activity would not be proposed because they want to maintain the integrity of Raven Creek and the North Raven. Okay, so for those beautiful trout that are in there. So this is part of the Lobstick watershed, Red Deer River watershed. It's part of the Lobstick. It flows into the Medicine by Eckville. It flows into the Red Deer River by Innisfail. So it is not part of the Raven. It does not have any provincial what's the word? Influences or setbacks. There's nothing in this proposal that is contrary to the provincial objectives regarding Raven Creek. So that's what I'll say to that.
Super.
If it's okay, I'll go through now.
Does council want to learn more about this? I go ahead. I think if you would like to.
I got a ton of experience in it, so I wouldn't mind having my 5 minutes.
A very brief explanation.
Give me 5. I'll take 10 this time. Okay? Where's my mic? Get me turned off. So some history here, folks, is like we're long timers out here. My dad homesteaded this quarter back in the late 40s. My grandfather homesteaded that one back in the late 40s. They came together. We got a family out in Aurora, Leadale. We got a family up in Last West. There's a lot of us around here from back in the day when we came. My dad approved Texaco back in the day for this road, and the well site used to be right there under that's the old 622 well site. It was a vertical well. It's been reclaimed and it's back in the pasture. This area here has never been the cows don't even go in there. It's, even the driest part of the summers, cows don't go in there. So it really is non-ag. Its only real contribution to the benefit of this quarter is providing water. There's a water course that originates way back over here, and comes across the Orris Road here. Small little ephemeral here, really. It gains a bit more volume in here, and then comes down through the quarter and out that way. And that's a small permanent water course right in there. It's 4 feet deep, channel. It flows like a bugger in spring and high rainfall events, and it's dry by August. But it's still small permanent. It's got deep banks, non-broken channel. It would classify as a small permit. My background, by the way, is in environmental stuff. So I've done applications on this kind of property before. There will be no provincial issues with this. I will have to apply for a Water Act approval for the construction of the pond in the wetland. That will involve, because it's a conversion of wetland to a different use. So there will be compensation that I'll have to pay to the provincial government for that. So any compensation that's the county wants, I would kind of dispute that. I mean, the water here is provincial. As you know, the province owns the water, so it's their water. I'm just going to use it. It's got access, a 15-meter road right away here, and it carries down to the lease over here. This was drilled back in 2008 probably. We drilled this. We actually sold back in 2000. We sold this 7.19. Mom sold that when she owned the quarter, and she sold it, just so you know, contrary to what some statements were made earlier, is that kept her alive. That paid her bills. My mom was disabled, and the money that we raised on that, it was a good use for that money. Let's put it that way. It was a good land use. It kept my mom just fine, thank you. And over here, I put a trailer up in here a few years ago, probably around 2013. It's currently rented out. There's probably about 4 acres here, 3 acres here probably have cleared. Back behind it here, a big buffer of a beautiful aspen, birch, spruce, a little bit of pine in here. And then back in here is, of course, all the wetland. It'll classify in here, it's going to classify as a swamp, and then back in here it's going to classify as a fen. It's going to have mineral soil in here, and it's going to have peat over here. So it'll be 2 different wetland types. What I propose is to dig a hole in there, and of course it'll involve soil storage. So it's going to convert part of that wetland back into upland. It'll be actually more upland ground created here. To capture the water, of course, is going to be by rainfall and snow melt only. There's no springs in there. I don't anticipate any seepages or influences that way from groundwater. When I dug that one there, that one is super deep. It's probably 25 feet deep probably. And it is just super dense clay. That pond does not leak. In the fall, it's down about 8 inches, and it's strictly evaporation that causes that. That pond is bomb-proof. This will be the same. It's going to have beautiful black soils, super dense clays. It'll be impermeable. There'll be no influences to groundwater, and no influences to the neighbors to the north, neighbors to the south, nobody. Other than that, like I said, I got some experience growing trout. What I have found in that one, that's about a third of an acre, that one. And what I found is that design is not just a matter of digging a hole. It is just not a matter of digging a hole. You have to plan them out. You have to plan your slopes. You have to plan your water storage. You have to plan for the rodents, for the muskrats that are going to come in there and devastate your banks. You got to plan for For bugs, fish food costs about $80 a bag, and they'll go through a bag of fish food in a week. So bugs are really your cheapest natural food supply. So once it's built, then you plant willows around it, some bunch of long grass, give the bugs a chance to help you out, okay? As I said, this is all highland in here. Beautiful little bowl back in there, room there for a shop if I need one, room there for a garage. The house is gonna be built right in there. It'll be a spectacular acreage when I'm done with it. It'll be spectacular. Yeah, other than that, the house, I live there. That's where my house is at. The driveway is of course off this. There would be an easement put on this entire section of road down to here for the benefit of the current oil company and the benefit of the new landowner for here. What I want is probably the same as what you guys want, is that the new purchaser of that quarter will use it for ag land. Put some cows on it. You can see there's a lot of water happening here in my quarter, so it's not really great for farming. You can grow some hay on it if the haying season is good. If it's wet, you won't get it off. It's really good pasture land, so I'm hoping that the new owner was put some cows on it and continue as it always has been, holding cows. This portion over here, you can see that small permanent creek is in there, so it's isolated. So what I'm hoping to do with this whole design here is give this new landowner some options. All it needs there is a big culvert across that creek and then he can get over there. I've never bothered putting one in because I never had to get over there. The cows go over there in August and eat the grass. They cross through that water course and, you know, but it's available. What I want is this corner over here will give this new landowner an option to access that area. I think the design is perfect. It doesn't influence anybody. This little water course over here will be the boundary. Keep the cows out of the water, keep the cows in the high ground, and dig a hole and grow some fish.
Well, super. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on this. Question from Councillor Ratcliffe, or perhaps a motion.
Thank you, Reeve. I have a question first, and it's not that related to the application, but will you be able to sell your fish products directly without it being
I've thought about how to
inspected?
do that, and I'll be talking to Alberta Agriculture, how to market properly. There's various ways that I'm thinking about it. I mean, you see the ones in the store. I mean, they're $10 for a 10-inch trout. I mean, you can grow those in a month. So yeah, or perhaps I could smoke them and sell them in the farmer's market.
I was just curious if a farmer could actually sell his product directly to the public in some case.
Yeah,
but
it's the same as selling your eggs. I mean, you come out of a chicken and you put them in a box and you sell them to your neighbor. Okay? I'd be talking to my, to Alberta Ag and see if it's I'm sure it's allowed, and process them and smoke them and bring them to the farmer's market.
All right, thank you. I would like to make the motion that we move to first reading on the bylaw 1144/23 for application 04/23 to amend the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you for that motion. Any additional questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. Not a question, but I just thank you for your very detailed application. It's nice to have all this information, and it definitely makes it easier to wrap your head around the idea. It's not really an idea that we've seen before, so it's very intriguing to me. And I think it's a good use of you can't use that land for regular farming as you've mentioned. So I think it's a good ingenuitive. I don't think that's a word, but you guys know what I mean.
Ingenious.
Sure.
Brilliant.
Sure, we'll go with a good use for that land so that it can be used for a different type of farming that we wouldn't typically think of. So I would support first reading.
And Councillor Northcott.
Oh, just a request for a recorded vote.
Okay, we can record the vote. I would mention that this fits perfectly with our existing municipal development plan. It's mentioned in 18 applicable sections. So I think, yeah, I'll be supporting this one just for a bit of a spoiler. Any further questions coming forward? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that's carried. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one question. The process is now it goes to public consultation for 30 days, I believe?
There's a process, Mr. Bisson could probably outline that for you.
I can fill you in.
Yeah, so, but definitely there will be a public hearing coming up in the near future. And the opportunity for the public to comment on your application or your application to rezone here, so.
I'd like to thank council for the opportunity and the time that you gave to me, and we'll hopefully talk again.
Well, super. Thanks for joining us again. Take care. It takes us down the agenda to section 5, more specifically item 5.1, and that is a donation of some surplus equipment. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Martinson to outline that item.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Morning, council. Our first item here is a request from a couple community groups to have access to one of our surplus equipment that we no longer need here. Council's aware of our capital budget, which includes several pieces of mowing equipment and including these turf mowers that we use to maintain county properties throughout the county. And when the useful life for the county is up, we've traditionally made these available to community groups that partner with the county to maintain our property on our behalf. So this is known, and I get requests from time to time, and so it's no secret that the county's capital budget, you know, asks for a new mower in 2023, and we have now 2 requests to access that mower. It will be a good piece of equipment for either of these 2 groups. It no longer suits our needs to work 40 hours a week for an entire summer, but these community groups won't be utilizing them to that capacity, as well as the ground that we have to maintain at the transfer sites is needing a standard that's no longer able to be provided in that equipment, but should be suitable for the community groups. So you have 2 requests, one from the Carolina Ag Society and one from the Nordic Community Association. I did want to just provide an update. We made mention of an agreement we have with the Carolina Ag Society in principle at the time that we wrote this agenda item. We've now executed that agreement, so the Ag Society is going to be operating our Cowboy Trail campground for us. And so part of their willingness to take on, both for the Village of Carolina and for us, campground operations, sort of spurred them to now need an extra mower. Otherwise, they'll be hauling and over to the Caroline campground, so that could challenge them. Nordigs operates our golf course. It's quite a few acres there. They maintain quite a bit of turf there, and my understanding is that their mower's coming up to end of life here over the next period of time, and this would certainly be a assistance to their budget. So that is what I know about these 2 applicants for this piece of equipment, and we do recommend that council issues this equipment to one of these groups. Otherwise, it's in our opinion, sending it out of county to an auction is just a missed opportunity for the community groups that do great work on our behalf. So we do hope you choose one of these worthy groups to provide this. Now, I want to make it clear that we will not be delivering this equipment to the community group until our new one's in the yard and proven to be dependable for us. So supply chains have cleaned up a little bit, but we're still not given a lot of concrete information when these deliveries are, so we don't know exactly when our new one will come in, when we'll be able to get it rigged and functional, so when that time comes, we will deliver the new one, or the surplus one, to whichever community group council issues the equipment to, so, but I just wanted to make sure we're managing those expectations. It may be fall, they may not get an opportunity to operate it this year at all, and we've made that clear to them, and we'll make that clear as well. Thank you for this time. I'd be happy to answer any questions if council had it.
And I think Deputy Reeve Melhoff was first, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Are we then released of any of the liability that would be associated with this equipment after it is donated?
Yeah, theoretically, I mean, our bill of sale will say as is, whereas, I mean, on a big picture, we insure both these community groups, so, you know, our liability is still attached, but from a business interaction perspective, this equipment will be sold to them as is, whereas, and they know very well what condition it's in. On the flip side, we will have our shop service it and go through it and provide it to these community groups in a functional manner, recognizing they maintain our property on our behalf. So we will want to make sure that there's you know, good ability for it to go to work for them. If it was going to be egregiously unsafe or not meet their needs, in my opinion, I wouldn't be here, and we'd send it off to Mitchener Allen in Calgary and auction it.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Director Martinson, I must apologize. This is a tough decision because we have community groups maintaining our property. I had intended to send you a note asking if you had an idea or some research on which group's need was greatest. And I forgot to do that, so I don't know if you can answer that question just now.
Honestly, I think if we were comfortable with that, we would make that recommendation right in the recommendation. But I'm going to say from the county's perspective, we value both these community groups. And in our opinion, this is a governance decision, so we'll allow council to make that.
Okay. Councillor Swanson, and then I'll come to the Deputy Reeve.
I'm curious, in the past, this has been a past practice, correct? So when has the last time the Caroline Egg Society has benefited from this, and when was the last time the Nordegg Association has benefited from this, please?
Yeah, so generally, we would have, based on our current replacement schedules, we'd have one available about every 3 years. When we took on Waste Authority, that disrupted that schedule because we went from 2 to 3 and we kept our surplus one. And so that's why we sort of had a bit of a gap there. And then now we're, you know, in a little bit of a bottleneck. So it was approximately 6 years ago when the Caroline Egg got their last one from us. Previous to that, I believe we either surplused them one or helped them buy one. And that was around the time that the Southeast Rec Grounds really expanded, and what they had at that time just wasn't going to work for the acres. So we've helped the Caroline Egg Society, in at least in my time here, quite a bit over the last few years, as they're looking after quite a bit of ground there, you know, with diverse needs, ball diamond sort of open areas, and then non-crop areas sort of thing. Caroline's never gotten surplus equipment from us, though, you know, we do support them in other ways in that we own and maintain their facility and provide them funding, not really any different than any community group. So I guess to summarize and answer that question, Councillor Swanson, about 6 years ago from the Ag Society and never for the Nordegg Historic Golf Association.
Okay. One question I would have before I go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff. The type of equipment this is my understanding of a golf course is quite often they're covering a lot of acres. They have kind of wider reel mowers or whatever to do that. this is, I understand this to just be kind of like a supersized homeowners type lawnmower. It's a commercial mower, but it's not 10 feet wide. So I'm just trying to think, which is this machine better suited for daily mowing a golf course, or is it better suited for that once a week or twice a month kind of a broader recreation area or something like that? So.
Yeah, that's a good question. This is a 6-foot, zero-turn front mount commercial series finishing cut lawnmower. So it's designed to do essentially park areas, cemeteries, parks, those it's sort of the middle ground between a finite finishing cut golf course mower and a rough cut transfer site mower. And so we're sort of doing the whole spectrum of it. You know, we have majority of the work that we do is that park area. That's why we run these series of mowers. But we are getting into transfer site, little heavy cutting, and then we also get into a little more turf golf course type in cemeteries. So it really is more suited for the type of mowing that the Ag Society would do, because that is more in line with the type of mowing we do. Now saying that, the golf course mows our golf course, and this would be used, from what I understand, to do fairway mowing. They do have a smaller, finer green mower, and that would be used. This would be too heavy to be rolling over greens in a lot of instances. It's a diesel powered machine. So my understanding, now I'm not an expert in golf course management, nor do I am I a part of the Nordic Golf Association, but we do work closely with them in spraying and things, and so it's my understanding they wouldn't be using this for finishing cuts on the greens, but it would be for the fairways, roughs, and they have then also park and non-crop area on the fringes of their golf course as well. Very small acreage versus the total acres within the golf course.
And Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned the job scope of the Ag Society has changed based on them taking on that campground. Do you have an idea of how much mowing will need to be done? And can you confirm the distance between? Because I believe they were hoping to not have to drive, et cetera.
Yeah, so there's unlikely that they will need, you know, this large of a mower at our Cowboy Trail campground, but their agreement with the village and the other stakeholders at the Caroline Village campground, it requires a little higher standard because it's in town and it's associated with the museum. So it's my understanding that whatever mower, the reason why they need to add additional one is that the time it would take and the safety issues it would take to drive from the Kirk Browning complex and hub basically through traffic, you know, hit the 4-way stop, turn right and head east through town to the campground and do that. You know, that would take some time, and then the safety concerns around doing that with an operator. That's my understanding as to why the Ag Society scope has changed and why they would desire an additional piece of equipment in this instance. I doubt anything would need to be hauled to our campground. The majority of that work would likely be trimming, hand trimming with weed eaters and whippers and push mowers and that. It's a mountain campground and not an urban one, so there'd be a little different standards there.
Thank you.
Councillor Graham, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
I agree, this is a very tough decision. They're two very worthy groups, and I wish we could give them both one. But for me, I'm leaning towards the Caroline Ag Society, just for the fact that it's, like I think they said in their letter, there's only so many hours in the day, and that's why they are looking for another mower. And if the Nordic Golf Course Association can hold on for 3 more years with theirs, we're gonna have another mower available, and it's a pretty easy decision then, in my opinion, to give Nordic that mower. So for those reasons, I'm leaning towards the Caroline Ag Society receiving this mower.
Mr. Martinson?
Yeah, and I appreciate Councillor the replacement schedule, because there is a potential that date would have to be moved up because of the extra scope we've added with the transfer sites. We've only really had a couple years within our programming to to identify what the extra toll on our mowers doing the transfer sites. We also have 20 plus acres, about 8 acres of turf coming online at Leslieville recreation area that we'll have to now take on. That's going to add some hours and wear and tear to these machines too. So we were planning on doing a bit of an evaluation of our equipment this fall after 2 full seasons running in their new operational regime here. And so we can look at that. That could be a discussion we have this fall if council wants to bump that up an extra year to facilitate the golf course's request, say in 2 years instead of the 3. That could benefit us in downtime as well as wear and tear on our fleet of 3 machines as well. So that's something, or the other user group, the Ag Society, if in 2 years, if council decides to surplus this to the Golf Association. So that's something we can do this fall, and I'll make a note of bringing up when we go through our capital budgets of where we landed on that review. So that can sort of give council an idea of where we'll be with whichever community group isn't the recipient of this equipment during this process.
And just one other question, with this kind of equipment, it's a one-trick pony. It means it doesn't get converted into a snow brush in the winter or something like that.
That is correct. So these zero turns don't have the flexibility that some other pieces of equipment do. Yeah, that is very correct. Okay. This will only mow. You can get, slightly different headers and attachments for it. I doubt any group would do that, though usually that's what goes first is the deck with the diesel motor in it. So, they could last a long time for these community groups if they just replace the deck in the future when that gets worn out. So they are functionable from that perspective. And the diesel motor will give lots of hours, that's why we go with them.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, please.
In regards to just the information that you've been given, you've mentioned that, there's extra toll on these machines. You've also mentioned that you've assisted the Ag Society in the past with some of this. I'm looking at the generation of revenue to be produced, or at some point, the golf course produces a bit of revenue. What is their replacement on their equipment versus the Ag Society? They're generating revenue quite obviously through these campgrounds, so to be able to, their ability to generate revenue to replace the equipment as well. So at the end of the day, it is a tough decision. And I will say that the Ag Society has a better opportunity to generate revenue than the Nordic golf course. So if the need is more towards the golf course, that's where I would be leaning towards right now at this point.
And go to, Councillor Cermak.
I just want to enlighten the council that the Ag Society used 1 mower last year at both, and it seemed like the campsite got left out because we were doing the ball diamonds in the southeast rec area. It's a big area to cut with 1 mower. And so the campsite was left and it got pretty ragged looking sometimes in the summertime because we had to mow the southeast recreation grounds, and then it would rain, couldn't get down to the campground when it needed to be cut. So there was a few times there the grass down at the south end got to be 6-7 inches long before we could get the mower down there. So that's why we're looking at a second one. Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
I'm curious, and this is probably a question for Councillor Cermak. Are the volunteers for the Ag Society the ones doing the actual mowing?
No, we hired, and the one that will be used at the campsite attendant will be doing that down there, and trimming and all that too. It was just too much of a load for the one that we hired, and the summer student we had at the Ag Society, just to get the southeast one done for ball tournaments and weddings and stuff that they use that ground for out there. Yeah.
Thank you.
It was just really hard with the weather that we had last year. And lots of acres to go over with one more. Yeah.
Okay, any additional questions? I think we're ready for a motion here, if anybody would care to make a motion. I think Councillor Ratcliffe was first.
I actually didn't touch it yet.
Oh,
Thank you,
okay.
Tracy.
Oh, you didn't, okay.
I will speak, though.
Okay, sure.
I don't know if I can make that as a motion, but this is a tough choice. And my suggestion is that we let God make that choice and that the Reeve flip a coin.
Well, I don't know how I'd want to play that in the leadership role, but I appreciate the levity of that one. Councillor Swanson, actually, I'll just say, I believe this equipment is more suitable for a park type setting than it is for the broad acre mowing of a golf course. So having heard that we have another piece of equipment that likely could be going more westerly in a couple of years, maybe I think the appropriate choice for this would be this mower to continue doing the work it's been doing around our community in that kind of park setting more. So what I'm trying to say is that I would be supportive of the Caroline option. But Councillor Swanson, please.
Yes, and I have to thank Councillor Cermak for that extra information, not understanding that they were just using one more, and so I understand the need for having that second more, so thank you for the clarity. So I will make a motion that council donates the used 2014 John Deere mower to the Carolina District Ag Society.
Thank you for that. Additional questions, comments around that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Brings us to item 5.2, and that's Friends of the Corridor Schools request for additional matching funds, and that's related to the Leslieville and Condor schools. And again, Mr. Martinson, I believe.
Thank you, Reeve. I think council's fairly aware of the support that we've provided through our partnerships with Wild Rose School Division and various community groups towards the sort of once in a lifetime or almost once in a lifetime opportunity to get new schools on the east side of the county, much needed new schools. And so that process has been going on for quite some time. You know, really back into 2019 was the shotgun, which we've been sort of running to keep up with the pace, especially during design. So you know, the county has provided that support specifically by assisting with the utility servicing of the school property in Leslieville, as well. We've designed and we now have a construction schedule for building the sports fields behind the school. We also bought that land in conjunction with the fire hall development, knowing that we may need recreational grounds in the future. And then as well as providing those, I suppose, more in-kind, if you will, supports to the project. We're in partnership with the Friends of the Corridor Schools, where they had proposed to council, which council approved, that their fundraising become matched by the county. As you see, we provided around $200,000 to them, and they matched, or they raised 163, and together that funding went towards adding additional features to the school that wouldn't have been added by the province because of the formulas used. And essentially I'll say, you know, I'll dumb it down and say our per capita size isn't large enough often to have things like a gym suitable to hold certain sporting events with spectators. Augmented CTS or career technology studies areas that are important to this community, considering how trades focused we need to be in this. So CTS is important. And then the third item that the group has put this funding towards has been a commercial kitchen. And that's to support a few things, mainly student lunch projects, as well as providing service to these larger events that we can now host because we invested into the gym. So those were sort of the three broad scope areas that the funding, that $200,000 from the county and the $163,000 that Friends raised went towards. Now, I mentioned earlier that we committed to matching that funding. The council ultimately, at the 11th hour, about hours before the tender was approved, chose to provide a little more funding than matching because we were out of time to fundraise and we wouldn't have gotten those three amenities if it wasn't for that. So that was great. The council had the foresight. This is a one in a lifetime opportunity, and for a few $1,000s extra from what council's original matching resolution was, we got that amenities built. They're built into the school now, and that's great. Now we are still chugging along. We have to tool up these amenities. Again, if the province's formula won't build the CTS lab, the gym, the commercial kitchen, they're certainly not going to tool them up with amenities. So hood fans and stoves and ovens and welders and jigsaws and all the things that we need to do in these bleachers and whatnot. Now all these need to be acquired to build into these new spaces that have been added. So that's what the Friends are requesting today. The letters attached are the most recent request as well as the historical requests. Administration is recommending to council that if council wishes to move forward, that the direction this time is to enter into a funding agreement. It was, time lags by and things got a little bit confusing for us as far as what the council had sort of committed to for how long and when and what. So we do ask that if council wishes to support this request to any level, that the motion is to direct administration to enter into a funding agreement. And within that funding agreement, we would put scope of the funding. Is it matching? Is it 1/3? Is it whatever? We'd like to include a maximum amount of funding for budgeting perspectives and just so we can have that transparency with the public funds that council commits. An end date to the agreement. That doesn't mean that's it, council's done. It just means come back to council, have a discussion or what have you. Description of what the funding is for in a more detailed manner. It doesn't need to be engineered detailed with serial numbers, but hood fan approximately worth this amount of money. A bleacher, pre-engineered bleacher, mobile bleacher set up for approximately this amount of money, just so that, again, the transparency of what the funding's for. Description of, and then just our standard suite of financial and reporting conditions that we do for all grant fundings. We're really trying to make our grant funding consistent, whether it's for community halls or for sort of more one-off, once-in-a-lifetime projects like this. We'd like it to sort of be, very similar so that we continue to maintain good relations with our finance department, but as well, we have that transparency and background. So that is administration's recommendation for that. I think I've sort of summarized the ask generally, but certainly open to any questions that council has. Thank you, Reeve.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. What rec board covers this area and how much do we fund them?
So this is the David Thompson Rec Board.
Okay.
And they get funding from the county. I do not know the specific amount. And so I would hesitate to throw an unresearched number at you. But that's certainly something I can email to council
I can perhaps answer some of that. 'Cause
That would be
I do sit
great.
on the David Thompson Rec Board. The entire budget of the Rec Board is 30,000 per year. And some of it is mandated. I think those larger capital purchases sometimes, fall outside of the mandate of that rec board as well. So I think they have supported, the schools to some level, joint use and those kinds of things that put a bit of extra equipment in them. That's what I can share about that. And maybe administration would.
And they will play a role from a maintenance perspective moving forward. So, and they have in the past when we had functioning JUPAs, the rec board had donated money on a consistent basis for gym supplies, basketballs, floor hockey sticks, things that the adults or the older kids would use in the evenings when they got access to the, it's not reasonable that the school board budget pays for the wear and tear on things that the community's using. It's fortunate that we're gonna get community access, so the rec board will be doing those functions moving forward, and probably even potentially working in maybe the gym. I don't think it would be within their mandate to say have them fund new bandsaw blade for the, I think their work would be within the gym, and the other two facilities would be outside recreation or more, support for the school. So, but there is a role for the rec board moving forward in this realm. Though the Reeve is correct, typically these major capital purchases and build-outs are sort of handled at the council administrative level, and sort of maintenance is passed on to the rec boards. Maintenance and operating. This instance, obviously, the school will operate and the parent council will operate these areas.
Councillor Graham and then Councillor Ratcliffe.
I'm very passionate about this personally. The corridor schools run deep in my blood, and they're something that my family's always supported and been very enthused about, having generations of us attended the schools. I personally think that we need to continue matching funds until the agreement has been, we've worked with the Friends of the Corridor Schools and created an agreement. These people have volunteered their time to go out there and earn money. They've persevered through COVID, and they continue to raise money to, not to make this an extra fancy school, but to make it the level of all the other schools in our area. And that's what really upsets me about this, because it's not the school board, it's the province. David Thompson and the corridor schools are always left behind because of the way that the province organizes this. These are mostly county residents in these schools. When I graduated, I believe there's one kid who, in grade 11, his family moved to Sylvan, so he drove. These are mostly county residents, and they're just trying to get a standard. We've had many students from David Thompson go on to play post-secondary sports, and they've come from a gym that's not, people would come in and laugh at our gym when they came there, and still it managed to create these great athletes and these great students. And I believe that every student in our county should have the in our area, even not including town and the hamlets and everything, or the village, sorry, should have the opportunity to have those acceptable facilities. They should have the opportunity to have lunches made in-house. They should have all of the opportunities that everyone else has, and it's very frustrating to me that the province just leaves them behind. I very much appreciate there are new schools there. I don't want to be thankless on that behalf, but I believe that we need to support them when these people have volunteered their time with the impression that this is going to happen. I think it would be improper of us to just say, sorry, we changed our minds, or we didn't see it that way. It's a new council, and I don't think that's fair to these people. And yeah, what a better place to put tax dollars than in the future of our county through our students. So I will stop there for now.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I have two questions. There's a motion in 2020 that we provide up to $200,000 to add these amenities. Has that been fulfilled? Have we invested that amount or more?
We've invested $200,000, and that was the culmination of the first two motions that talked about matching. And as you see, they raised $163,000. If we would have only matched that, at the time of the last motion on this, where we decided to issue the 200 instead of the 163, that's when we would have not gotten all three of the amenities. So yes, we did provide the $200,000. I don't believe it was in 2020. I believe it was in 2021, but that has been given to them, and that is now sitting in the school by way of brick and mortar. So it was used to fund the school. So it's gone and been issued, I believe, out of the 2021 budget.
May I ask my second question?
Go ahead, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
All right, okay, so this is really a new situation, a new ask. So if we don't provide this funding, does our previous investment become a stranded asset?
I don't think so. There was an awful lot of need to move fast while construction was happening. Because once we get to a date where their engineers have done designing, and when they go to tender, then there's no more ability to add extra square footage to the gym at a reasonable cost. We're not gonna renovate a new school 5 years down the line once the community has fundraised enough. So that was critical timing, can't go back. There's now unlimited time, theoretically, to fundraise for these amenities. So to answer the question, though, I do believe that this is, you know, a project that the council has gotten lots of value out of, and we're very deep into it. If council chose to stop here, none of the investments we've made, whether it's servicing the lot or building the fields behind there, would be considered stranded. In this instance, it would, in my opinion, it would just take the very passionate, very successful. They raised a lot of money here. That's quite a bit. It would just take them a long time to do this, 5-6 years. That's kids that are in grade 1 now that don't have opportunities at Charlotte's Mall or at, you know, so that's the downside, but there is no stranded assets to date. What it is just dragging out something very valuable that we could do quicker. Does that answer the question, hopefully?
Yes, thank you.
Good.
And Councillor Swanson.
I just for clarity, the corridors, the Friends of the Corridor Schools are representative by, they're representing, that group of volunteers is representing both schools, correct? Or just the David Thompson? No,
They're representing both schools, and some of this fundraising, you know, we talk a lot about Leslieville, and I'm remiss not to mention there is things to do in Condor as well. From a budget perspective, the Leslieville requires a larger investment, but you are very correct. Thank you for pointing that out. This is funding for both schools, and Corridor Schools fundraises for both schools. They're also in partnership with PTAs from both schools, and they could be party to this agreement as well with Wild Rose School Division, because they too are raising funds, and the PTA will be, you know, there in perpetuity, and so, you know, they might be at least a party that should be consulted during this process, if not potentially a party of the agreement.
Go ahead, please.
I guess the reason why I'm asking is, we know that there's the availability of the SIP grants that come from the province. And I would be inclined as a municipality to say if the we would be part of that matching funds, because any of those SIP grants require 50% matching funds. So of that 50%, if the group, in collaboration with maybe the PTA, the Friends of the Corridor Schools, and the municipality come up with that 50%, no different than what happened at the spray park in town, that we would help them with that grant to establish whatever's on their priority list. It would be nice to see a list in the priority of what they would like and what would qualify for that SIP grant. So I'm willing to put matching dollars again with this to go towards some of the items that they've identified and what they would like to. I understand that though that an expiry date or funding date, like anything, if we don't put in an expiry date, it creates no urgency. So I would, I want to say 2 years, I think that's fair because these grants gives them another opportunity to not only apply once, but if they, if they miss it by a certain amount or a deadline or whatever, they get that opportunity through that timeline to maybe apply it again. So I would do a 2-year matching on the SIP grant end of things, and then I would like the list of their priority items that they would like to accomplish between both schools.
Sounds like great thoughts. Just like Councillor Graham, I'm very passionate about the corridor schools. I think really those two schools only exist in their form because of that community support to start with. And I think I'd also like to tip the hat to Clearwater County. We've been very perceptive of what the needs may be before they even arise and have set aside lots of planning effort, lots of supports to make those schools happen. So without that entire community effort, I don't believe those schools would exist and benefit our community. It's one of those instances, I think, where a lot of our tax dollars go out of this community into the larger education pot, and very rarely does something come back that truly balances that off. So I think that's been a great opportunity to get the schools there. And I know that we had set aside a restricted surplus to address the potential role that Clearwater County would play in any of these projects. I know there's a restricted surplus, and I can't remember the exact number, but maybe Rhonda or Murray would have some numbers to let us know where we are related to that surplus.
Yes, so there was money set aside for that matching amount, and then once the 200,000 was paid, the allocation of those funds went to the Leslieville rec grounds. So all of that money has been further allocated, so there's no longer any restricted surplus set aside for that currently.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there any other community groups in which we have this type of funding structure for?
No, this is the first time that the county's been involved funding schools to this manner. You could argue in Caroline, we've done very similar things in a sense by building rec grounds right around the school for joint use and things like that. But this is the first time that we've put funding, to my knowledge, certainly in the last 15, 17 years that I've been here, directly into a school. But from a broader perspective, I think, yes, we've had these funding structures when community groups have had need. When we built the hub, we invested there in recreational amenities for a community that had a need. And so, and that kind of goes on since the dawn of time. So I would think, yes, in a broad 1,000-foot view, yes, this is, consistent with council's, probably ad hoc approach to providing funding to a community when they've demonstrated the need for a project and the value of a project.
Follow up?
Please.
I love the work that they've done in Condor and Leslieville. A great group of very committed individuals doing this. My only concern is the drafting of this agreement. We need to make sure that we're not setting us up for continual asks from other community groups potentially. Not that those wouldn't be also valuable. It's just we need a good list of what this actually is going to. Friends of Lochern and Pioneer schools are funding for new playgrounds right now, and over half of the kids that go there are rural kids too. So we just need to make sure that we set this up really well so that it can be made consistent throughout the county as more asks come, because guaranteed after this is presented and this goes out to the community, the asks will come, and we need to be prepared for that.
Mr. Martinson?
Thank you for that input. For the agreement, based on our recommendation, generally these funding agreements the terms are set by administration, and the agreements are made between administration and the community group. In this instance, because of the nature of it and the ad hocness, you know, we have recommended that council sets the terms. So ultimately, the agreement will come back to council. We don't think this will slow down the fundraising. We think, you know, that once, you know, that if council chooses to make a motion, that we will have some sort of scope of funding that then can be taken to the community group. They can start the initial, you know, we'd be prepared to turn this around possibly even within one short cycle between council meetings, if that could work for the community group. So we hope that this agreement, or we recommend that this agreement would ultimately have terms agreed to by council specifically, because I do agree, we do have to be careful. I think in my mind, how I would sort of share what the county's doing here, if I was talking to you know, a community member regarding really any other school right now in our community, is that we're not providing anything above what schools have in other areas. Rocky's very fortunate enough to have enough, a lot of the Rocky schools, or most of the Rocky schools, are fortunate enough to have enough enrollment that they can get these amenities. So in my opinion, as I look at this, compare it to the schools, other schools within this community in general, or certainly within the town, these aren't amenities, we're not building amenities they don't have here. And we've sort of, and I think, you know, Councillor Graham put it very well, we've sort of leveled the bar. So now when, you know, folks from town or other urban places come, they see a school that has similar amenities as to they do. So that could be a way that council manages against the can of worms. And I agree on an amenities list, you know, and what we are funding will help council, you know, be comfortable with that, but also have those discussions, because absolutely, we can't pay for everything everywhere. Wish we could. I know council would love to if we could, you know, but we have to, you know, be aware of that equity. And I think having that consistency is actually providing that equity and saying, we're not going to build anything, you know, or support anything that anybody else has, but we're going to bring the have-nots and their have-nots, not because of council's decision, because the province has some complicated algorithm, you know, that says this is what you get in these scenarios. And we understand that. I just believe they need to have two algorithms, an urban algorithm and a rural algorithm, and recognize that rural, you know, is less dense, but that's certainly discussion for a different time. But I thank Councillor Deputy Reeve Melhalf for providing insight into how we negotiate or discuss the agreement with the community groups and ultimately bring it back to council for a final approval, ideally, or amendment.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm also concerned about the precedent we're setting here, because I'm sure that other community groups are going to be watching this funding and expecting something similar. I feel we're not obligated to invest more into that school, but it's obvious that our investment will not be leveraged as well as it could in the community if we don't provide financial support. So I would like to see a lot more information before this is finally approved of the numbers we're talking about, but I would be in favor of moving ahead to negotiate a funding agreement.
Deputy Reeve Melhalf, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. I think this really speaks to this council's need to advocate heavier to the province to change that funding structure. And when we start talking about resolutions of what's coming to fall, as we negotiate these JUPAs, as we talked about with school division, as we're talking with the town and the village, we need to have a larger voice at that table, and perhaps the town and the village can take to AM a very similar resolution that we can take to RMA, and a very similar resolution that Wild Rose School Division can ensure goes through their channels as well. I think this really speaks to that need, because Councillor Graham's right, we can't have our kids fall behind the urban kids just because they are living the rural lifestyle. So we need to advocate for that funding structure to be changed. And I hope that we can see a resolution coming forward for us to advocate for that.
Councillor Graham?
I know that this community is kind of waiting to see where we go with this. This is probably gonna be directed towards UCA Owens, just so you know. I know this community group is kind of waiting to see where this goes for some fundraising. Is there an amount that we could say this meeting we would match so they could continue forward with that fundraising? Do you know an amount by chance, or I'm just worried if we take another 2 weeks that they're gonna lose out on opportunities?
Mr. Emmons?
So if I may, I believe the catalyst behind this was, as Director Martinson pointed out, the request came forward. Previous council allocated $1 million, 200,000 was utilized. COVID hit, which is what created the need for some additional funds. Previous council granted that. What happened, and that's why it's before council today, is the lack of definition. You know, was that to carry on for 10 years until the million was utilized, and what for? Was that the expectation? I will tell you, sitting in council in the day, it was my understanding that it was not to be for knives and forks, but it was for capital investment to improve the schools we're actually speaking of. Bleachers, those type of amenities, extra square footage to accommodate the bleachers, whatever. But without that agreement, without that definition, it's brought us here today. I would respectfully suggest that the amount is absolutely within the purview of this room with council. But that's the background from an administrative perspective, if that helps at all.
Okay, I just am worried with this motion that it'll hold them back, but they can probably feel fairly confident moving forward, I guess, hearing the discussion around the table.
Okay. And I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
In the past, this council, or the prior council, has done matching grants for other groups such as Everdale Hall and Ferrier Hall, and to help with those particular builds, etc. I do know that when we were discussing it with Wild Rose School Division 2, that the Minister of Infrastructure at the time was only approving basic builds. So having a commercial kitchen, having an extra was not a part of this, because those are nice to haves. They weren't need to haves. So the government at the time was only doing what was necessary. So that's why the county at the time, the council at the time, said, we want more for these schools, so we will provide those matching funds and help with that particular build. So I'm okay going forward. I think when we find that list of priorities from this particular group, that will help determine the funding that is needed to match. I don't want to put the cart before the horse and saying X amount today and then coming back and saying we're short or we don't need it, whatever. So I would be in favor of starting this discussion process, drafting an agreement with them, for a 2-year limit and bringing that list back, and then hopefully in that particular point in time we will have an opportunity to see some more information. So I will make that motion as written out. That council directs administration to draft a matching funds grant agreement between the county and Friends of the Corridor schools with terms and conditions as follows. The criteria for funding and description of funding use by the corridor and Leslieville schools. Maximum funding amount, funding expiry date, financial reporting requirements, and that the draft is presented to council for review and endorsement at the earliest opportunity.
Thank you for that motion. Any further questions or comment? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Let's take a break here and be back at 10:40. Welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We continue through to section 6, and we'll start with item 6.1, which is allocation, not elocution, allocation of 2022 surplus, and I'll probably go to Ms. Serhan for that.
Thank you. So in the agenda item, you'll notice that we received the draft financial statements and we'll be presenting them later today for 2022. In alignment with those statements, the document that was attached to the restricted surplus transfer shows all the in and out transactions of the restricted surplus accounts with a description of why the funds are being moved either in or out of those accounts. The April 17th Strategic Planning Committee meeting was very beneficial in that the committee was able to make recommendations for the 2022 additional surplus, as well as confirm the surplus transfers that were budgeted in 22 and subsequently adjusted during the 2023 budget deliberations. It's kind of hard to follow the years there, but that did happen in that order. Additional changes, the names on the financial statements for the restricted surplus accounts, and I see that they're still not updated in the draft, so I'll be making sure that they update those before we post the final financial statements for 2022. One thing I want to point out, which I passed out page 24 of 30 of the draft financial statements, and Tracy has them up on the screen for me. There was an error in the calculation of the transactions for the dissolution of the Regional Waste Authority. We had a contractor do them, and it's always better to do them in-house, but it's just such a busy time of year for me that we contracted that out, and there was an error when they submitted the transactions, so the audit team corrected those, and so you will see in note 11 of the accumulated surplus, in unrestricted surplus, there's $3.2 million of unallocated restricted surplus. So the options that council has is to decide on a restricted surplus to allocate most of those funds to now, or administration's recommendation would be that we allocate that during the 2023 year, and especially with the next strategic planning committee meeting on June 12th, that we're going to go continue on where the April 17th, 18th meeting stopped, and just do the next steps for priority setting and ensure that those restricted surplus dollars go to the priorities that council wishes. So you do have the opportunity to restrict those surplus funds right now, or like I said, you could wait and we could restrict those funds during the 2023 year and do so while we're going through the next phase of priority setting for the 10-year capital plan. Any questions about the transactions that were attached that we've identified as either coming from the 2022 budget, the 2022 adjusted budget, or the 2023 budget to happen in 2022?
Questions? Deputy Reeve Mailhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Not a question, just this is very helpful. Like to have it all laid out, like all together in one document. I found this very helpful, so I appreciate the way that this has been presented.
Thank you.
One question I would have, unrestricted surplus, we typically don't carry a very large amount. That, can you maybe outline the reasons that we don't keep kind of an undedicated pot?
For sure.
So to speak.
Yes, there's so many priorities for council that we want to ensure that the priorities, the absolute priorities of council are funded, and that we're transparent with tax revenue as to why taxes are being levied, which priorities are getting close to funded or need some work to have funds allocated to them. And yeah, be transparent with all of our ratepayers or stakeholders that they would know what the priorities of council in Clearwater County are.
Thank you. Additional comments, questions? Deputy Reeve, Mailhoff, please.
I would be in support of us continuing our process in June when we have the opportunity to be more thorough and can go through it even further. I really valued the strategic planning meetings we had last week, the 2 days, and I feel that we would get more out of this and can allocate it better if we take the opportunity to take the time that it deserves in June.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham, please.
I personally would like to transfer the 2 million to the resource roads for the O'Cheese Road. We're going around saying that we have the funds there when we don't, and then leave the rest, I agree, for June and choose then.
So I'll just clarify that there was an additional 1 million transferred to that fund during that priority setting on April 17th and 18th, so that it would be $1 million short of the goal for that project.
Did you say, go ahead maybe clarify that if you would?
Yeah. Thank you, Reeve. On page 8 of 9, it shows 1.5 was allocated, so do we just need to?
Oh, sorry, 500,000, yeah.
Yeah, so
My
do
mistake.
we need to add an additional 500,000 then to ensure that that's topped up while that way we can signal to our partners that we're for sure ready for that project should
Yes.
Partners come along. And I would echo that, and then the rest be left for strategic planning in June so that we can ensure that we can give it the time it needs.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
I think those are excellent suggestions, and that we should proceed in that manner.
Okay. Well, I think we would need a motion definitely if we were gonna move some of that restricted or unrestricted surplus into a restricted surplus. That would require a motion. Councillor Swanson?
I was prepared to make a motion if we're done with stuff, so I would approve that council approves the draft detailed transaction surplus, restricted surplus transfers and name changes for the 2022 restricted surplus accounts as attached.
With an additional 500,000?
Oh, with an additional 500,000 going to the O'Cheese Road project.
Thank you.
So that would be the Resource Road restricted
Yes,
surplus?
resource,
Is
yes.
that correct? Okay. Clarity on that? Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Brings us item 6.2, first reading of the 2023 tax rate bylaw, 1146/23.
And I apologize, I had to replace the bylaw that was inserted into the agenda for Wednesday. Tracy replaced it for me yesterday, and so hopefully you have the most recent bylaw. It didn't change any of the intent, just some of my calculations at the last hour on Wednesday when I was putting this together. So before you is a tax rate bylaw that demonstrates a 4% increase across the board. That doesn't mean we can't change it. It just means that I had to have something in there, and that's the way we went for now. So I'll just go through what the implications of that are on the rates and the levies. So, and again, the increase in assessment that we talked about during the Strategic Planning Committee meetings. So again, because of the increased assessment due to increased activity in Clearwater County in the oil and gas industry, at a 0% tax rate increase, the levy collected would be $3 million above budget, $4.5 million above last year's levy. So what rates? What happened in budget of for 2023 is that council increased their tax revenue by $1.5 million, knowing that it would be kind of a compilation of a tax rate increase and assessment growth. We were unaware at that time of how much assessment growth would actually happen within Clearwater County that did not qualify for the tax holiday. So in the end, when the assessed values were sent into the province in February and approved, there was actually quite a bit more assessed value in what the province assesses as DIP properties that did not qualify for the tax holiday. So increased the tax revenue by $4.5 million over 2022 and 2022's budget, and $3 million over the set budget for 2023's tax revenue. For if the tax rate were to increase 1% in each of the categories, residential taxes would increase by $50,000. Non-res, I'm just gonna calculate, including machinery and equipment, they're two different classes. And of course, the small business non-res rate would increase levy by $466,000. And farmland, 1% is $2,500 increase. So at 4%, residential taxes overall would increase $202,000. Non-residential taxes would increase $1,866,000, and farmland would increase by $10,000, bringing the overall tax levy $5 million above budget. You will also notice in the agenda item that would require a budget adjustment to tax revenue and a subsequent transfer to restricted surplus, or for the time being, we could make the motion read unrestricted surplus, and then again go through those priority settings at the June 12th meeting and reallocate whatever council wishes as their priorities. Again, just to review that over the course of the 10-year capital plan, I think was short, I want to say over $100 million, but I should bring the spreadsheet up and just, sorry, I should have had that information available. Okay, I got the right spreadsheet open. Now it's just to find the right tab. Sorry. I'm gonna have to get that information for you. I just can't find it at the moment, but it was quite a large amount. I think that especially from 2023 to 2028, being short $10 or $11 million a year until 2028, really being a year that was short quite a few dollars to accomplish the projects identified in the 10-year capital plan. So although there was great progress made in those 2 days, I still think that there is some decisions to be made and priorities to be identified. And I would love to hear council's discussion on where they would like to see the tax rates for the tax rate bylaw.
I think Councillor Northcott was first.
Tax rates for residential, intensive ag, just a couple examples. What would the residential tax rate, the intensive ag tax rate, or say the industrial, light industrial tax rate? What would those percentages?
What would the rate? Well, for the bylaw, they've all increased by 4%.
Right, and then just aside from this current bylaw, I'm just curious in just general information, what's like the current residential tax rate? You know, the intensive ag, whether it's per acre or how it's assessed. Is it assessed on like the buildings and infrastructure value, or just the land that it sits on?
The agricultural assessment is assessed by the province on the production formula.
Okay, and what about, say, light industrial?
Light industrial is a formula based on market value.
Of the land itself, or the?
No, the buildings and everything,
Okay.
all the structures, yeah.
Okay, so what are the rates for, say, residential, intensive ag, and light industrial?
What are the rates? So currently, the rate is 26644, and that's for residential, and it would go to 26910.
So for if there was a property, say, just estimated value at $100,000 on each one of those, so $100,000 residential property, $100,000 intensive ag property, and then a $100,000 light industrial property, what would the owner have to pay for taxes to Clearwater County on each one of those scenarios?
Okay, just give me a second. There's a decrease in the school requisition, and the uncollectible is actually, we collected more tax than was necessary, so there is also a decrease, an extra decrease in the school rate because of that. The Westview Lodge tax rate is increasing because their requisition increased. Looks like about a $25 increase for an acreage on, that's a $300,000 property. So like $7 on 100,000.
Okay.
$8.
That would be the increase on so $7 on a $300,000 value property.
No, about $25 on a $300,000 property. So $8 for each $100,000 worth of value.
Okay. And for
It would take me a bit to figure out the farm and the non-res, because there's not just, you know, when you have a farm property, it's not just at the farm rate, right? If it's just a farm quarter, yes, but if it's your home quarter with a house and a yard site, your yard site is taxed at a residential rate, and the balance of the ag quarter is taxed at the farm rate. So, and then any outbuildings that are to do with your recreation are taxed at, should be taxed at your residential rate, whereas any outbuildings that support your farm business are exempt. So it's not a matter of just picking a property and saying, okay, well, this is a farm, so it's at the farm rate. No, every property has a multitude of different tax rates. So it's a little more complicated than just saying, oh, well, that's increasing by $100 because it's a residence. Well, no, that property is encompassed with all different types of assessment.
Absolutely, no, and I was just looking for something that's simple, like say you had a $100,000 5-acre residential parcel, $100,000 value, what would the taxes be?
About $8 or $9, yeah.
And then the, similar scenario with an intensive ag, for just say example, if you had a $100,000 5-acre intensive agricultural business valued at $100,000, and then, light industrial, if there was a
like the intensive ag would go up next to nothing.
Right. That's what I was just looking for, an example of, so the yearly tax bill, for example, might be $1,800 for one, or,
Yeah.
But I can always get that later.
Yeah.
If it takes a little bit more time.
If I'm reading this right, intensive ag is still assessed by the province, is it
Yes.
not? And really, the value of farmland has almost nothing to do with its true market value.
Right, it has to do with its production.
I look at our entire county, the farmland value is assessed at $58 million, with quarter sections changing for $750,000 each right now. I don't think farmland has anything, or the assessment really has very little to do with the
its
actual market value.
No.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Absolutely. I was just looking at MLS this weekend, and there's a quarter section that already has a first parcel off for sale in Clearwater County at $950,000. Like it's not even a whole quarter section. Like it absolutely isn't. The ag numbers by the province are what, $350 for assessment rating by the province, and irrigated is $450. It's crazy. You're saying that with the 4% that administration is proposing will put you $5 million above budget. Is that above budget with or without contingency?
That budget includes contingency.
That includes the contingency?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Northcott? And then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe. Absolutely, I'll go just a little bit further on my thoughts, and I just wanted that example but rather than having a 4%, the 4% residential tax rate increase, my thought was that the properties that have been subdivided by way of rezoning would then stay at those tax rates. So whether it's intensive ag or light industrial or whatever zoning, they would stay at that. So if you have a 9-acre, 15-acre, or subdivided property by way of rezoning, then that property would then stay at that tax rate and not, in the future be able to rezone back to agricultural tax rates.
Well, the zoning doesn't really have anything to do with how it's assessed and what tax rate it is taxed at. So a property can be zoned agricultural, but if it's not being used for agricultural, it's still taxed at the residential rate.
Right, and sometimes that rezoning is used as a way of subdividing. So that's my intent is just to, if it was subdivided by way of rezoning, then that property would, if it was rezoned to light industrial, well then that's the tax rate that would stay at, because that's a 12-acre parcel now, zoned as light industrial.
As long as that's the use that it's being used for.
Right, but would not be able to, with maybe out an administrative fee to rezone it back to agricultural, but example, say 12 acres or 16 acres, then it would stay as light industrial tax rates with the inability to be able to go back to agricultural unless there was an administrative fee paid to go back.
Unless, the tax rates are based on use, not on zoning.
Okay, I think I I had nothing.
Mr. Catcher, if you'd like to, Mr. Catcher has joined us, and he's our assessment specialist, so he might be able to.
I heard some assessment questions coming through, and I thought I may be able to help clarify some of them. In regards to what you were speaking into the industrial zoning, I have come across a few parcels that were rezoned through a bylaw, like in the past, like we're talking multiple years ago, and then the new owners may or may not be aware of the consequences when they purchase the property. Like the original rezoning was done by an owner with a particular business plan in place to get industrial use going. But when they don't go ahead with that business use for whatever reason, and then the property gets resold, the zoning unfortunately stays with that industrial tag on it. And because it's been rezoned through a bylaw, legally I have to assess it as a non-residential parcel, regardless of that there's no industrial use on the property. And I've advised new owners when they realize this, that because as you know, the non-residential tax rate is like 2.5 times the res rate approximately for the county, and has been throughout the last few years. I advise that new owner to go to planning and apply to get that property rezoned if their only intention is to, have it as an acreage property. If we're talking, anywhere from 5 to 15 acres, usually normally they had to have a certain amount of land before they could get the rezoning in the first place. So Mrs. Serhan is right in regards to it's what the use is, not exactly the zoning. Unfortunately, when a property has been rezoned through a bylaw and that bylaw is binding on how it's looked at by the county, I have to assess it as a non-residential parcel, unfortunately. In other cases, say when there's an ag parcel out there and it's got a certain zoning on it, like a zoning agricultural for say, but the owner has decided to start a campground, whether he's got approval from the county or not, I still have to assess that as a campground because it's in competition with other campgrounds that are legally operating in the county. So I'm trying to be fair, and I have to be transparent in these issues when I deal with them and come across them. I've come across all kinds of issues where there's certain zoning, the use of the property doesn't match the zoning, but I have to be, I can't let someone operate a business that hasn't been approved by the county and treat them any differently that someone is operating a legal business, if you understand the rationale there. And it's all governed through the Municipal Government Act. I mean, the MGA specifies that property can only be 4 classes. Either it's residential, or non-residential, or farmland, or then machinery and equipment. So those are the 4 classes of property that we start off with the MGA, and then each municipality, deals with the zoning, and zonings can have permitted uses and then discretionary uses. And then you get all kinds of applicants coming here, and like even the applicant this morning, or you've had council sessions where people come and they want to start up a campground, and there's discussion, and I guess whatever happens. But so that's as far as the assessment part of it. I hope I've explained like how the assessment part of it works. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, and I'll go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff and then to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I know that last week during strategic planning, we had thrown around a few other numbers, an example being 2% for residential and 5% for non. Can we see what that could look like and what that ratio equates to? Because I know that we are regulated to have a ratio between residential and non-residential, correct? And you said we're 2.5 times, and my understanding is we can do up to 5, is that?
That's correct, yeah. I believe that our latest, our last few years, we're in that 2.5 range of non-res over res. And I believe, yes, the maximum is up to 5. That was, I think, the top end ratio that was set by the province. And there were, at the time, because there were municipalities that were close or even exceeding that, so they set that rate as a standard, and municipalities had a certain amount of time to get it within that rate. But because of our abundance of non-residential assessment in the backcountry with our linear and dip property, you know, we've never had to worry about getting close by bumping up the non-res rate to exceed that 5-to-1 ratio, so.
And well, and my understanding was that it was also as an opportunity to try to ensure that we had a robust industry within our municipality. But I really don't think that that makes a huge difference, because they go where the resource is, not necessarily where the taxes are cheaper. Or at least that's what I find.
I believe there's close to 300 municipalities in the province, you know, everything from counties and towns and villages and summer villages, and anybody that was that's operating independently, especially smaller municipalities, have struggled, you know, in recent times due to, you know, the tax base has to pay for services. So how much services do the residents of each municipality need or desire? And so it's always a balancing act for every municipality to figure out, okay, how much money do we need to operate each year, and what kind of servicing are we providing our residents, and sometimes, you know, that tax base can get out of hand when costs keep going up, right? Costs just to do the servicing each year, that, you know, maintenance of roads, maintenance of everything, like especially rural municipalities like ourselves. So we're lucky, like there's a lot of haves and have-nots, and I would consider our municipality to be a have. We have that abundance of, like I say, linear and dip assessment that provides us the opportunity to keep our rates for our residents much lower than in a lot of other municipalities in the province. So.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. My question's been partly covered, but there's a paragraph here that says the designated industrial property requisition is applied only to those designated industrial properties, and the rate remains the same as the previous year. So do I assume that this does not include a 4% increase to that? Could you clarify, please?
I'll answer that. So the designated industrial property requisition is the requisition from the province to perform assessment duties on those designated properties. It has nothing to do with the municipal rate that is taxed on those properties. And actually, that was one of the small errors that has been replaced. It actually did decrease, and that the province passes a ministerial order as to the rate. So Clearwater County has no opportunity to change that rate. And it's so that the industrial property owners or tax base pays for the assessment of those properties.
What would those properties typically be?
Any oil and gas industry properties. So all the pipelines, all the gas plants, all of the supporting machinery and equipment.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So I just want to, oh, sorry.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. I think more for the individuals that are listening today than council itself, because I truly believe council is aware. It's important to make this comment. The word surplus is being put out there, and it almost paints the picture that it's additional, unneeded, unnecessary funds. Council going through its strategic planning committee, we all heard well that many of council's current priorities are underfunded. Going through 2022, seeing record inflationary rates. It was administration that looked at that and brought forward the recommendation for 4% based on that, relying on an increase in assessment to augment what has happened with all costs going up extremely high, and especially in 2022, but even prior, when this municipality was blessed enough to see a number of zeros in a row for no increase in taxes, has brought it here today. But going through priority settings and where this municipalities going. I just wanted the opportunity to explain more for our listening audience than council that truly the word surplus is on a sheet of a paper today with none of those priorities taken into account that are currently underfunded. I would argue the word surplus because there is a need. So, thank you.
And Councillor Swanson, please.
I know in our conversation at the last strategic, we said, you know, we had that range. And when we were discussing our 10-year capital plan, but I also understand that if we don't have an increase at one point next year, it could be even a bigger blip. So we do understand, I, for myself, know that we have to have, it can't be zero. So although the range is, as Deputy Reeve Malhoff has suggested, you know, 2% for residential, 5% for non-res. I guess for me, is there other counties that have already set their tax rate in and around our area? I'm thinking of Lacombe County or Red Deer County or even Mountain View. I'm not sure I thought I had read something in regards to Lacombe County had gone up like 6%, but I'd have to qualify that again. I read that here a few weeks ago. So with that said, I'm looking for this for discussion with you all as far as, you know, is 2% and 5% what we want, or should we be going closer to the 4 as recommended? And what does that look like? Because we do have a big priority list, a big capital list for the next few years with a lot of different things. And maybe that June 12th is, you know, we start scratching things off, but future councils will have to tax accordingly for those as well. So I realize it's tough times. Maybe we have to make a blip. So is it 2? Is it 4? I'm looking to my fellow councillors just what they feel.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I was looking more towards a 2, but I was also looking at like a 5, like I said, a 5 more towards bringing us closer to that 5-to-1. I know I don't want to see us get right at the 5-to-1, but I'd like to see us move closer in that direction. Not 11-to-1 like some of our neighbors have done previously, but a little bit closer to that if possible. But I also think that in that June meeting, we need to legitimately decide what is priorities and what is not. And we need to legitimately look at that, and we need to challenge our administration to look at some of those contingencies and look at, you know, I don't want us to get right close to the margin on our budget all the time, but what did it work out to be? It's 3.2 million in surplus, but we had already allocated four something million earlier towards this budget. So, you know, for easy numbers, 7 million in surplus, there's some room for some movement in budgeting, I believe as well. So, and I think that's something that we can work through together as a team during strategic planning to not have that big of a gap and that big of a number, even though I love allocating that surplus every year as well. That is a fun activity. We get to look at priorities, look at wish lists and what's great for our county, but also we're looking more towards budgeting based on using these as savings accounts like we talked about last week. So our yearly allocations will look different. So that surplus hopefully won't be as big because they'll be going towards the savings accounts for projects in the future. So I would be looking more towards a 2 and a 5.
Maybe I'll just comment here. I'm a little hesitant to change the ratio. Already we know that non-residential properties bear most of the burden of our tax. I think it's somewhere around 9-to-1 or 10% or so of our taxes come from residential type sources. So I know that industry is very important here, and they're already contributing a lot to the good place we live in. I hate to adjust that ratio too much and ask them to do even more. Ultimately, I think we've been through a number of years without a tax rate increase. But we do have, looking at a snapshot in the years ahead of us, we have a lot of priorities around asset management that can't be avoided. We need to have the money to be able to allocate funds in the near future, or put those restricted surpluses in place so we know that our bridges and our roads and those assets we need to keep a safe and growing community are there. So I believe I'm supportive of right now the 4%. I think that's conservative compared to what I've seen other municipalities suggesting in their tax rate bylaws. So that's where I'm at the moment. I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, for stating those concerns, as I share a number of them. I think I was recently at a course that had an element of municipal budgeting, and what we've done the last few years with zero is dangerous to continue, because if we do that, we're actually falling behind by inflation in the inputs to the municipal services that we provide. So we can't be at a zero any longer. I would like to see the impact of 2 and 5 on this budget for now, until we can carry on with this exercise that administration has started, and I do appreciate that, in June.
I'll go to Councillor Graham and then to, oh, I guess the light's off, so I'll go to Councillor Graham.
I personally am with Reeve Lockheed. I would like to keep that ratio the same. I don't know what percentage I'm sitting at. I'm kind of waiting to hear what Councillor Cermak has to say, because I think you always have such a wonderful perspective on this topic. But I personally would like to keep the ratio the same, and I agree we unfortunately do have to do a bit of an increase this year, which sucks because times are tough for people, and I hate doing that, but that's where I stand currently.
Thank you. And Councillor Cermak, I see you reaching for the button, so
I've been put on the spot. I have given a lot of thought to this because I hate to tax our tax people more than it needs to be. I think a 2.5 to 5 is what I would recommend. I think 4 is too big of a jump for our farming industry. They've been hit with too much already this year. We know that our contracts that public works are involved in has increased by 20%. We know we can't tax that enough to cover that increase in 1 year, but we have to take that into consideration over the next 3 years, that we got to get close to where it's at. I don't think that public works has went ahead and has done something that is outrageous. I think they're just keeping up to what the infrastructure needs to happen each year. And if we can't keep funding it, our county's gonna go backwards. And we can't have that. So that's why I'm proposing 2.5 and 5.
So maybe I heard earlier on too, and maybe if I can just clarify this, that for each percent that we suggest in a tax rate bylaw, 50,000 of that goes to residential property. $466,000 comes from non-residential property, and 2,500 comes from agricultural or farmland. So that's kind of the pressure we're putting on our farms. It's, what do we have? We have 4,000? We have a number of farms anyway. It's, you know, I think it would be in about the $1 per farm range, or farmland range. So I don't want to say that putting this rate would put It is, it's a tax increase, but I don't know if it's being borne on the backs of agricultural land in any way. Ms. Serhan, was I correct in those numbers?
Yes,
or-
absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to speak to a few of the things. So our current ratio is sitting right at 3 to 1. The risk we run of increasing that is the relationship with industry and the relationship with the province. And, yeah, maybe I'll just leave it there. It's just, there is some risk to increasing that ratio. At the current rates, non-res is paying 90% exactly, and res and farm combined is paying 10%. And increasing, I can run whatever numbers you want, but 2% for res, so that's $100,000 for res, and 2% for farm. Oh, I must have the wrong rate in here at 5. Okay, just wait. Is $5,000 extra for the farms over our whole farmland, yes. And then 5% for non-res, the increased levy would be $2.3 million. So an additional 5,000 to farms, an additional 2.3 million to industry, an additional 100,000 to residents. And that's an additional $440,000 of tax revenue above if it was 4% across the board. And the reason that increases is because 1% for non-res increase is quite a bit more dollars than a 1% decrease to farm or residents.
Councillor Graham.
I just want to make sure that I'm on the right page here. So for farmland, for example, say it works out to that dollar per, that would be $1 on their tax bill, or is it, it's not $1 per acre, it's per on, okay, thank you.
On their total tax bill.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, just for those people watching to benefit, we have agricultural properties that are probably market value at $750,000 that are paying $200 a year taxes. So agricultural land is not bearing the brunt of the tax burden. It really comes down to development. And as we have much of our non-residential property is related to industry, that has borne most of the load. Like Ms. Serhan said, that's 90%. So if we're suggesting a 4% increase to the 90% is much more effective than the 2 or 5 or whatever to those smaller contributors to, hey, don't get me wrong, I don't like paying taxes either, but I know where our tax dollars come from here in Clearwater County, and it is borne a lot by industry for sure. Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, and I just want to indicate that, every municipality in Alberta is different. So there are municipalities that have very little to no in industrial tax revenue. So the people that are paying for their entire operating and capital budgets are the residents and farmers. So the tax rate has to increase for the farmers to compensate for the assessment that is lower, right? And I had one more point, why didn't I? Sorry, I'll come back to it.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I would just point out as well that we've been able to balance the budget over the last number of years and sometimes have a surplus just because of the increase in that assessment of our non-residential properties. And that's been very important to the well-being of our community here.
I'll
Ms.
just
Serhan?
add, sorry, I'll just add that when, you know, unexpected things happen over a course of a year due to operations, like maybe, I'll just give you an example of the department that I'm in. We hired a staff member that started on Monday, and that brought us to 4 out of 7 positions filled. So, you know, those are the types of reasons that there's surpluses. And currently, we don't decrease budgets that aren't utilized, because there is a reason that there's a lot of work that goes into the reason that that number is put into budget, knowing that if we don't spend it, those monies go into surplus for council's priorities. If we start decreasing budgets, and there would be the concern that they wouldn't have it next year, there would be a change in the way that staff manage their budgets. And also, what has happened is, with a 0% increase over 4 years, what has happened is those capital priorities have just got pushed and pushed and pushed down the 10-year plan till we have that large bubble in 2028 right now that's sitting at a $65 million deficit. So if those continue to be your priorities, those, either the tax rates have to increase substantially from now until 2028, and pushing them down the 10-year capital plan has proved to be not dollar for dollar. A $28 million project is turning into a $40 million project. So not only are we not having that priority accomplished, but we're paying more for it to be accomplished. So again, it's council's priorities and what year they want those priorities to be done. But 4 years of 0% is what's happened in Clearwater.
And Mr. Hagan, you've been patiently waiting for what bit?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I absolutely concur with Ms. Serhan's assessment and her explanations. And I did just want to touch on and answer some of Deputy Reeve Melhoff's comments regarding budget. A budget is a plan that is set using the best information available at the time. The reasons behind a higher than expected unrestricted surplus are not because of the budget or because of any lack of planning or any deficiencies in the budget. As Ms. Serhan said, the budget allows for certain assumptions. It assumes we'll have our positions filled. It assumes certain amounts for assessment values that aren't yet available. It assumes we'll go ahead with all projects. But between things that are out of our control, like assessment values, as well as things that are within council's control, like deferring projects and so forth. Other things like additional revenue that was unexpected coming in. Lot sales in Nordegg, significantly higher than what was expected. So that's where the best of planning meets reality, and things do change. Deputy Reeve, you made mention to contingency. Within the approved balanced budget, there was $500,000 allowed for contingency. That's almost been completely reallocated already, and we're only a quarter of the way through the year. So if anything, that estimate was low, given unexpected changes that have come along. So I just wanted to clarify for the listeners and for everyone in the room here today that it's not a default of budgeting or a fault of budgeting. I believe in our budget process. I think it's extremely thorough and well thought out and strategic, and it allows council to set the priorities and then determine the resources required to meet those priorities. What it really reflects is a change in circumstances despite the best of planning. And keep in mind as well, as Ms. Serhan pointed out in the previous agenda item, that there was a prior period adjustment back to 2021. That also impacts that. Again, that was unexpected. So, important thing for us is to make sure that we're clear and transparent in the planning process, and just as clear and transparent in the reporting process, and help everyone to understand where those differences lie. And then if those differences are going to continue on into the future, use them as an indicator for that planning going forward.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate administration's work in the past. My experience is it's great to get to where you're going with a little bit of gas left in the tank, rather than running out and figuring out what do you gotta do next. So I appreciate that, that effort. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the comment that industry has posted record profits the last few years. And I think that a small tax increase will not deter them from continuing that practice. So a little higher increase on industry, I think is fine.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Lloyd. And my comment, truly, unfortunately, following Councillor Ratcliffe's is not to be argumentative. The timing is terrible, but I wanted to offer up a perspective. Coming out of a meeting with our Economic Development Officer, Mr. Pratt, he shared with me actually a perspective that kind of gave me a different point of view, and really how vulnerable Clearwater County is in this day and age, because we are so reliant on the oil and gas sector. A lot of our other industries are shrinking, and creating a larger disparity from the oil and gas to really the two industries we're predominantly have in Clearwater County is ag and oil and gas. And as oil and gas slows, we saw a tax break from the province that was legislated upon municipalities. We would have lost ground with our oil and gas if it wasn't for some of the new infrastructure that came online. Unplanned, those unexpected surprises are great and actually save us. But as we have a federal government that's actually focused on getting away from that, we actually become more vulnerable when those are our two predominant industries. And it kind of made me walk away with a bit of a fear for me as a fellow farmer in this room of what I'm facing in the future. So it gave me a bit of a different perspective as to, you know, creating a larger gap might not be in the best interest for me as a farmer, because that reckoning could come sooner than we want.
And I might just kind of remind council that our major funding source of that linear taxation is only a pen stroke away from the provincial government, from them being able to manage it for us on our behalf. And if I use current examples, a lot more money leaves Clearwater County than comes back. That's just the essential fact. So right now, I think we have great opportunities here, but that could change at any given moment, and I would hate to see what the changes to our tax rate would be if it was borne by residential, even at the 50% level. I don't think we could do a matching 50-50 kind of thing. It'd be too much of an adjustment to our ratepayers. Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Chief Emmons, I think your comment was exactly timely, because that's something that, as a councillor, concerns me a great deal, of what we're setting up into the future. So my perspective is that while we have those revenues, we need to dedicate some of them to expanding industry, other industries, to promote our tourism, to look at upgrading agricultural products here at home, so that we are setting up for the time when those our main revenues decrease significantly or more significantly.
And Councillor Graham.
After listening to all the conversation and much pondering in my own head while everyone's sharing their point of views here. I think that I would personally be comfortable with the 4%, just right across the board. I hate to do it with the times being the way they are, but I think with all their zeros in a row, we are required to do something, and knowing it's not gonna be, you know, industry is still gonna take the major hit from it, so I think I would be comfortable with the 4% personally.
Thank you. I'll just say that, you know, I said it early on that I have a comfort level with the 4% myself as well. I think it's equitable. I think it doesn't adjust the ratio between residential and non-residential. That could draw the focus of the province. I think quite often counties that have the opportunities or municipalities that have the opportunities that Clearwater County have sometimes get a different lens than other municipalities where there is more of a balance between those asset bases. So we will get the focus of our resource-based economy here if we start to draw even more heavily on that industry. Councillor Northcott.
Really well, try and say this. Anyways, try and get it out clear, but I think it just goes to really show the importance of planning for the future and the implications that activities that we do today and the funding, like the amount of funding that will have to go into future activities for those long-term investments to continue to invest and to pay for those. So it's better to be proactive than reactive in the future. And I don't know, in my opinion, there's areas of efficiencies or just simply less spending could also be a solution rather than a tax increase.
I know in the last number of years, being able to maintain that 0% increase, some of that used tax stabilization because we knew the community was struggling. The oil and gas industry has not been a strong industry until the last year or so. There was, you know, last year we were dealing with a lot of unpaid taxes from the oil and gas industry. The other municipalities will still struggle with unpaid taxes from that industry. So ultimately, I know through our asset management and the use of those stabilization funds, we've been able to maintain 0% when our community needed it the most. Not saying that everybody's doing great right now. Oil and gas industry is showing good signs, but I don't think that's the time to push back or deter or I don't think it's the best time to say to the oil or signal to the oil and gas industry that we're gonna extract more from you than we have in a ratio before. So I'm still supportive of the 4%. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. A few years ago, definitely not part of this council, there was tax incentives for small business to come in, be legalized. Can we explain how that came about, what it involved, etc.?
Ms. Serhan?
Sure, so there was a change in the legislation that small business and the criteria are listed in the MGA as to what, or some of the criteria, the overarching criteria as to what a small business is. And the tax rate on those small businesses can be up to 25% less than what the non-residential tax rate is. So Clearwater County opted to put that into practice, and our assessment department has gathered the information for which businesses qualify for the small business tax rate, and so they pay 75% of the non-residential tax rate.
Follow-up?
Please.
Is there other opportunities that we can find that are similar to that to support our residents and business community?
Not really. The legislation is really restricting as far as not wanting to put different classes at having a better benefit than other classes. So it's really like you can only have one rate for non-residential except for something that has this non-res, or this small business criteria. And all farmland has to be taxed at the same rate, and all residents have to be taxed at the same rate. And so it's, you know, it's really difficult to pick and choose rates for different classes, except for those 3 or 4 that are identified, to kind of keep things equal in the eyes of the province.
I'll let you go there.
Councillor Northcott.
I'll try it again. The amount of annual contributions that go to our urban municipalities within Clearwater County, I believe that those municipalities, their major source of revenue for those municipalities is residential taxes, but I was just, since we have the tax people here, for residential taxes and the MSI or the LGFF funding, is that from the Alberta government, is that based on population?
Part of the formula is based on population, but there are other factors in that overall formula.
Okay, not just, yeah, so I suppose if you were to have more rural multi-lot subdivisions and stuff like that, then that could possibly affect some of the revenue for your urban communities if they didn't have growth for the MSI or the LGFF funding, right?
Yeah, I would have to review what all is taken into account for that formula. I do know that population is one, but I don't remember what the other ones are, so I can send that information out to you.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How are some municipalities doing things like pavement tax? Like like you're saying that there's 4 options here, but there's some municipalities that have a whole page of different levies that they put. I'm not suggesting that we do it. I'm just wanting to understand more how that whole process works and how all of that comes about.
That is when a community pays for a service that only they are going to use. So if, for example, the one that Clearwater County has done in the past is a levy to the Crimson Lake lots because they had SB 90 put on that road that only serviced really those cottage lots. Another one is if you put up a fire hall that only services an area of an urban municipality, they are allowed to charge a levy to recoup those costs just from the service area. But rurals are, without that urban presence, really don't have that opportunity because most other ratepayers are subsidizing those other groups because it would be far too expensive, for example, for Condor residents to pay for the Condor wastewater system.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Swanson.
I'm enjoying the discussion that's happening here. So I'm just to help focus the discussion. I'm going to make the motion and then we can have further discussion if so needed. So that council grant first reading to the tax rate bylaw 1146-23 for the purpose of authorizing taxation to be levied against the assessable property within Clearwater County for the 2023 taxation year as presented. So the 4%.
Okay, thank you for that motion. Discussion relating to that motion. I saw you reaching for your button. You can do it. Go ahead, please.
For that, I need clarification on the machinery and equipment taxes. Are they the same province-wide or are they different per county?
Ms. Serhan?
So the assessment levy is the same province-wide. The municipal portion of the taxes levied are different because every municipality has a different non-residential tax rate, and machinery and equipment does not contribute to provincial school requisition.
Can you elaborate? Why did the province increase the levy?
Oh, they decreased the assessment.
Oh, they decreased the
Decreased
assessment.
it, yeah. So they're finding some efficiencies in what it costs to provide assessment services over the previous year. It was a small decrease. It was 7, just let me bring up the.
Is that part of their downloading onto the municipal?
Well, it was one of the negotiations that came out of when industry wanted the province to take on the assessment, so that the assessment process was the same no matter which municipality that they were doing business in. So if Shell was doing business in, and I know they're not called Shell anymore, but if they were doing business in Clearwater County and they had this exact same plant in Brazeau County, they would know that their taxes would be the same, except for the rate. So it wasn't like one municipality was assessing it at $1 million and another municipality was assessing it at $2 million. So the municipality that assessed it higher could tax them at a lower rate because they assessed them higher. So they wanted that assessment to be static throughout the whole province. So when they were negotiating that with the province, one of the things the province said was, okay, then you are going to pay for the service of having that assessment done. So that's a separate requisition that's on their tax notices.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I concur with Ms. Serhan's explanation, and perhaps I can add to it a little bit. I do believe that the requisition amount for designated industrial properties has decreased due to efficiencies found by the provincial government. So through that negotiation that Ms. Serhan just described, the province did take over responsibility in order to enable that consistent assessment across the province. But at the same time, they didn't have the resources to fully take it on. They didn't have that many assessors trained in that specialty area to take that on. So if council will recall, we were into a hybrid situation where the county was contracting with specialists in the area, and then the provincial government was funding us. That ended March 31st of this year, and the provincial government put out a request for proposal and awarded it to various contractors, and now that responsibility is fully transitioned to the province. So I expect that they will find savings through that, and I believe that is what's being reflected in that lower requisition rate.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Can I have one more question?
No, never.
Okay.
No, go ahead, please.
Our portion that we levy against machinery and equipment, is it about equal to the rest of our municipalities around us? Or are we greater or less?
Ms. Serhan.
This varies a lot from municipality to municipality, and one of the reasons is because of the amount of assessment that is in that particular municipality. So if a municipality has a higher assessment base, then they can tax at a lower rate because they don't need tax at a higher rate to cover their costs. So if a municipality doesn't hardly have any, then they probably are at a higher rate. And there is a really big variance over the province.
Could you put that at a, let's say, $100,000 or $1 million assessment for each county?
Well,
Well, that would be.
Yeah, so there are counties lower than us because they have higher assessed values. Yep. And they are, I would say, there wouldn't be anything less than 75% of us. And then there are municipalities that are 3 times us.
So you would say that we're taxing about the average of the municipalities around us?
I would say it's hard to say that because, because of the amount of assessment varies. So it depends on what variables you want to look at. If you want to look at the amount of roads, are they taxing more per kilometer of road? Are they taxing less? Are they taxing, yeah, it's just, there's just so many variables that it's hard to say that we are average. But I would say we're close to the middle, probably on the lower side.
So we treat our oil companies pretty good here in Clearwater County then.
I would say we treat them slightly better than average.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted, so
Yeah.
I'm still sticking to my guns.
Slightly better than
Slightly.
average. Slightly better than
I
average.
have reconsidered. I think that 2% to 4.5%, I've switched my 0.5%. Thank you for all
Yeah.
what I caused your troubles.
Oh, no.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, relating to the motion.
Yeah, relating to the motion on the floor, I stated earlier that I was a 2 and a 5. Even though that does change our ratio, I still believe that to be the case. I think that a lot of the road rebuilding, a lot of the road rehab, a lot of the paving projects that we do are actually based on industry. And therefore that is actually why we tax them as high as we do, because they are the ones we're building a lot of this infrastructure for and supporting. So I am still at the 2 and the 5. So unfortunately I will not be supporting the current motion on the floor today.
Okay, further discussion? In that case, we do have a motion before us, and that was incorporating the staff recommendation of a 4% increase. So that is the question I will be calling. All those in favor? And those opposed? That is defeated. And I think, well, I guess we can continue continue with suggestions around this information item, or this agenda item, sorry.
I would make a motion. I like Jenny's idea, but I would like to give the oil company a little bit of a break. I would like to do the 2 and 4.5% for the machinery and equipment, just because you're absolutely right. They use our infrastructure way more than the farmers do. They're out there, and so they should, because they pay for 90% of our tax base, and we need to support them, and I think we are. And so as Mrs. Serhan said, we're being probably more than fair to them. So I think I would like to see a 2 to 4.5% in my motion.
Okay, so that was in the form of a motion?
Yes.
Okay, so 4.5 to non-residential and 2 to residential and farmland. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, discussion relating to that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Does that then also cover, like, that's non-residential and then M&E as well? Like, because those two are the exact same in our rate, would that,
Yes.
that would cover them as well?
Yes, they have to be the same rate as non-residential.
Okay, and then just confirming with the math, would that equate to the required if it's at a 2 and a 4.5?
Yeah, let me just.
Bigger tax credit.
So it's still slightly more than, so it's 5,212,000 over budget.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion? The comment I would have is much like the comment I had before. We are highly reliant on the oil and gas industry for our revenue. This makes us even more reliant on them. This changes that. We're not we're certainly not weaning our community off the benefit of having a strong oil and gas industry or non-residential tax base. And my concern always is that the province will access that fund, leaving us where? Nothing but increasing residential rates. And anyway, that's just my 2 cents worth and probably why I won't be supporting this. Councillor Northcott.
Okay, so with, yeah, inflation is very high. Everybody's very aware of that. With rising interest rates and stuff, in the event that there is deflation, so rather than always inflation, but if there's deflation, slowing economy, that would negatively, you'll have less collection of tax revenue in the event of deflation. Property assessments would go down and you would have less percentage to calculate for taxes. In that situation, what would be the, like to remedy, less revenue at that time if there was deflation, what tool would be used then?
Well, hopefully, there's always a decrease in the assessment of industrial property because the formula for the industrial property is different than residential or farm, or and again separate from farm also. Whereas there is an amortization is part of the formula. So there's always a decrease in the current assessed properties. The only time that we see an increase to the non-residential assessment would be, or the DIP assessment, not necessarily non-residential, but the DIP would be if there is actual new properties or growth in that area. Because a pipeline that's assessed this year would have a lower assessment next year. And then with deflation, you would have a lower assessment on market value based properties also. And with deflation, you would have lower costs, presumably. So hopefully some of that would net itself, and if not, then I would imagine we would come to council with options as far as utilizing one of the restricted surplus accounts, such as the Revenue Stabilization Fund, and then moving forward, we would have to, council would have to make decisions based on service levels and future capital projects and decide where the tax rates could be set and what priorities they wanted to move forward on.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I think I'll still support just a little bit less spending.
Councillor Graham.
I've already said it, but I'll just say it again. I do not support the change in the ratio, therefore I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay. Any additional comments, questions? Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, anytime we have a bigger spread, for me, it just causes a lot more confusion. And so the narrower that gap is, the easier it is for all involved. So had that been even a flat rate of, I'll say 3.5%, I think a flat rate goes over a lot better with explanation to not only our residents, but also to our industry partners in all this. But in regards to the outcomes with all that's been happening, I won't support this because I feel we won't meet the needs of going into the future for all the capital projects involved.
And actually, I'll just comment too, much of those future capital projects that have been budgeted out there benefit the entire community, not just the oil and gas industry. So that's why I don't see why there should be any shift one way or the other on that ratio. So that's just another comment. Again, any further comments, questions? We have a motion before us. It's up on the board. All clarity on what's there? All those in favor then? And those opposed? That's defeated again. So we're gonna get the right ratio here. Eventually, we're just gonna have to keep trying. So let's have another suggestion. If anybody is willing to put a suggestion forward. Councillor Swanson.
Well, I'm gonna try another flat rate, so I'm gonna say 3% across the board. That there's not a split between residential or non-residential, 3% across the board as a flat rate.
Okay, that's a motion. Now discussion on that motion. So 3% straight across the board. And maybe my first question, Ms. Serhan, where does that put us as far as a revenue then? I can probably do the math in my head, but I'll have you tell us where we'd be at with that.
That would put us at $4.5 million over budget, and so $6 million over 2022's budget.
Okay, discussion on those numbers. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. My understanding is that having split rates is more common than not. Am I mistaken?
Split rates is common. Clearwater County does have split rates between res and non-res. So adding 4% to each of those rates would still keep them different. And the rate would go up more for industry as far as a value, a dollar value,
Yes.
because 4% of a larger number is a larger number than 4% of a lower number that is the residential rate would be a lower dollar value.
Okay, yeah, I was just
In
trying to
comparison.
understand the benefit of having the rate increases equal.
It's to keep the split at 3-to-1 or less.
So
Thank you.
just so for clarity for me more than anything, this is an increase to our existing tax rates that we're
Yes.
suggesting. This is not a
No.
new anything.
No.
We maintain the ratio that we have currently, which I think was it 3-to-1?
3-to-1.
3-to-1, so 3-to-1.
So that means non-res pays 3 times the amount, or their tax rate is 3 times the amount of the resident's tax rate.
And, yeah, no, that works for me. Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. If I may, Councillor Ratcliffe, I was just gonna take another stab at your question. The benefit we've always seen is in the consistency when we're out there dealing with the oil companies themselves. What we hear from them is they know they pay the lion's share, but a farmer is exempt from a road use permit and they have to apply and obtain one, and even right down to the point of bonds. So the verbiage we get is you nail us with a double-edged sword. We pay the lion's share and we have to put up securities when we do need to use your infrastructure. So a lot of this actually gives us that ability to go out, that it's equitable. There is a split rate, but we're well below legislation, and that gives some support. A person can discuss that and debate that all day because that's a philosophy. But I just wanted to explain past philosophy to try and address your question.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. About a year ago, when I asked, I believe it was Director Magnus at the time, we were discussing aggregate levy, and I brought up road bonds as a question in the day and was told Clearwater County does not issue road bonds. So that is what he stated at that time. Is that not the case?
Either Mr. Hanson or Mr. Emmons, whoever would like to take that one.
It's not a common practice and we don't do it because we have agreements. Not to say we have not. I know of a road to the north that we actually required the oil company to put up security. But it is not a common practice because we do have road use agreements. If they start beating up the road, we'll either shut them down and we'll go back on them. But I do know we have required that.
And Mr. Hanson, your light's on if you wanted to.
No, I've been kind of sitting on this, enjoying the conversation, and I can certainly can appreciate the debate from a public works perspective. I guess I'm going to try to articulate the best I can in regards to what we see on our road infrastructure and from our budgeting process, and to support the programs that council sets out. What comes to mind is, of course, the O'Cheese Road. That's an $8 million investment that council just increased to. There's not a single farm or resident up in that area, but it's the highest priority, primarily due to industry. We do have our partners to the north as well, but the 500 vehicles a day are 25% trucks. That's an industry-driven priority. So that's a huge expense. I look at another example of a large expenditure we just did was the Spate Road. Wasn't the farm and residential traffic that created the need to pave that road. That's an industry-driven priority, and these are big costs. Like you look at the entire tax burden on the O'Cheese Road, we're talking about 1/3. That's a $24 million job. So that other portion is gonna have to come from our taxes provincially, right? So when we look at, paving our roads, our gravel road rehab, it isn't the residential and the farm traffic that beats up a road. We can basically chase fracks around or rig moves, and that'll set our priorities for road reconstruction for the next year. Like I said, I don't want to diminish the relationship with our industry. They're great, and they provide a lion's share of the funding for us to provide all these wonderful services between the public services buildings and everything. But we're not building arenas and things like that. We're investing heavily in our road infrastructure as a result of the use that is taken from industry. We've had record road use permits for the last 2 years. And we're investing that money back in through paving and through reconstruction, asphalt overlay. So, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you. That was very helpful and absolutely solidified my decision that we need to look at the ratio between residential and non-residential.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I think Councillor Cermak established that we are treating industry better than most here already. And I don't see a big merit in having a flat increase across the board. That I'm still in favor of industry rate being higher.
Councillor Swanson.
I'm open to amendments.
Councillor Graham.
I personally think that industry treats us pretty well too, and we get to live a fairly luxurious life thanks to industry. That's why I would like to stick with a flat rate.
I guess the comment I would make here, and council is a political being. You probably talk to ratepayers, and none of them are terribly excited about tax increases. But they do want to have good roads, they want to have good services. And when the oil and gas industry is doing well, the sentiment there is make them pay. And that's what we've been doing, that's what we are doing. And so we're basically saying here that we want the oil and gas industry to pay even more than 90%. That's a tough one for me. I can see an increase, because if we can do an equitable increase to those industries that we're already, there's already an inequity. We're drawing far more of our tax dollars from that one, or those group of industries. So I'm supportive of an equitable rate, and I'm not going to be supportive of a split rate, because I think we've already defined that split rate, and what I'm hearing is you want to make that rate even less equitable. Anyway, that's where I'm at still. Further discussion on what's before us, or amendments, or we try again and see if this is the right number. Sorry, Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, I just might add to Director Hansen's comments. And although that Director Hansen does spend a lot of Clearwater County's budget, I'll just. I might just add a little bit of a different perspective. So at 3%, residential and farm together would be $5.4 million. And if you looked at what Clearwater County spends on their fire services, their culture budget, their ag and community budget, it would be more than what we collect for residential and farm taxes. So although industry does pay or use a lot of our infrastructure, they still aren't paying only for their use. They are paying for the community programs and services and infrastructure that is required to provide the services to all of the ratepayers of Clearwater County.
Further discussion or amendment? I'll just say one thing. I do from time to time have time to look out my front room window and at a county road there, and I notice tractors going down that road. I notice farm trucks going down that road. I notice lots of pickup trucks, lots of cars, minivans, SUVs, and occasionally an oil truck or an oil-based industry truck goes by. So I know there is a mixed use of those roads, but that road is 90% paid for by that industry. So I'm not unaware of who butters the bread in this community. But anyway, we have a motion before us, and that is a 3%. Oh, sorry, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. When was the ratio set? When was that discussion? Like how many years ago, if you had to guess?
Yes, sir.
That ratio has been talked about as long as I've been working at Clearwater County. So.
And it's been a 3-to-1 the whole time?
3-to-1 the whole time, yeah. They've been trying to, when I first started, they were trying to be well under that. And as time has progressed, being at it was okay.
Thank you.
And I think, I'll just say, in my experience, when times were tight and with more difficulty balancing the budget, we looked at that ratio before. And that was the quickest and easiest way to, the most painless way to increase the amount of revenue we bring in. And I think it was decided that it wouldn't go too much above that mark where we're at right now. Because again, that does bring down the focus and lens of those other decision makers within the province as well, whether it's municipalities or whether it's the provincial government. Okay, we have a motion before us, and I shall call it if there's no amendments or to it. So, Councillor Cermak, just under the wire.
It's not an amendment or anything to this motion. I just need to clarify one thing in my pea-sized brain. 3/4 of our county is green space, right? And about 25% is farm and ag area? Is that about right? 70-30? So our farmers don't use that 70% of Greenland. Oil companies certainly do. And we certainly know the influx of tourism that used the heck out of that West Country. I'm not sure if our farmers need to pay for that. I agree they need to pay for what they use, but that's 75% of our county that we don't run anything out there on. Sure, there's a few grazers that use our green space. There might be, I think, maybe about 6,000 animals out there at a good year in our green area. Not very much of that 75% of our county is used by farmers. And I agree, they need to pay for it out there too. But the oil companies that use the most of it out there, and we gotta supply them with good roads out there because that's what good neighbors do. Just a thought.
Councillor Swanson.
I agree that the industry uses the 75% of the green space, but I also have not driven any of our ag land where there hasn't been industry there, sitting there as well. So industry uses our roads as well, and especially in my division, they use them a lot. So, you know, and to the benefit of our residents, you know, to have them out there. So, we're making a decision based on the whole county. We can't, if we want to divide it all up, well, then are we going to say one, I mean, we could divide this into divisions. Is one division using roads more than another, right? I don't want to go down there. That's why we're, you know, mixing up, you know, different caffeinated drinks, you know, Coke, tea, coffee. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all caffeine. So why aren't we, it's a great discussion. I like the ratio. Thank you for the background. But if anything that that we've all experienced the last 2.5 years is that everything is changing, and people want consistency right now. They want some stability. So, but we know that going zero is not the answer. We did zero in the past to help people over those 2.5 years of hard times. But now it's time to get back to thinking ahead, thinking the future. We've all identified last week and over our 2 strat days of different capital projects that we'd all like to see, an ag field house, an administration building, you know, going on and on. Well, we're not going to tax our residents and industry in the year that we want to do it or the year before we want to do it. It's a slow build, like everything. So thank you for the discussion of green, but industry's all over our county.
Go ahead.
I agree 100% with you, but that's why I love the 1-to-3 ratio.
Yeah, as is.
2-to-5, 2 to 4.5. Love it.
So, yeah, I think what I'm hearing around the table is we all anticipate, we can't buck reality. We need to have an increase in order to match what we need here. We're really kind of saying, is there a way we can still cushion our residential taxpayers and shift more onto industry? But that's sending a message. That's sending a message, and that will impact where we, you know, the ability to attract more of that industry, which is our major. So, I mean, this is a council decision. Sorry? Sure, let's read, I'll read the motion again, or I think, are we clear on what the motion is right now? It's 3% flat tax rate increase. Okay, no adjustment of the ratio, just 3%. Okay, no further discussion. All those in favor? Okay, and those opposed? That would be defeated.
Can we make a motion to go for dinner?
Well, I don't know if dinner's here. It is here? Well, we'll take a recess then for lunch, and we'll meet back here at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We continue on with item 6.2, which is tax rate bylaw. And we've had a number of numbers come up, and we haven't found the perfect number yet. So let's continue the discussion, and I'd look for what those perfect numbers might be. Can I suggest something? No, I mean, ultimately, yeah, I mean, I think we've indicated that we believe there needs to be an increase to match our asset management plan and the budget going onward. Just what and how we do that is what the discussion of the moment is. So. Councillor Cermak is going to try again.
I would like to keep the ratio 3 to 1, if possible. At least 3 to 1.
Okay, so that, we're probably not actually deciding the ratio except kind of in a circle way by saying
Yep.
one.
To keep the ratio at 3 to 1, it requires an across-the-board percentage increase.
Okay, so that would be one fixed rate.
One fixed rate, yeah. And maybe I'll just take this opportunity to remind council that to keep the May 19th mail date, since the original bylaw didn't pass first reading, there will be a requirement to have 3 readings at the next meeting.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
If Councillor Cermak wants to stay at the 3 to 1 ratio, maybe I'll suggest 3.5% straight across the board. We can try that.
Okay.
Do you want me to read the whole motion? Or is that? Yeah, that would just be 3.5.
Just change that 3% to 3 point, oh yeah, okay.
So the council directs administration to draft a tax rate bylaw for 2023 for the purpose of authorizing rates of taxation to be levied against accessible properties at a 3.5% tax rate increase for all properties as shown on the assessment roll of Clearwater County.
Okay.
I make that motion.
Sounds clear. Thank you very much for that motion. Comments, questions? Councillor Cermak.
I made a mistake when I said 3 to 1. I was referring to the tax that we're going to put on this year. Keep it as a 3 to 1. So it was 2, then it would be an increase to the oil, or to machinery and equipment at 6. That would be a 3 to 1, right?
I'm not actually convinced that we've got a full understanding of what the 3 to 1 means. So we have several classes of properties,
Yep,
but
4.
our major ones are non-residential and
Res and farm.
residential. And so right now we have a ratio of $3 from
Oil field, non-res,
non-residential and $1 from
residential.
if you looked at it that way.
Yep.
And you want to keep that ratio the same, but we're going to have an overall increase in the tax rate. So in order to keep that ratio the same, you can only have a single increase. We can't increase one property classification without increasing the other.
Okay, the way I see it, the way that I would like to see it is you have a 2% increase for residential and non-residential.
Okay.
And 4.5%, 5 or 6% for machinery and equipment. Now that's going to change the ratio from 3.2 or 3.3 to 1. Because I'm not looking at what the tax rate was before. I'm looking at just the tax rate for this year. Increase.
You want to increase the, so just first thing, non-res and machinery and equipment have to be the same rate. They can't be different. It's legislated.
Yeah, machine and equipment would.
And
be the-
non-res
And non-res?
have to be the same.
Okay.
Okay. And you want to increase those assessment classes 3 times more than the rest.
Or about the same. I recommended the 2 to 4.5. It got voted down. Would that give it a closer to a 3 to 1 tax increase this year?
Well, the tax rate increase, we've never had a philosophy, or council's never had a philosophy about how much the tax rate ratio increase should be, only the overall ratio. So what it ends up being in the end. So in the end, after the increase, is the industry still paying $3 to every dollar that res and farmland pay? Or are they paying $2.50 for every dollar, or are they paying $3.50 for every dollar? That's the philosophy that council has discussed in these chambers before, not the rate increase ratio. There's never been a philosophy about how much more we're gonna increase industry than we are going to increase res and farmland.
I'm a slow learner.
Well, I want to make sure we take the time so you understand what we're fully, like, I'm not 100% convinced that we've got a full understanding of what the terminology or the things we're using. So
Yeah.
maybe that'll come out we want to make sure you're comfortable with what we're actually proposing. So at the end result is that we have increased tax revenue from these increases, and it will come from some increase to non-residential, and it'll come from some increase from residential tax, and of course that ties in with farmland. There'll be some increase with farmland as well, but we make sure that we can either do that at one increase to farmland or one increase to anyway. I'm sorry.
Maybe I'll just have a little bit of an analogy.
Sure.
So if one barber charges $10 for a haircut, and the other barber charges $20 for a haircut, if they both increase 4%, the one barber's gonna only increase by 20 cents and the other one's gonna increase by 40 cents. Yeah. So even though the rate increase is the same, they're still charging more overall. The value of the dollars that they're gonna charge is more.
Yep, I see where you're coming from. I just don't want to tax the farmland and the residents more than 2%. But I would like to have the machinery and equipment and non-resident small business increase more.
Okay.
Like my motion said, 2 to 4.5%.
Okay. So right now.
And I do understand it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Right now, we have a motion for a 3% uniform increase to all classifications. And I saw another light, so. Any further discussion on the motion before us? So this is for a 3.5%. Okay, so I will call this question, is this the right number? All those in favor? And those opposed? And that is defeated. So what is that right number? Got to pick one or two. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. It seems as though the main point of contention is whether we have the same increase across the board, or if we have a different rate of increase for industry.
Okay, I hear that, and I mean, again, I'll say it before, we're political beings. The interesting thing you could do is give a 0% rate to residential and hit industry with the whole thing. You can do that. That's not fair either? Okay. Well, I mean, that's, or if you want to go the thing, you could even give a reduced rate to residential taxes, if we believe that's important, and hit industry with the whole thing. I mean, we've always tried to balance that very good, or very carefully, because industry is such an important contributor to the things we do in the county here for our community, and that support is recognized in that the industry is what really makes it possible to do many of the things we do here. Anyway, Councillor Graham.
I have a question that just came up in my brain. If, let's say we're doing a 2% for residential and 6% for industry, what's the difference between doing 0% for residential and 4% for industry then? Other than we'd make more money, but it's the same split. Just a thought.
There is a difference in revenue.
Yeah, the revenue is different.
For sure. And I would say, because that non-residential, that is contributing a lion's share. So a small increase there will bring in much more tax revenue than us. You know, we could, I'd hate to suggest this, but we could tax farmland, or we could tax residential property, but we'd have to put huge increases in there to bring that actual. We don't work on percentages, we work on dollars and cents in our budget. Mm-hmm. We don't work on a percentage. So we need those dollars in order to fund those long-term budget items, and percentage doesn't get you there, but it does bring the dollars in. Deputy Reeve Melha?
Thank you, Reeve. Last week I brought up farmland versus recreational land, and how, and we talked about the zoning, et cetera, and we've been through how it doesn't make sense to change the zoning, and it goes by use. So now, based on what we have here for the options, I don't understand how those two are separated, because the only option on bare land is farmland. What is the other like, there isn't another option to go with, because we were told that they are taxed as if they are recreational properties, even if they're not zoned or even if they haven't gone through the land zoning amendment. So last week I was told, yes, they are taxed as if they're recreational properties, but I don't see that as even an option on here. Farmland is the only bare land option. So now I just don't understand from our conversation from last week, but our manager for assessment is not
That's
here.
okay, I can speak to that.
Okay.
Bare land is taxed at different rates depending on its use. So if it's being used for industry, it's taxed at the non-res rate. If it's being used for recreation, it's taxed at the residential rate.
Residential rate.
Okay. If it's being used for farmland, then it's being taxed at the farmland rate.
So an entire quarter section, if it was to be, it wasn't farmed, it's blank, it's bare, that entire quarter section is being taxed residential? Every single acre?
At market value. It doesn't get assessed at the farmland value anymore. It's assessed at the market value.
Mr. Emmons has a comment?
Thank you, Bylaw. So to build on what Ms. Cernan's talking about, when we're talking about taxation and taxation department, Deputy Melhoff, it's not about zoning, it's about usage.
Yes.
So if you have a full quarter section and that individual bought it and is recreating, that quarter section would be viewed as a recreation quarter section, not a residential. That's your farms, that's your yard site, that's an entirely different taxation base. So assessment looks at usage more than zoning. If it was done appropriately, I will use that word, that quarter section would be rezoned to that designation, because that's the use. But you can't keep up on that level of usage, because one individual will recreate, that individual might sell it, the next person will put a few cows out there and actually pasture that quarter.
Yes, and I absolutely understand that was last week, that absolutely makes sense, because it can be pastured a week later or a year later, whatever. It is the fact that there isn't that even on here. There, farmland is the only blank land rating, like, that can be chosen with this list anyway. So then I don't know how it works.
Only the 4 classes, according to the MGA, that land can be classified. Well, land can be, well, 3 actually. There's only 4 classes within the MGA: residential, non-residential, farmland, machinery and equipment. We know that machinery and equipment only applies to the oil and gas industry. So the other 3 can be, out of the other 3, farmland land is regulated.
Yes.
So the only ones that are not regulated and are at market value are residential and non-residential. So if there's a farmland parcel out there, say a vacant quarter section, and it's being farmed, then it's being taxed at the regulated rate. So that's the benefit that the government has put in place to help farmers.
Yes.
As soon as that quarter section is no longer being farmed, and by being farmed, what I mean is it has to meet the definition of farming according to the MGA. Now, people having a few personal horses and grazing them is not considered farming. That might be called hobby farming. Again, when you talk about hobby farming, that is something that applies to the federal government, the way Revenue Canada looks at different classes of farmers. Like, they have a different system and a different purpose to classify farming. But for assessment purposes in Alberta, you're either farming by meeting that definition of farming, or you're not. And as soon as you're not, then it goes to market value. And so then it depends on where it is, how it's being used, and of course, we've seen an uptick in the values of those vacant quarters, especially when people are coming from the city and they're only using that land for recreation purposes, say on the weekends kind of thing. And then they may put a cottage on or a cabin or something like that. And then once they start making improvements, then we're adding all those improvements also. I've seen recently, I just flipped a quarter section right on Highway 12 that is appearing on Airbnb as a total recreation property. It's got a pond, it's got a cabin, it's got ATV trails, and the owner is advertising it as such. So this will be the first year that they'll be taxed at market. The problem is there's so many parcels out there with various uses, and I have myself and one other assessor to review all this land. And so it's kind of it takes time for us to address each and every parcel. There are parcels, I've been here 5 years now, there have been parcels I still haven't been able to either visit or speak with the owner in regards to what they're doing. Like, we're always in the process of verifying whether people are farming or not. That's one of my objectives here, is to, like you say, not have owners receive the benefit of the farmland assessment without actually farming, because that hurts everybody when they're not paying the market value that they should be paying. If they're, and I don't raise the bar high as far as meeting that definition of farming. It could be as simple as, like, that we have a lot of farmers that are aging in place. They don't have family members there to take over the family farm. And so they're forced, they're not physically able to do that. So they may get a neighbor, or may they get a friend to graze their cattle on their land or help put the crops in. So as long as they're meeting that, as long as someone is doing the farming, even if the owner is not able to, that still meets the definition as far as I'm concerned. So I certainly want to help everybody that is farming, but there are the act and the regulations are in place for us to address things as I find them. And like I say, that's my ongoing goal, and I do it every year. Our inspection, we're out there from May to September on the road as much as possible, as much as weather permits, and we're addressing these. And I'm planning this year, because it takes so much time to actually get out and travel, I'm going to be doing a mail out. And I'm gonna be sending out a request for information from the owners, just to give me some details on if they're farming or not. So that way, that'll help me enhance the number of properties I'm able to address annually.
Is there an opportunity for us to help you with that? I know when the small business thing came into effect, you had a lot of small businesses self-select and come forward and ensure that they were meeting the targets, and they came forward and ensured that they were in your system. Is there an opportunity for us to help you with this very thing?
Well, within my budget, I'm able to maybe hire another assessor, like obviously more boots on the ground, more people that can help out. Like right now, I'm down to, like I say, one other assessor, and I have one administration technician in the office. So we're a department of 3, including myself. So that's a pretty slim unit for looking after the entire county. But I do have, I am in talks with Mr. Hagan in regards to getting ourselves staffed up. Like I'm not the only department that's struggling with staffing. We have multiple departments that are short-staffed at this point, and it's just a function of the times. You know, it's hard to find people, and timing is everything when we're looking for these people. So we are working to, you know, I am doing the best I can, and I hopefully in the future, you know, once we have some more staff, we'll be able to address it even more. But I appreciate your comments there.
Thank you.
Ms. Sirhan, please.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple of the comments. So there's 2 pieces of information that's required for the formula. So the first one is the value of the property. So if they're actively farming, then the assessed value is regulated by the province. If they're not, then the assessed value goes to market value. And then the rate goes by what they're using it for. So if they're using it for residential or recreation, that's one rate. If they're using it for industrial or non-residential, it's a different rate. And of course, if they're using it for farming, it's a different rate, but then they're regulated in the amount that they're assessed for the value of that property. They're no longer assessed at market value for that property.
So many layers.
So many.
Almost sounds like it could be complex.
It's like it's complex.
Yeah. But we have something a little less complex. We just got to pick the perfect number. Councillor Swanson, please.
So what I've heard from this council, or some of the councillors, that they would like to see a residential rate at about 2.5%. And so in that really will only, that constitute at a residential rate at 2.5% of about $150,000. So that a very minimal stuff. And then in regards to the rest of the non-res and the M&E, they would like to see that at a higher rate of maybe 5%. So, which would be about 2.3 million in that case or more, just from my notes writing down. So I struggle, because I agree with Reeve Lougheed in all this, is that the industry has carried this county for so long. How are we, when the bad times come, because we know they're coming, and because we have some very large urbans that want to get a hold of that industry taxes, and it's coming faster than we know. How do we get the industry to fight back on that, on our behalf, if we keep taxing and making them paying the line share? That's where I'm at. I mean, this is a relationship, this is a little bit of a collaboration, so that's why I'm in favor of a flat tax, just 3% or 4% or 3.5%, because it's easier for me to justify, hey, I'm paying 3, industry's paying 3, or in that sense. But if I'm only paying 2 and they're paying 4 or higher, that, to me, at the end of the day, it's, this is 1 year. This, I mean, doesn't mean that we can't change it to next year. But going forward, with everything that's coming out, for me, it's the flat, but if it's, I'm interested in the other 4. If they don't want a flat tax, what is that right middle ground? That's where I'm looking for. I'm looking for the middle ground with this council.
I think Councillor Ratcliffe was first.
Unfortunately, I don't think this comment is going to solve anything.
Okay. And we
I
do have
think-
a 1:30, so.
Yes, I think industry knows that if the urbans get control of that, it'll be 5-1. For them, so, yeah, we are at great risk for the obvious reduction in industry's infrastructure that can be taxed.
And I did briefly see a flash of light to my right, but Councillor Swanson?
I would be willing to table this item
Yeah,
as
I
we
think
have a
that-
delegation
I
at
think that
1:30.
might be best
So I
if we
make a
table
motion
it.
to
Let's
table
not rush
the
it,
item.
try to rush a decision here, because I think there's some good discussions to be had here, so.
Motion
We have
to
a motion
table?
motion to table, all those in favor? And that's carried.
Yay, look at us all make a decision.
Or motion to postpone indefinitely. Well, indefinitely means we can bring it back at any time. Huh? So we will be moving along to item 6.3, and that is joining in with the Metrix group for our draft 22 financial statements and auditors report. So that will be the next thing on the agenda as we work through getting our virtual attendance up. Maybe I should mention we probably need a motion for virtual attendance, so we can check that one off the list first. I think I saw Councillor Graham's hand first. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Maybe we need to do more practice.
Good afternoon, Phil.
Hi, I can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi,
You're
Phil.
on.
Welcome. We're in council session. We were just dealing with one item on the agenda. Thanks for your patience while we worked that one as far as we could. Maybe I'll just start with a round of introductions here. If it's just you, Phil, today, or are you joined by any other team members?
No, you just stuck with me.
Okay, super. We'll have just a quick round of introductions, and I'll go to Division 2 first, please.
Good afternoon, Phil. Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good afternoon, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good afternoon, Jenny Malhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Hi, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good afternoon, Phil. Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Hi, Phil. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good afternoon, Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good afternoon, Phil. Rick Emmons, CAO.
Well, Phil, that's our room here. I'm not sure if I'm going to turn it across to you first or go to Ms. Sirhan for a brief introduction, and then we'll move forward.
Sure, so maybe I'll just describe kind of the process through the year a little bit. So staff accumulate all the transactions that happen within the financial statements for the year, and staff is responsible for the financial statements, and then Metrix's team comes in and audits them for us. So, and just to note that we're here in this last meeting in April, so we will make the deadline to file our financial statements and financial information return prior to the May 1st deadline. So I'll just walk through kind of what's in the financial statements just briefly, and then Phil will describe a little bit more about the financial statements and any anomalies he saw throughout the year, and also the audit process. So we're pleased to present the 2022 financial statements for review and approval. The first statement is the statement of financial position. So this is a statement that shows the health of the organization accumulated from the inception of the organization to the date of December 31st, 2022. This is how much equity or value is held in the organization. It's a bit different than a private organization, and we'll explain that a little bit later on in this statement. Something else to note is that these numbers grow and change every year with the annual transactions, but the numbers are built on from previous years and grow from year to year, fiscal year to fiscal year. The first section is the financial assets. These are the assets that are financial in nature, so are either cash or be planned to turn into cash in the near future. The numbers in this section show that cash or cash equivalents have dropped slightly, while the longer term investments have grown. Land held for resale has grown with development in Nordegg still continuing to happen. However, accounts receivable has dropped. This is due mainly to the collecting most of the property tax that's been outstanding at the end of the previous year. Overall, the financial assets have dropped by just under $3 million. Hopefully that's still accurate with the changes we made since I wrote the agenda item. The second section is the value of the goods or services that remain unpaid by Clearwater County at December 31st, or the debts or liabilities held by the county as of this date. Most of these are normal payables that happen for municipalities as 1 year closes and the next year opens, along with some revenue that the county has received, but it is held until criteria are met to recognize as current revenue. The long-term debt held that decreases every year with payments, and the landfill closure and post-closure costs. The audit team will likely talk about how the landfill costs are calculated and the choices that were made to normalize the calculation of this value. Net financial assets are what the county has in financial assets if it took all of its cash or close to cash assets and paid all of its liabilities or debt. The net non-financial assets are things that are held in goods or that the county does not plan on exchanging them for cash. They plan on using them. Tangible capital assets is the largest portion of this subset of non-financial assets. These are the assets that the value of which decreases every year due to using these assets, and they will eventually have a value of 0 and need to be replaced. Some of these are close to the end of their useful life, and some of them were new this year. This is the net amount of the value of the assets. That is the total cost of the asset minus the value of the asset that's been used up to the end of December 31st, 2022. The total accumulated surplus or equity has grown by about $4 million. This is due to the growth of the value of the assets by $10 million and a corresponding decrease in the financial assets of around $6 million. So the consolidated of statements and accumulated surplus or equity is the next statement, and this statement also shows how the annual transactions affect the accumulated surplus or equity. So I'm just going to stop there for a second and see if anyone has questions regarding the statement of financial position.
Any questions? Don't see any.
Okay, so again, sorry, we're moving on to the statement of operations. So starting with the revenue, the tax revenue being the first line item, there's usually a shortfall between what is budgeted and what is actually levied by the end of the year, because what we levy is affected by any adjustments to assessment that are made throughout the year. And people don't normally tell us when they've added things to their property, but they sure tell us when we're not right about having the value too high. So that's why when the assessment department gets a complaint or something, then they'll go out and reassess the property and just make an adjustment to the assessment, and so the assessment will drop, therefore tax revenue drops. The fees and sale of goods is mostly the lot sales, and 2022 is another huge growth year for Nordegg. The county enjoyed the benefit of a bit higher interest rate with its investments and an operating grant that wasn't budgeted for. Higher than normal rental income won't occur again in 2023, as this was an 18-month term rental of some of the lots that has driven up that income that ended in 2022. The expenses in administration are down from budget due to the tax revenue collection. So there was a budget for tax revenue allowance or write-offs. Well, we don't actually write it off, we just book an allowance and then still continue to try to collect those taxes, but that hits our statement of operations as an expense. And we didn't need to have an allowance booked. In fact, I think we recognized some revenue that we had already booked an allowance for. The only department over budget is waste management, and it's due to the liability recognition that happened in 2022, which again, Phil will speak to. Amortization is increasing every year with the addition of tangible capital assets, and this budget amount will need to be moved up in the next budget review. Even though this is an important item and financial indicator, it is a non-cash item and therefore currently doesn't affect the tax rates required to fund operations. So is there any specific questions regarding the statement of operations?
Not seeing any at this time.
Okay, I'm not going to go through any of the other statements with the exception, again, of that note for the accumulated surplus and restricted surplus so that Phil knows the adjustment that was made in the previous item. So that's notes 11 and 12 on page 24 of 30. The unrestricted surplus would move down 500,000 and the resource roads infrastructure restricted surplus would increase to $8 million. And also there was a listing of what the names of the restricted surplus accounts will be changing to. So there was a motion indicating that those name changes were approved. Then I'll just turn it over to Phil to talk about the audit and how the audit team spent their time.
All right, well, thank you, Laura.
Yeah.
Would I be able to share my screen? Oh, we're already there. Okay. How's that? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, good afternoon. Thanks, Rhonda, for those comments. My name is Councillor Reports, and I'm happy to be here to say a few words about the audit, maybe a couple words on the financial statements, but overall, Rhonda described things pretty well, but answer any questions you might have, and kind of, like Rhonda said, tell you what we're doing. So, just as a summary, audit went very well. So you might remember last year, I think I visited with you in October, so we're way ahead of the game here. The county remains in good financial shape. You know, Rhonda had mentioned, I think she had mentioned that the net financial assets, the county's net financial assets were about $99 million. So, you know, still in great shape as far as that goes. It's almost 2.5 years of operating expenses without amortization. So, definitely still in a good financial position. Thanks to the accounting staff for making success. So really appreciate that. So, just before I kind of say a few things about the various accounts and so on, just a word about our audit report and you know what we're hired to do. So, you know, in basic English, we're hired to look at the books and make sure that they're reasonably accurate. So that what management's telling you, reporting to you all year, you know, we're going to state the opinion on that. So really what we're looking for when we're doing our audit work is kind of summarized down here under audit responsibilities. So, and I don't make these rules just so we know we are required to follow what's referred to as Canadian auditing standards. So that's an arduous set of guidelines, rules, and regulations that auditors in Canada have to follow. So those rules state that the auditor will seek reasonable assurance financial statements are not materially misstated. So, what's reasonable assurance? It's a high level of assurance, but not necessarily a guarantee. Certain things in the financial statement are more persuasive and conclusive, like the landfill liability, and I'll talk a bit more about that in a second here, and various other items can involve judgment, and so on. But thankfully, municipal statements for the most part are fairly straightforward. So at the end of the day, in our opinion paragraph in the auditor's report, was stated that the financial statements are in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So those are the standards or the financial reporting framework that municipalities, hospitals, school boards, those types of entities use in doing their financial reporting. But again, the auditor's report is a standard report. If you looked at, town of Rocky Mountain House or other municipalities, if it doesn't look very similar, it's something wrong. So overall, looked last year, really the only thing that changed there is the date. So clean opinion, standard report. So just maybe a couple comments on things that kind of keep us up at night, I guess. Maybe you can look at it that way. So cash in itself isn't going to really keep too many auditors at night unless it's cash in the vault somewhere, but it's all cash in the bank. But receivable will, give some people gray hair now and then. So really what we're looking for is to make sure that the amounts that the county says it's going to receive are actually coming to fruition. So best evidence we can get in that light is to see the money coming in after the end of the year. So that's what we would prefer to see. Beyond that, if we can't see that, we want to see grant agreements, some kind of supporting documentation that says this is a valid receivable. So we didn't have any problem with receivables. The county does have a small allowance, not that big anymore, for some uncollectible amounts. It was about $600,000 at the end of the year. So like Ron said, that's not necessarily that you've given up on those, but where you like to see an allowance is when the payment hasn't been forthcoming or there's some uncertainty involved. So, other than that, Ron mentioned that the receivables were down quite a bit. So what we're seeing with many of our rural or counties or MDs is the oil companies that were maybe being a little tardy in recent years are starting to pay their bills. So some of these allowances that got set up, 2, 3, 4 years ago are being reversed now that these companies are paying their bills. So overall, pretty standard things in receivables and no issue really as far as we can tell there. Another area where usually auditors spend quite a bit of time would be on inventory. So inventory is an important number. Thing that's a little bit uncertain with the counties and so on is gravel. So we can't go out and count all we could, I guess, but we're not going to go out and count all those grains, sand and gravel. So counties are using GPS technology to have these piles measured. So again, not precise, not like there's 20 cars in a lot somewhere, but it's a lot better than we could come up with, even walking off, doing some math and so on. So there's ground inventory, measurement, key issue there. Land held for resale also included in inventory. That's an important item. So what we're concerned about there is that you're going to be able to recover the costs that have gone into those developments in Nordic primarily. So for a while there, the sales were a little slow a few years back, but in recent history, the sales are going well, so it's great. So overall, we didn't have any concerns there as far as valuation goes, because we're seeing those properties get sold. So just so you know, if you had land that was not selling, maybe it was for whatever reason, there was something wrong with it, and you paid $1 million, nobody was buying, and make somebody offer you $100,000, you might have to consider a write down. That's what I'm talking about. We would carry those items at the lower of what the county paid for them versus what they're worth at the end of the year. So other than that, purchases payables, not really anything earth-shattering there, but it's usually a big number and there's a lot of activity, so we want to make sure there's a clean cutoff at the end of the year, so that the transactions that have gone in 2020 all got, or 2022 all got recorded in the correct year. So that's really what our primary focus is in that area.
time, it's well, not a little bit, but can spend more time, is in deferred revenue and government transfers. So this involves matching up the government transfers and fancy word for grants. So, you know, you may have a grant that was for a fridge file, so-and-so. Then we want to see that those costs got incurred when we recognize the grants. So basically matching up the grant with the year the money was spent, and any leftover gets recorded in deferred revenue. So county did have, sorry, just gonna check my notes here. We have about $3.9 million of deferred revenue, and most of that is again grant funding that's been received but hasn't been spent on those various projects that have been received for. So, you know, that's an area where not necessarily at the county, but other clients we see can find these mistakes, and we're always looking for mistakes. So, tangible capital assets. Rhonda mentioned that, you know, that's the biggest asset on the county book. So, what really causes a problem in that area? You know, sometimes clients report things that we don't think are assets. I think, you know, basically, counties the local governments started amortizing assets and paying a little more attention to these things in 2010. So I think we're coming a long way since then as far as people or clients knowing what an asset is and what it isn't. Just because we spend a lot of money doesn't automatically make it an asset. So sometimes there can be you know, discussions around those types of things. But most of the county's work is, you know, roads and so on. We don't have any issue with any of that. Taxes as well is a big number. It's not necessarily contentious in any way. You know, it's pretty straightforward. It's a bylaw, it's a tax rate. You do the math and more or less get as much to be on books. But it's a big number, so definitely have to spend some time in that area. The other item that's, you know, fairly significant, revenues and sales meter charges, which involves about half of that was land sales. So we're looking at various lots that were sold back in the previous, make sure those are reported correctly. I guess one thing I'll actually have touched on in a minute here about landfill obligation too. So overall, you know, that's kind of things that are, you know, more important to us, where we would spend more time. Doesn't mean we aren't looking at other areas. We definitely have things in cap, so it's not necessarily around prebates and those types of things, but not necessarily consumers. So you also, I think you would have a copy of our finding report in your agenda. So that's a letter from our office. That letter or communication is a requirement of Canadian auditing standards. So auditors are required to report back to council about various items. Just a preamble to that, we did provide you with an audit plan earlier in the year that discussed, you know, several matters, how we approach the audit, timing, those types of things. But I guess some of the things I just wanted to point out here that we did not find any significant control deficiencies, so that's a good thing. We are also required to comment on our clients' accounting policies, estimates, those types of things. You might wonder, well, why are estimates important? You know, these accounting standards, auditing standards, are made for every organization in Canada, not just municipalities. You know, they're designed terms of large public companies, and estimates in a large public company are a whole different ballgame than they are, you know, Clearwater County. Right? So these large companies will use estimates to bias things and so on to affect their stock price, those types of things. So we don't really have those types of concerns here, but we're definitely, you know, laying out here where we've had some estimating done. So I mentioned earlier the accounts. So there is some specific items in there, as well as kind of a general provision for some items that are longer, have been outstanding longer. So that's a reasonable approach. Landfill closure, post-closure. So that's a big one, $7 million. A lot goes into that, and that's based on a lot of assumptions and things that could happen years from now. Again, I don't make the rules. We have to follow the rules. So right now, the accounting standards say that you will, you know, provide an estimate for post-closure of the landfill. So that involves looking at today's costs, which you got, you know, an expert, and then inflating those out, discounting them back to today's dollars, looking at how long we think the wait landfills are going to be open, and so on. So many variables that go into that. We think that it's safe to say that accountants and consultants that help with those calculations
would be for erring on the side of caution. But anyways, there's a lot that goes into that. And, you know, I've heard from other clients too where, you know, we're talking about how much waste can we put into this thing? Oh, it's full. No, then we go pack it over. Now we've got more room. So these things go up and down. So there's a lot of things that need to be considered. But again, that's where we end up at the end of the year. None of the significant assumptions were changed there. You might wonder, should you be changing inflation? Borrowing rates were up a little bit. We're trying to go with long-term averages here. So those things were not tweaked too significantly. Ron mentioned that amortization is $22 million. Again, that just represents the cost of using the county's capital assets. So, you know, there's cost of driving on these roads and using equipment every year. That's supposed to be an estimate of what that costs every year to consume those assets. And I mentioned earlier, draft inventory was $5.5 million. Again, just to mention the factor there. So those are things that, you know, there's a little bit of uncertainty involved in those items. Corrected and uncorrected statements did most of the adjustments during the audit. That was quite a bit better than last year, I think. So kudos to the finance team there. And we did not have any significant uncorrected statements after those were posted. So you might wonder, well, why would there be uncorrected statements if you've done an audit? So, you know, there can be misstatements in any audit. Usually it's some. It's just a matter of how significant are they. And the auditors are required to keep the running total of what this amount to, and in this case, there definitely nothing that was significant. But you know, just keep that in mind. Again, if I go back to my public company, yes, you know, comment here. I remember when I was about 30 years ago working for KPMG. One of our clients was Chemical, I think it's Chemical, and there was some $3-4 million adjustments there that, you know, that wasn't big enough to matter. So it's all relative. Other than that, we did not have any significant difficulties during the audit. So significant work that comes right out of the auditing standards. I would say that, you know, we didn't have any difficulties. So appreciate the cooperation with staff up there. And, you know, it's always a a little bit hectic at the end of the year trying to get things finished up. So it's kind of like going to the dentist, I think, for most of our clients. But thanks to everybody for all their assistance. So we will also provide management letter with some of our observations, comments, and other things that are more operational in nature, and you'd be welcome to look at that when that's also been provided. So overall, again, I think, you know, audit went well, and this account is still in good financial position. And, you know, like Ron mentioned, there was a couple of reasons for revenue being a little bit more than budgeted, primarily, which made sense, you know, interest in land sales, so you don't want to count those, or be counting on those, but nice to get a little bit of a windfall. So overall, things look good, and I'll just maybe stop there and see if anybody has any questions.
Thanks, Phil. Any questions from council? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. My question with regards to the landfill, you said just over 7 million for landfill remediation, et cetera. So this will probably be more for Ms. Serhan, but so we have 3.5 in savings in order to build another cell. So should we be also including this 7 million that is projected for remediation as part of that 3.5, and therefore we're very underfunded if we were to remediate our landfill?
No, the good thing about booking that as a liability is that it takes that to account. So it takes it off of that net financial assets. It takes that liability off your cash. That's the first thing that comes off. So no, because it's booked as a liability, it's funded.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
The other thing, if I could just chime in there, is just a note. These landfill rules are going to change next year, so you probably will see a much higher number. There's something out there called asset retirement obligations. So again, the people that make these rules have rethought how things get reported. So just be on the be warned. There's going to be some changes to what's on the books here. You're going to actually have an asset and a liability for some unusual items, but just inside.
Any additional questions? Well, we would be ultimately looking for a motion to approve the audited financial statements as presented today. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. And just for clarification, that motion should also include mention of the adjustment to the financial statements resulting from the resolution that was passed this morning in terms of transferring $500,000 from unrestricted surplus to the resource roads restricted surplus account. So I would suggest that be in the motion, and then that would encapsulate everything that needs to be approved.
Councillor Graham?
I would like to make a motion that council approves Clearwater County's 2022 audited financial statements, including the adjustments of $500,000 being transferred from unrestricted surplus to the resource road restricted surplus. Made this morning.
Good job.
Super. Okay, any discussion on that motion? Seeing, Ms. Serhan, did you have?
Nope.
Okay, sorry. Seeing no further questions or comments, I call that question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Phil, for joining us today and helping walk us through this along with Rhonda and Murray.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, and if you have something that's keeping you up at night, Rhonda can put you in touch with me and answer any other questions you might have. So have a good afternoon.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
So we did have one tabled item. Are we wanting to bring that one back to discuss more? I would suggest that would probably be a very valuable thing to do at this moment. So I would need a motion to lift from the table. Councillor Swanson?
I motion to lift item 6.2 from the table.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. So we're back in on the tax rate bylaw. What are those perfect numbers? Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Councillor Swanson had mentioned trying to find somewhere in the middle that we could all work towards. So my suggestion would be 2.5 and 3.5. Council directs, does the team need me to say the whole thing, or do we know what we're kind of talking about? And I would phrase that in the form of a motion.
So I think it's being captured on the screen here. Councillor Cermak.
Will that get us where we need to be at? Ms. Serhan?
Sorry.
Will this get us where we need to be at? With your calculator there?
Yeah, we, Clearwater County's already hitting the budget because of the increased assessment values. So wherever the council lands at, there will need to be a budget adjustment to the tax revenue anyway. So wherever it lands is fine, and then we will do the budget adjustment after.
And I think I'll probably be going back to Councillor or Deputy Reeve Milhoff to capture her thoughts on this motion.
Yes, thank you. It was gonna be 2.5 for residential and 3.5 for non-residential and equipment.
Okay, any questions, comments around that, that motion? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Graham.
So for our restricted surpluses, how would this Do you have the numbers of what this would look like in total? I'm sorry, that's very unfair to ask you on the spot. I'm just thinking. Okay, good. I know we're tight for things in the future, and we need to plan ahead. So.
Require a budget adjustment of 4.7 million.
Okay. Thank you.
This would require a budget adjustment of $4,772,094. You're welcome.
Additional comments, questions? All right, well, I shall call this question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Have we been here before? Councillor Graham.
I was gonna ask Councillor Northcott, because you're voting against all of them, and I know you don't want to see, I'm assuming you want. So you want a 0% increase. Can I ask what you would recommend to cut so that we could make that happen?
Councillor Northcott, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's an opportunity sometimes for just less spending. But seems we're on this topic, and I've wanted to say this for a little bit, but it is clear to see that there's always a demand for more services and stuff like that, and there is inflation. But even if we look at the bigger picture, even the Alberta government, the debt is kind of out of control. There is, this is maybe an opportunity here to advocate to our bigger governments to reduce unnecessary roles in society. I've said this before, I have not said it for a long time, but it's still been on my mind. Many of these positions, are funded by tax dollars. They create inflated project costs, and they often defer investment and sometimes create additional financial burden on businesses. And the other thing that it does is there's always a comment that we're short labor, we're short people. But these unnecessary roles in society, it also creates a skewed and very misleading unemployment statistics. Now, I'll say this again, and I haven't said it for a long time, but one example I will give is for plans. Even our strategic plan, I can't remember the price tag on that, but it was significant. And many plans are based on assumptions. There's no facts, but it creates an industry on its own. And I said this a long time ago that these plans work because there are amalgamations, there are dissolutions, there's a shortage of staff for many private sector businesses. First, even just, I'll say this again, I said it a long time ago, if each municipality across Alberta was to do a strategic plan of $50,000 a piece, it's $17 million. But anyways, money is very important. It is needed to maintain services for public residents. But this could be an opportunity to advocate for our Alberta government to try and reduce or eliminate some unnecessary roles in society. I do have more lists, but I'll just leave it at the planning for now. There are other industries. There's more that I could say, but I'll just leave it at that. So yeah, I am not in favor of a tax increase at this time. Is that okay? That's my comment.
There was a second part to her question. What you want to cut to be able to do that.
Go ahead, please.
Well, broadband is one. There's a significant amount of funding that will be required to complete that project into the future. So there's one. A lot of these plans, I think there's, in the MGA, it states that municipalities have to have these plans, but they don't really say in there how extravagant they have to be and why some of them could not be done in-house. And there's some of that. I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Maybe if I could ask one question. I mean, you defined it as the planning as extravagant. I just kind of want to get a picture of what you, I mean, there's a whole spectrum of having detail, and typically as a municipality, we need to have enough detail within that. That does cost something. So I just want to make sure that I understand the you know, I mean, I sense that you figure that the planning documents could be much simpler, or anyway, I'll just let you expand on that if you would.
If I were to be wrong for strategic planning, just going off of my memory, but if I was to be all-inclusive of that price tag, around $80,000 with staff time and the consulting fees, and I might be out a little bit, but I think there's around a $50,000 budget that was approved, but, you know, and then there was, so I'm just guessing, all in probably 80,000. Really, a strategic plan is kind of a, you know, some of the items that council would like to do over the next 4 years when we did that strategic plan. I strongly think we could have sat in this council room. There are many things that affect your strategic plan. Global wars, oil prices, droughts, all kinds of things can affect that, but I think that could have been done in a much, with a much smaller budget, and just completed in this room amongst council and probably a couple of staff members, because it's just based on assumptions. Again, it has so many variables that could change into the future.
Okay, thank you for adding some clarification. Thank you for that. So again, it takes us, Councillor Graham, sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you also. Sorry for putting you on the spot, but I was just curious to see if we could build a consensus, so thank you.
So one of the things I would observe, there seems to be a lack of consensus around the table whether we want to have multiple rates or whether we want a single rate. So I guess, can we define whether if there's any opportunity for multiple rates, or do we want only a single rate? Because I just sense that every time we go to 2 rates, there's some hands that are not going to go up. And if we're at 1 rate, some hands aren't going to go up either. And I sense maybe that is the block here, because at the end of the day, we're really not looking at percentages. We're looking at a certain amount of tax revenue coming in to match the needs that we see, or not even match, partly offset the needs we see coming just down the line. It's not today, it's not the very short future. This is what we do in our planning exercise. We look 2 or 3 years or more down the road and try to match our revenues to allow those projects. So anyway, Ms. Sirhan, I know your light's been on, and I'm...
That's fine. I just want to clarify something. So it's a rate increase, so a percentage rate increase. We already have split rates, so it's the rate increase that you're trying to decide.
And what I was meaning by the split rate is that there would be a greater increase to one classification of assessment as opposed to another.
Yes.
I just wanted to, and I don't know if there's any middle ground we can find that we can get consensus that we either pick 2 rates as a group, or we pick 1 rate, and then what that rate will be, because and crickets.
I attempted a middle ground.
Councillor Graham, please, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
For myself, I've already said it, I don't agree with with making that ratio different, so for me, it's a flat rate. That's where I stand.
Okay. And I think that's certainly where I've stood so far in this process. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I'm assuming that's just in principle. Like even a half-point difference would be unacceptable?
Are you asking me? Are you asking me? I'm more concerned about the end result. Are we able to match the expectations of our upcoming budgets that we looked forward into our capital projects? We definitely need to be putting thought and energies into that. And I think, honestly, I'll just say it very frankly. I believe we need to get off the crack that we've been doing, which is feeding ourselves off of the oil and gas industry. We have to go with the reality that we could become like the rest of the province and not have such a strong asset base in the oil and gas industry. And the more we rely on that to meet our budget needs, to meet our infrastructure needs, the more difficult the medicine's going to be when that starts to go the other way. We've been able to balance our budget over the last number of years with increases in that assessment. That's not coming from it's really the increases have not been coming from our residential, what we consider the taxpayer. We kind of look at this entity of industry, and I don't think we should. We're already hitting them pretty hard, and so for me, 0.5%. It is a principle thing. We need to really start living within our means, and part of that is not overtaxing one particular aspect of our industries.
Sorry, I just thought I would restate why I'm taking the position I have. And that actually agrees very much in what the Reeve just said, is that we are going to be forced off of depending on that revenue. And I'm for taking a little more from that sector and using it for economic development issues. While that is available to us.
Drive fast before we run out of gas? That's
Exactly.
kind of what we're saying, okay. Councillor Northcott.
Just a question for administration. A value, if there was to be a collection of deferred municipal reserves at this time, is there a dollar figure on what that municipal reserves dollar would be? If there was a call for the collection, if there's deferred municipal reserves, what would that dollar value be?
I'm not sure what you're asking, deferred reserves. I don't know.
Yeah, municipal reserves through either fragmented parcels, if they've been fragmented off of like subdivisions.
Oh, the land?
Yes.
Yes, we've budgeted for all of that to be used in the Leslieville rec grounds that we've collected to date.
So what, but my question is, I think that there's maybe properties in Clearwater County that have had fragmented parcels that have been fragmented off with the municipal reserves being deferred till sometime into the future. I was just curious what that value is that would be due to the municipality.
I'm not aware of that, so.
Yes, Mr. Emmons probably has something to say there, and I might have something to say on that too.
Thank you, Vlad. If I may, Councillor Northcott, I believe I've been following your question very well now and understand it. That is not tracked, nor is it accounted for in any way, shape, or form. When the decision at the time is made to defer, that individual may never ever subdivide again, so it can't be an asset relied upon. It's only if they subdivide again that the opportunity presents itself. So until it literally comes through for a reserve, then it's qualified, and then under the MGA, it has to be put in a reserve for a specific use, like a playground or a public utility use. but the deferred reserves are exactly that. So it's a non-entity until there's a future subdivision that would create it. So it isn't tracked.
Right, no, I was just curious, because sometimes those municipal reserves, they'll, you know, for out in the rural landscape, there might be a, for instance, there would be, if you had your third title per quarter on a 15-acre parcel, that individual would have to pay municipal reserves on that 15 acres, right? So 10% of the 15-acre value would be due to Clearwater County. So the reason I'm just, it's with the tax rate and stuff, it's just one more thing that I think there could be an offer there for 0% tax increase. But there could be another option to collect, you know, deferred municipal reserves on those properties. That's just a comment.
Mr. Emmons?
Once the decision's made to defer, the only opportunity then is another subdivision.
So then.
You can't go back and.
So is there a policy that defers municipal reserves right now?
It's legislated and it's a council decision.
To defer
Correct.
municipal reserves?
So, because you have one opportunity is the mindset. It's not a matter of, and I hope I don't come across too abrupt, but it's not a matter of stepping over money, so to speak. You have one opportunity for taking that money, that reserve. And if a parcel has an opportunity, if it's a large enough parcel and it has an opportunity for another subdivision, once you take it, you're done. There's one opportunity. So the decision to defer is the last parcel typically. So it's more of a strategy than it is, if that helps clarify.
Yeah, so well, kind of, sort of. Good conversation, by the way, thank you very much. The cash in lieu of for municipal reserves, once that's deferred, that can no longer be collected on that property. So, okay, so then, I don't think that's right. If the municipality was to ever defer those funds, and then now we're in this situation to create a tax increase on the rest of the residents and possibly industry, if those municipal reserves for the cash in lieu is deferred, so that would no longer be allowed to be collected by the municipality, is that correct? And then we get into ourselves in this situation where we're looking at raising taxes on residents, so I wouldn't support any municipal reserves cash in lieu of being deferred.
Sure. Mr. Emmons?
So in the terminology itself, deferred is for the next opportunity. So yes, if a parcel's created and say it's 20 acres, and the decision is made to defer that percentage, that cash in lieu, 3 years later, after creating that parcel, you can't go back on that individual and say, we changed our mind, we want that 10%.
Right.
And that's what I'm hearing, or at least that's what I'm interpreting. But if that individual says, you know what, it's 20 years later, I'm gonna take my 20 acres and split off 5, because the MDP of that day allows that. That council would look at it and say, you know what, that's actually the last opportunity, we're not gonna defer, we're gonna take it at that time. Does that help?
It's making sense.
Okay.
It does, in my opinion. I think that cash in lieu of for municipal reserves should be due at time of application, but not deferred at all. But this, I apologize. Excellent, thank you very much for the information, and I know that we're still talking about tax rate.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I think it goes to what the point of a municipal reserve actually is for. So like when you build a subdivision for a community, municipal reserve is then, the municipality has the ability to create a park or a green space, or so they take a portion of the land in order to create that space. So if there was zero subdivision, let's say all the quarter sections were completely left with the one residence, not a subdivision whatsoever, there would be no opportunity for municipal reserve at all, none. So you wouldn't be able to use it as a tax stabilization opportunity if there wasn't subdivision at all. So it's actually, because you wouldn't even go for cash, but you wouldn't get cash in lieu because you have to subdivide to justify getting cash in lieu. If you don't subdivide, there is no opportunity to do that either. So you do cash in lieu because it doesn't make sense for me to build a playground in the middle of a farmer's field in the middle of nowhere. So then we take the municipal reserve that is legislated, and it sits into account to build something like the Leslieville recreation area, or upgrading the schools, or like it's legislated what you can use those municipal reserves for. But if 50 years from now or 100 years from now, that they want to subdivide and make a multi-lot subdivision on one of the quarter sections just outside of the boundaries of Caroline, they would probably want to be able to build a park there, which is what that municipal reserve is actually for. It's to create green spaces within communities.
And thank you for that. Maybe just so it's clear in my mind, we have a number of municipal reserve properties, I believe, in some of the hamlets. And they also, the municipal reserve money in lieu has been put in a fund and been utilized again. But my understanding that fund, it's in its own, would not be able to resolve the issue we had of getting multiple millions of dollars to handle capital projects as we go forward in the future. I just don't think that fund is the kind of thing that will solve our.
No, it's very strict on what that money can be used for.
Right.
It has to be used for recreation or school uses, and in lots of cases, the subdivision has the planning department has set aside, or the developer has set aside 10% in a green space. Because that's what the intent of it is for, is to have green space within your community, or recreation space within your community.
Okay, and I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe. Got a set of numbers?
Thank you, no. One more time. Okay. I think it would be irresponsible of us to not have a tax increase. That we must deal with the inflation that we're facing, to even just fuel costs to grade the roads. There's another issue that I believe our finance people are taking us through with this program they've started, and that is our capital asset management, or managing the depreciation, because if I'm right, that is currently underfunded. And to the point where, we're looking at $100 million over 10 years that we're going to be short. And we know that's probably, there's going to be more capital projects come up in that time, so it could be 200 million. So we have to start moving to fund all of the depreciation, the equipment we have to replace, the roads we have to repave, just those things that age. And, so we need to come up with a number. It can't be zero, or we are just pushing off a huge problem into the future.
Thank you, and I think, thank you for bringing up the concept of amortization again. I think we're at about $20 million a year, are we not, in amortization?
Just about 22.
Yeah, so that, no matter what, we have to, if we do nothing, we still have to account for $20 million worth of our assets that are evaporating essentially, or being used up. So it's not a problem we can kick down the road and say, nope, don't need any tax increases. It's not the case. We have essential services we provide to the community, and a lot of that is based on their having serviceable assets, and that is a maintenance and a replacement program, and that, the numbers are kind of as a bare minimum $20 million a year. So,
and that, again, amortization rate is, or dollar amount is based on what we've spent on the asset in the past. So it's not what it would cost to replace that asset.
right, yeah. So I know maybe we're at a point that we'll take a 10-minute break here, and we'll be back at 2:40.
Yeah, I could use some coffee.
And think about numbers while you're taking a break. Well, welcome back, everyone. Sorry, I've still got a mouthful here, but again, we're going through the exercise of picking those perfect numbers for our tax rate bylaw. And trying to get past some of the blocks we have there. I have made it kind of clear of why I was concerned with creating two sets of rates, one that kind of draws more on industry, and then my concern with not being entirely reliant on one asset base for the well-being and the best interests of our community. But knowing that the important part here is that we have addressed the needs of our assets and our capital plans as we move forward, I am willing to draw my horns in a bit on looking at a split rate. As long as the rate is not terribly different from one industry to the other, or one classification to the other. So with that, I'll kind of maybe open it up and see if there's any thoughts after coffee break. Where am I at? Oh, sorry, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I agree with you, Reeve Lougheed. I'm not in favor of a split rate because I believe it's not as like I said before, we're on the backs of industry as we are now. So, you know, we need to somehow even out and understand where we're coming from as far as yes, we are elected by our residents, but really and truthfully, it's the industry that is our paycheck. So when I look at it that way, so as far as a split rate, I'm gonna go for this, and we'll see. I'm gonna make a motion that we have residential at 3 and non-res at 3.5.
Okay. So there's a motion before us. Dare we take this one to a vote? That's your opportunity to amend or to ask, or we can simply take it to a vote. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
I like where you're going with this, and in the spirit of collaboration with my team, I believe that that's something that I could be comfortable with. I think that it's important for us to remember that a lot of the services that we only have because industry utilizes them. The North Fork, I don't think would have ever been paved if industry didn't use it. There's like 9 residents there. Like, I honestly do not think that we talked about the O'Cheese Road. I don't think that we would ever be discussing paving it if industry didn't use it. We don't have any residents on that. So I think that we need to recognize that that is a huge piece of why we have increased service levels and why there is the ratio that there is. But I believe that that is something that I could support.
I probably should say that we might not be here if we didn't have a treaty with some of those folks up in that O'Cheese area a number of years when they made a concession to allow this country to be shared by all. But anyway, just my soapbox for the second. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. While I would like to see a little wider split on this, in the interests of moving on with our other business, I could support this as well.
And Councillor Cermak.
Michelle, would you entertain a friendly amendment?
Okay.
2.5 to 3.5?
We just defeated that.
Oh, did we?
Yep.
Oh, yes, that's right, sorry. Guess there's no sense going down that road.
Kind of makes you wish for a spinning wheel and we could spin a number. That doesn't show leadership though, so. Councillor Surmack, still?
3 is too much for me to vote
Yeah.
on. I would go maybe 2, but two for
One
farm.
question I would have, as far as and I mean, this is a very unfair question to you, but number of residential, ratepayer accounts or tax roll, do you have any idea what that number might be? I'm trying to think of what this would really mean to each individual, ratepayer. You know, I mean, that's something that's treated in the media from time to time is what a tax increase actually means to the average ratepayer. And I mean, that maybe is, I'll go to Mr. Emmons and I'll quit clucking.
For myself personally, it'd mean about $46. A 3% would hit me about $46.
Well, you live in a mansion, so. And yeah, I don't mean, I mean, Mr. Emmons has kind of given me a ballpark that, you know, I mean, that's a couple of trips through the drive-through. So I hope it wouldn't be too burdensome to our community.
Dropping 3 to 2.
Councillor Graham, please.
And for, you know, for residents, it would be $50, but for the industry, it would be probably a couple $100,000. So for previously stated reasons that I've been stating all day, I will not support this motion.
Okay, thank you for
I
that.
withdraw my friendly amendment.
Okay. Well, I hope that stays, we still stay friendly, I hope.
Oh, yeah.
So there is one before us, that's a 3% tax rate increase for residential, a 3.5% for industry or for non-residential. That meets the goals or closer to the goals that we were hoping for our, to match our asset management plan or our capital projects over, or at least come closer to that. We've heard from much of council. I hazard a guess to Councillor Northcott, but so with that, I think we'll call this set of numbers and see where we're at. All those in favor? That time we pass. So that's carried. All right, thank you for the work on that. I think we really, oh, sure. I did call, didn't I call a motion? Oh, those opposed, I'm sorry. There we go. Sorry, I was counting 1, 2, 3. I should be well practiced on this particular agenda item, but.
I think there was a sigh of relief in there.
Yeah. So thank you for that. I think we put a lot of thought into this and I appreciate the effort. It is so important to each of us going forward, and thank you for your feedback. We don't always necessarily have a unanimous decision, but we have one that is well debated and thought through, so thank you for that. That takes us down the list to, what have we got next? 7.1, I believe, and we're joined by Mr. Magnus and Mr. Hanson as well on that, and it is Hamlet of Condor Road Sidewalk Design Options. And welcome as well, Ms. Regland. So with that, I shall turn it across to our administrative team to lead us through happy thoughts.
Thank you. First and foremost, I just need to do a little bit of housekeeping here in regards to this agenda item. I believe Ms. Haight gave each of you a handout in regards to the Condor road sidewalk options. So that handout to you, if you wouldn't mind just making note that this is option 1, okay, that handout that she gave to you. And then what I would like you to do is, with regard to the rest of that agenda item, there are some additional engineering drawings. What I need you to do, so that it accurately reflects the agenda item itself and the background, is take each of those options and numbering for each of those, I think it was 1 to 4, if you could just up that by 1 on each of those. So the option 1 is 2, option 2 is 3, 4 is 5, so on, okay? And that'll then correspond to the agenda item itself. And our apologies in regards to any confusion that might have presented. So those drawings will now accurately correspond to what the write-up of the agenda item itself. Okay, having done that, so thank you very much. In December 2019, Council of the Day approved for the year 2020 the replacement and upgrades of high-priority sanitary collection mains in the hamlet of Condor, with the understanding that the intent was to move forward in the near future, that the remaining sanitary collection mains, along with a plan for drainage improvements, be completed as well. Consequently, this was followed by Council in December of 2021, approving for 2022 the replacement of the remaining sanitary collection mains and the implementation of stormwater drainage improvements to the hamlet of Condor. Construction began in the late spring, early summer of 2022. As construction proceeded, and as part of the design, a portion of the sidewalk, which was originally on the east side of Condor Road, specifically from Railway Avenue to 7th Avenue, was to be moved to the west side. As such, the sidewalk now continues from the existing sidewalk at the mailboxes along the west side of Condor Road to the south approach into the new Charlotte Small Elementary School. Construction, including the laying of curb and gutter and residential driveway slope improvements, were to be completed in 2022, with paving of the entire hamlet to be completed in 2023. However, due to mitigating various construction concerns and changes, which in turn affected scheduling, and due to weather, certain milestones associated with the project were unable to be met for 2022. Then on November 28th, 2022, and again on February 6th, 2023, the Condor Community Centre Board expressed concerns with the placement of sidewalk on the west side, and that there be a sidewalk replaced on the east side of Condor Road, where there had been one for decades. Also, on both February 28th and March 13th, Clearwater County received letters from the Wild Rose School Division Board of Trustees and the Charlotte Small Parent Council Advisory, respectively. Again, both letters expressed concerns on the placement of sidewalks and lack of sidewalk for the entire stretch of the east side of Condor Road leading up to the Condor Elementary School. Due to the aforementioned concerns, Clearwater County Administration met with the project engineers and communicated with the engineers to assess the concerns and come up with options to help mitigate them. Consequently, on April 13th of this year, administration, along with the project engineers, held an informal community meeting with the residents of Condor, whereby the community was shown 5 proposed options for the sidewalk locations. While engaging with the community residents, administration heard a split consensus, with having the sidewalks on the east side versus the west side of Condor Road. Residents also had the opportunity to submit written comments expressing their ideal option for the sidewalk location. Administration received 10 additional comments on sidewalk location preference, namely 8 in favor of the sidewalk to be located on the east side of Condor Road, and 2 in favor of the sidewalk remaining on the west side. A summary of the 5 sidewalk options outlining the pros and cons, along with the cost to implementing any one of the options, is provided in the agenda. Specifically, option 1, leave sidewalk on west side of Condor Road as per current design with no additional cost to the project. Option 2, have the main crosswalk located at the northeast corner of the community hall for pedestrians to cross to the east side. Relocate the sidewalk within the school fence at the south school property boundary at an additional cost to the project of $42,927.78. Option 3, apologies. Place curb and gutter along the west side of Condor Road in front of the community hall. Remove culverts and install a monolithic sidewalk with pipe underneath along the east side from Railway Avenue to 7th Avenue. Once the school's south property line is reached, place sidewalk within the school fence. Additional cost to the project, $176,662.31. Option 4. Place curb and gutter along the west side of Condor Road from in front of the community hall and north to in front of 210 7th Avenue. Install a monolithic sidewalk along the east side of Condor Road from Railway Avenue continuing north to the school south approach. North of the school approach will have curb and gutter installed instead of rural drainage. Additional cost to the project of $344,306.44. And finally, option 5. Place curb and gutter along the west and east side of Condor Road from Railway Avenue north to the Hamlet boundary. Lateral shift of Condor Road to the west, starting approximately at the mailboxes to the north of Condor Community Hall. Install a monolithic sidewalk on the east side of Condor Road to the school south approach. Additional cost to the project of $370,518.50. Other than the option which would remain as per the initial design with no additional cost, if council so chooses to move forward with any of the other options, administration would require additional funding from the tax rate stabilization restricted surplus. As of yesterday, administration was informed that the contractor will be moving back on site next Monday, May 1st. So as to abide by the conditions of the contract, all engineering and construction work, which includes the placement of curb and gutter, driveway slope improvements, paving, and landscaping, is to be completed by no later than October 15, 2023, or at least before the first snow flies. As a result, simply said, time is of the essence. Therefore, administration respectfully asks for council to direct administration today on the choice of the Hamlet of Condor Road sidewalk design options. Once the given recommendation is made and followed by its motion with a resolution, the project can continue without delay. At this point, I will turn it over to council for further discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Magnus. Look for questions from council. And Deputy Reeve Milhoff is first.
Thank you, Reeve. I had the pleasure of attending the town hall in Condor a couple of weeks ago now. There was paperwork there for people to fill out and or take home and send back in. What were the information received from those feedback forms?
I will turn that over to Ms. Regland.
Sorry, for clarification, are you asking what additional comments were received other than the sidewalk comments?
Well,
or just what comments in general were received?
Yeah, like, because I'm sure I know I pointed to everybody, fill this out, get it in writing, give it to staff.
Great.
I made sure I told every single person there to fill one out. I'm not sure that they did.
No,
but I told everybody to fill one out.
They didn't. We received 14. As of those 14, 10, like we said, addressed the sidewalks. Others were quite vague. Some had one comment, some had multiple. So I don't know, do you want me to kind of go through highlights?
Sure, just a quick overview, sorry.
Go ahead.
Because a quick overview might be
A quick
helpful.
overview. So in general, as we pointed out, they mentioned about the sidewalks, either on the west or the east side. We had one comment about the road being too narrow. We had comments just about the overall construction process and what they've kind of found throughout the engineers. We had a couple comments about driveway approaches from one resident, which we've addressed in the meantime. And other than that, that's all I have in here.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. What was the project cost on this and how much value of work is left to be done?
As of today, the total that we have spent is $4 million. So $4,077,770. So 4077770. And remaining, and these are both including engineering construction, is $925,000.
Mr. Emmons, please.
And Councillor Radcliffe, to give you the full scope, that does not include pavement. So.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I believe the pavement adds 3 million?
3 million is what's the budget for paving. However, we have not tendered it out yet until we have a final decision of what this current contractor is completing.
May I?
Follow up, and then I'll go to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you. What other issues are there besides the sidewalk, and do we have a projected number on what that's going to cost?
As of today, this is the only issue that we have to additional costs. There's no other than the driveway completing, but we already have that cost within the $925,000. Yeah, that is included, and then again, the additional paving.
Okay.
Mr. Hanson, please. Oh, sorry. Mr. Hanson?
Oh, I just wanted to include that there is a contingency amount that's still left in with the balance of the project. So if that contingency amount is not used, then that could even likely cover off even the most expensive option that's presented today. This option also has a contingency included, which is just prudent planning. But yeah, so there's no identifiable outstanding issues other than the sidewalk currently at this time. But of course, we carry that additional contingency just in case there's some things that do come up through the next phase of construction, of course.
Would I be correct in assuming that would be a standard contingency of approximately 10% of the project? Or is it something different? Sorry, just.
I'm assuming it's 10%. Do you have a?
Well, the contingency we have on the remaining work is $200,000. So I was just gonna quickly do the
Okay,
number.
thank you. Councillor Cermak, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I may be out of my lane when I proceed with what I have to say here, but this is my opinion. I need some explanation on what happened after council approved a $4-point-some million project for a new wastewater, road rebuild, and drainage in Condor. There was nothing said about sidewalks in this first bid, or first that was proposed to us. So I guess my question is, how did we get into this mess that we're in right now?
Mr. Emmons.
So if I may, I apologize, I was probably quick on the button. This truly is, we have the public work experts here, but I will give my background on it if I may, Councillor Cermak. A sidewalk, it's a line item. It's no different than identifying every culvert. We don't do that for council either. It's part of the scope in the project. To excavate and replace the wastewater collection system, the disturbance disturbed the sidewalks. So it was always a part of the project that the sidewalks would be replaced. The one thing I will make of note, outside of the points made here, pros, cons, the one thing I will say that I heard was the community was promised if you had a sidewalk there before, you'd have a sidewalk there after. Because of the design, it was moved to the west side in this case. And that's what we heard back from the community, and that was a part of the messaging. So Public Works challenged our engineers on how to bring it back to the east side, and those are the options presented, and that's why, Councillor Cermak. But the sidewalks were always a part of the scope.
So then why do we have 5 options here with $300 and some thousand increase? I think one's almost 400,000. If this was included in the 4-point-some million. There's something that went astray here, and I need to know what.
I'll do my best to try to satisfy. So, coming in a little bit later in the game, I had the pleasure of looking at it from a more of a bird's eye view. So the original stormwater management plan that came with that design, I'm gonna say it started off with a really positive influence on the community. From the original stormwater management report, it talked about going from the rural cross-section to the urban cross-section, which is a better conveyance of water. We remember what Condor used to look like. It had the steep, narrow ditches. There was a lot of properties that had a lot of flooding, some flooding issues there. A lot of it was from, each individual neighbor would have their lot, they'd build it up and then drop that water onto the neighbor. So what the engineers were challenged with was trying to come up with a stormwater plan to improve the drainage in Condor. Now, from what my best assumption is going to be is that through the stormwater design, even though that looked valid and achievable, as you go from the preliminary design point up to detailed design, you start picking up all the low spots within the properties. And if, of course, we all know that the water runs downhill, so they kept having to drop the road grade in order to facilitate the drainage. And when they implemented the final road design, it really had a huge impact on any properties that were built up a higher grade. Because we don't have a stormwater, an underground stormwater plan, all that water has to run down the curbs of the road. So originally, the sidewalk was supposed to be on the east side. Now, that could only be accomplished if all the property owners along the east side would allow us to go back on the property in order to make the slopes, to make their properties accessible. Not everybody was receptive to having work done on their private property. So as we were adjusting, we actually had to adjust the entire road grade and bring it up in some places to try to facilitate, because it was just about unmanageable from what their design included with this urban cross-section to what they've done. We actually had to raise the road up in order to facilitate access into the school, access into a lot of the properties on the east side. So what that created was the convenience, I'm gonna say, of moving the sidewalk to the west side, whereas because the west side is lower than the east side, it made it for a much easier transversible road design, have less impact on the east property owners. Now, since that design came up, that's where the concerns were brought up from the community center, because that's a lot of sidewalk to maintain in front of a community center that's gonna be driven over. As we know, as snow accumulates on a drivable sidewalk, it gets packed down, it's harder to maintain. The landowners on the east side historically never had to maintain sidewalks because they was always on the west side. So that would be a change in the level of service that they're having to require to provide as well, because they never had to shovel snow before. That would be something new. So in order to facilitate moving the sidewalk back to the east side, we had to it was actually quite a creative design actually to move the center line of the road over. And actually the sidewalk, it would have to be over top of a buried drainage pipe. So there would have to be either a storm scepter to actually get it into a culvert, to carry this water on this, on the east side of the road to the north, I say is quite creative and high maintenance, possibly, because if this shallow culvert freezes up. But that's the best option we could, that the engineers could come back with us to provide this drainage. So it's been an evolution throughout the course of the project. There has been some changes in the design throughout, and this is where it's come to about the location of the sidewalk. It can be done, but it comes at a cost and a maintenance scenario on both sides. I don't know if, hopefully that helped a little.
That does help a little bit. But when this initial came to us, I didn't see in the drawings or anything, I didn't see any elevation shot or anything. If that was done, you would have known all of this drainage and where the sidewalks had to go and where the road had to go. It sounds like this was a lot of miscommunication between the engineers and what we wanted.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that there was less foresight into the effects on the private property compared to you know, the road looked like a single project, like it was like, let's facilitate the drainage, let's cut the road down a meter in order to make the water drain without enough consideration with the adjacent landowners. Then there was not enough communication with those adjacent landowners because a part of the original plan should have been before the road was ever cut out. Those conversations should have been had with the east, with all the landowners that were going to be affected. If we require land from additional or cooperation of an additional landowner to cut back on their property to facilitate access into that property, that should have been done at the beginning, and it wasn't.
Yeah, because you said that we cut it a meter. I did not see that on, that information was not given to us, that was cut a meter, or being an on-site supervisor for 20 years, I would have said, hey, that can't work.
You're absolutely right. It would have been in the design, but, and it's not saying that we don't cut a meter out of a road. We have to think about the effects, what it has on our neighbors, you know, whether it be a Hamlet urban road construction or a gravel road. We have to have a full understanding of the effects of the work we're doing on the road. And I say, and that consultation was not completed, and it should have. So the contractor and the engineer has been actively trying to recoup that social capital from not having those conversations with the landowners, and they've done well. You know, a lot of, you know, and my hat's off to the community of Condor. They've been very cooperative, and we've been successful thus far. But we were at a pinch point with this sidewalk issue, and it's really come down to a decision of an east or west side. There's a cost associated with it. Our options are getting pretty limited, and that's the pinch point we are now. We're still going to be continuing to work with the rest of the landowners, and they say most of them have been pretty cooperative, but some of them, particularly the gentleman on the east side, would be greatly affected and would require a lot of additional work on his property, and he's not receptive to that.
Yeah, I can understand that. I guess my problem is that when you do a project, you always leave the new project better or the same as, not more difficult for the residents. That's why when you do an urban rural thing like we done there, you always establish grades for the road and you establish grades for the properties. And I don't think that was done.
Yeah, I can speak to that as well. You're absolutely right, Mr. Cermak there. It's, there was not enough foresight put into the impacts on the adjacent landowners, and we're dealing with those, with that lack of foresight right now.
So which one do you people recommend we do? Not what the residents out there suggested we do. How do we make it the best that we can make it? And I don't care what it costs, because we've done this screw up, and that's exactly what I'm going to call it. We need to make it right for those residents.
So I
I'm a
will.
little upset.
No, we are responsible for our projects, and we sit here in front of you, you know, we boast a lot of success in the projects we do, and, but we're still sitting here today to talk about the ones that are less successful, right? In regards to what we feel is the best, like, we came back, the original plan was the best option, considering the new scenario that's been created. That's why the original design moved it from the east side to the west side. But it has its downfalls, and which the community center has outlined and the landowner, the adjacent landowners have outlined. And it really comes back to a governance decision to say which one would they prefer. We've provided our design perspective originally. They disagreed with that design perspective, so that's why we're here today instead of dealing with this out in the road.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll have more to say.
I, for one, certainly appreciate the effort that's went into finding solutions and creating a number of options for council to look at today. I appreciate that effort. I think it's still achievable to have a positive result in that community from the work that's being done. I think we just need to pay attention to a few details here now and come up with the best possible solution moving forward. I'll go to, I think Councillor Ratcliffe was next.
Thank you, Reeve. I notice in the comparison of these different options that additional parking is mentioned several times. What's the perspective or what's the background around that?
Mr. Hanson?
So during the conversations of the modified road design to get that sidewalk back to the east side, it created an opportunity by shifting the center line over, actually created a parking opportunity on the east side. Now, the benefits to that would be that there would be additional parking allowed, parallel parking along that curb for school events, because there again, it was identified that with the new school use that there's never enough parking, and moving the center line of the road to the west, creating that little bump out, as per se, actually created a parking opportunity along that east side.
So that was a deficiency in the school placement?
No, I think it just becomes a part of the evolution of the conversation after, now that it's constructed, the use changes. If the school thought they needed more parking on property, I'm sure they would have made it, but it was actually identified by the community that it would be nice to have more on-street parking, parallel parking on that east side, so that way people wouldn't have to cross the road in order to get onto the sidewalk. That was one of the other arguments for the sidewalk to be on the east side.
Okay, thank you.
And I think Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. Just in quick democracy numbers, it looks like the community would like us to do option 5. I'm disappointed though that the engineer is charging us for a mistake that they've made. I thought that we have engineering bonds, et cetera, for a reason. They should be held accountable for their mistake and they should have to make it right. So I'm not sure why we're paying for the mistakes of the engineer, and that it's included in these costs. Just like the communication that the engineers did not do with that community were not done. It's disappointing. But for me, if the community wants option 5 and that's the one that they've indicated that they want, then I think that's how we can try to make this community whole again. I just am disappointed that the engineer has added that into the budgets. They should have to make this right.
And Councillor Graham.
I have the utmost confidence in administration, but I was disappointed that a Deputy Reeve specifically asked the engineers to be here for this meeting and they're not here. So that's pretty disappointing because they were asked that during the meeting and they're not here. So that's very frustrating to me. My perception at the meeting, definitely a lot of concerns were what Director Hanson mentioned with the lack of communication at the start. And, you know, obviously with the snow melting, they were facing flooding. There was damage to houses from the vibe from the Packers being too close to the house, and it damaged drywall. Those were the main concerns that I heard at that meeting. If I'm incorrect, please correct me. And a lot of the people were not very concerned about the sidewalk that I spoke to. I spoke to a lady who, her children grew up going to Condor, so they walked to school every day, and she had no concern with it being on the west side of the road. And she potentially, her son lives in town, so her grandchildren in the future could potentially be walking as well. For me personally, I would like to stick with option one. I don't like the idea of the culvert because that's going to be a nightmare from my recollection as a child going to Condor and driving through on my way to DT every day. There's a lot of runoff going through those ditches in the spring, and a culvert's not gonna keep up with that. It's gonna freeze in the winter. It's just gonna be a nightmare, which is gonna cause more headaches for Condor residents, in my opinion. And I would like to not set them up for future headaches. I personally would like to go with option one and go, because there's a sidewalk from Railway Ave south on the east side of the road. I would like to put lights at that intersection as well, so that there's the extra signage and extra attention grabbing for any students who are, or adults even, who are crossing the road there, as well as the ones at the school, to draw that extra attention. Safety is obviously the #1 priority, and that's, before that meeting, I thought we would be switching to the east side 100% for sure, but after the meeting, I didn't feel that was how the community felt. Some people definitely do feel that way, but the entire community, it was not the biggest concern at that meeting. So that's where I stand.
Thank you for those comments, and I think that meeting was very indicative about the overall frustration of the community, just in general with the project, and I think the focus on the sidewalk just wasn't there because they were so concerned about the project. For me, and not to go off my governance sidewalk too much, I will point out that as far as even if the road or the sidewalk was put on the west side of the road, that doesn't eliminate about 6 culverts, about 100 and some feet of culvert along the east side of the road anyway. There's already existing culverts there. The unique engineering that put a shallow culvert and covered it over with road really only eliminates or adds some culvert work there. You're not going to eliminate culverts along that east side, and the potential for freeze ups there. I've heard that feedback as well, for sure. Definitely I support, from what I've heard, and lots of discussions, lots of words shared with the community, and some of them are even longer than 4 letters, that ultimately that they believe that there was always an existing sidewalk on the east side. We know historically that works well, and that it's kind of putting as much back into a comfort zone for the community with the traffic patterns and the pedestrian traffic there. They've certainly went through a winter season without a sidewalk, and then definitely there is an absence of that sidewalk has been part of the frustration that we feel around the overall project. So just where I'm at the moment, I see the best option to come to a successful project, or a more successful project there, is that option 5. But additional comment, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Councillor Graham, for bringing that up. I actually had forgot that I had asked them to be here, so thank you, because it is really unfair that our administration is having to take the hits for an engineering mistake. So thank you for reminding me of that, and hopefully that will be passed on to the engineers.
And, Mr. Emmons, please.
If I may, I do my best to utilize time at its best. So it was actually myself that stepped in. The engineers were quite willing to show up today, and I told them that it was in more than capable hands and their presence wouldn't be required. But at the end of this project, when everything is said and done, might be the opportunity for council to quiz out the engineers at that time rather than on one topic.
And Councillor Graham.
I just wanted to speak to the culvert I was speaking to. I believe it's option 5. I'm trying to find the length of the culvert here, but I don't see it anywhere. But the road will be moved and there's gonna be a culvert, from my understanding, going parallel to the road. In the pros. Oh, the cons. So there'll be 165 meters of buried pipe. That's the one I'm referring to, not
Yep,
the,
and that's
not the
exactly,
perpendicular
you're
ones.
exactly right. But along the east side already, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 culverts varying in length from just enough to access a power pole, so about a 10-foot culvert, to ones that are 60 feet wide to go across some of the approaches. So it's not that any design gets away from that potential for freeze up, and engineers can step up and create some innovative solutions. And I think ongoing maintenance things may not be that much different between having a complete 165 meter run and 6 4-meter runs or 5-meter runs there. So.
I respectfully disagree. I think a 165 meter one would cause a lot more problems personally.
Again, I don't step off my governance sidewalk too much. Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I just want to shift gears a little bit and talk about the budget implications just for a second. As council's considering these various options, should council decide to approve one of these options that will result in additional costs, I would suggest, in the interest of transparency, that the funds not come directly from the tax rate stabilization fund. There certainly is ample funding there to cover these costs. But because the tax rate stabilization fund, council's purpose for that is not to fund capital construction projects directly, I would suggest that a more transparent approach would be to consider a motion that authorizes the transfer of the required funding from the tax rate stabilization fund to the core infrastructure fund, and then a subsequent budget adjustment approval, decreasing the core infrastructure and increasing the capital project budget overall. I think that provides a reader of the financial information and our citizens a better tracking of the intent of those funds and how they flow through to ultimately fund the decision that is ultimately made.
Thank you. Additional questions, comments? Councillor Swanson.
Great discussion. No, I did not attend the community meeting, but in reading the letters and reading the feedback provided, kind of in, sometimes a simple construction is easier to maintain, and I'm just thinking of the maintenance costs going forth. I understand the inconvenience that has happened with the community. I've lived in a small community before, and I understand where it's just one sidewalk on the side of the road, and I've had my children doing the same thing, so I understand the need for safety that's been identified and for us as well. So in weighing all that, I understand that too. So I will be in favor of option 5, because at the end of the day, the engineers that have unfortunately put this council and this administration at a very uncomfortable pinch point. Hopefully this is a lesson learned, and it will never happen again. So I'm willing to pay for the lesson learned, I guess.
Thank you for that. And I would mention as well that option 5 does add that increased functionality for the school. That's been probably something that wasn't considered in the initial rollout of this project at all, that there is a deficiency within the community for off-street parking. That's typically been brought online by using those adjacent streets and avenues to do that, as well as the community center parking lot. One of the things I think the community's found with the new school is you're bringing in almost twice as many parents to these social functions that occur at the school, and there just simply isn't the parking anymore. So a possible win here by option 5 is creating a number of additional parking spaces that allow safe and easy access. We won't see small children running out into, opening the doors into the oncoming traffic as much. There's an opportunity to get them in a safer spot as well. And I think it will help with that congestion around the school. I can share that, within that community now, not that traffic rates are much more than before, but the peak rates are incredible right now because you have all the buses coming in from everywhere all at one time. You have the parents dropping off. You have twice as many staff coming into the school. So the peak flow in that community is just incredible. And if anybody was really interested, I could show you some home videos on just how busy it actually is and how much of a safety issue it's been over the last number of months. And that's one of those things that have really created frustration within the community is it just hasn't been a positive experience yet, but I think we have the opportunity to create some positives here as well. So anyway, that's my clucking for the second. Any additional comments? I've heard a number of people supportive of one option, which is option 5. Councillor Cermak, please.
In option 5, the engineers just state that 165 meters of shallow buried pipe would be prone to freezing. I don't think that's the biggest problem with that pipe. That pipe is going to be laid in a ditch that is dirt. And the sediment is going to plug that 165 meter pipe. That's going to be worse than freezing. You're going to have vacuum trucks, pressure trucks, everything trying to blow this 165 meter pipe out. That does not come cheap. And after every rainstorm, you're going to be doing it. Option 5, I don't think is even an option. Thank you.
Again, I hate stepping off my governance sidewalk, but that drainage pipe that I've lived in that community my entire life, that feeds drainage off of two residential lots and one roadway. It's not a high flow. If it's not flowing what's on the road, so if there's curb and gutter along there, it's not flowing the water off the roadway. It's merely draining a couple of lots and one side street there. In fact, I would suggest that probably wouldn't even have to exist if that one side street was as low as the road was going to be. I mean, curb and gutter would probably work just fine with that and those lots there, but that would be stepping off my governance sidewalk, so I won't do that. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just in an effort to kind of narrow focus, I will motion that council approves option 5 with additional project costs, with an additional project cost of $370,518.50. Hopefully you guys will work with the engineers to remove their engineering costs from that list. For design changes to the Condor Road sidewalk to mitigate concerns from the Condor Community Center Board, Charlotte Small Parent Council Advisory, and Wild Rose School Division Board of Trustees, and approves a budget allocation to direct the tax rate stabilization restricted surplus and increase the Public Works 2023 capital budget for the Condor replacement of collection mains and curb and gutter / stormwater improvements.
Okay, thank you for that motion.
They were listed as one here.
Can that be captured in one motion, Tracy Lynn, or? Mr. Hagan, please.
of course, it's council's discretion how they would like their motions worded. Again, my suggestion for clarity is that there be 3 separate motions, one to approve the project adjustment and one to approve a transfer from one restricted surplus account to the other, and a third one to approve a budget transfer, a budget adjustment in order to fund the project modification. So I think Tracy Lynn is working on
Okay,
drafting
so
that.
I guess I'll withdraw my previous and say
So we do one motion at a time?
one motion at a time, so I withdraw previous.
We can do?
Yeah, but one at a time, so I'll start with
One
one.
motion at a time.
Cause,
And that'll be the same as what you made, except for that last part about the tax rate stabilization.
okay, the council approves option 5 with no additional, with additional project cost of the $370,518.50 for design changes to Condor Road sidewalk. Do I need to restate the entire thing again, or are we're good? Option 5.
Okay. So the motion before us is to select option 5 essentially, that's what. Any further discussion? Councillor Northcott.
I'll just give my brief little input here that I think with the, it is a lengthy underground culvert there for the 165 meters, but there is manholes, or it looks like there will be manholes throughout that run to be able to access it, to be able to maintain it. So that, and this option, it's a considerable amount of money, but would it eliminate future upgrades, like if we were to go with option 1? But in the future, there could be requests to further put sidewalks on these sides. So right now, we just sort of capture it and eliminate future upgrades to sidewalks and stuff like that by doing it with option 5 and doing it right now. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, one of the considerations we actually had, one of the reasons why we actually didn't like the, for example, the sidewalk up on the school property, is that as we're going through our area structure plan, it doesn't just bode well for future use if we're actually gonna develop land to the north. Because now this sidewalk would be actually accessing onto private property owned by the school. But really, whether it be on the east side or the west side, it still facilitates future growth as long as it's contained within the road allowance. So it can be advanced on the east side, continue to keep going north, whether it be on the east side or the west side.
Okay. So we have a motion before us, and that is, I don't know if Tracy's has it within sight there, but essentially it was option 5. So I will call that question if there's no further comments. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for that information. So the sidewalk, like on this drawing, like even from option number 3, it looks like it goes up to the school, but in option 5, how far north of the school does that sidewalk continue past the school? Is there a distance in there?
Yeah, it just goes to the south access into the school. And that basically ties into the parking lot of the school.
There is an existing sidewalk in the school grounds that was built with the new school build that accessed the sidewalk where it was before it was removed for the sewer main work. All right, any further questions? Not, I call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And then secondary to that, there's a second motion that council approves a 2023 budget adjustment to decrease the core infrastructure restricted surplus account by that number and increase the public works capital budget. Sorry, Mr. Hagan?
Maybe not make a whole lot of difference, but I would suggest for clarity, council may want to consider the top motion first.
Okay, sorry.
Of the transfer between the restricted surplus
Okay.
accounts.
I will retract what I was saying and look for a motion related to number 2. Councillor Swanson?
The council approves the transfer of $370,518.50 from the tax rate stabilization restricted surplus account to the core infrastructure restricted surplus account.
Okay, thank you. Comments? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm not quite sure why we need a transfer anyway, because there's 1.2 million in the core infrastructure account, as per the
Ms. Serhan?
2022 audited financials.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, there's allocated projects in 2023 and 2024 that deplete that to 0.
Okay, in 2023, yes, but 2024, we still have a lot of room for us to allocate those funds accordingly, because we haven't actually, it may be budgeted for that, but we haven't actually approved the 2024 budget. So there would still be room for us to allocate later. So can it not come out of core infrastructure and not require a tax stabilization adjustment whatsoever?
It could, yes.
Would you wish to amend that or
Well, it wouldn't be a
or
friendly.
we can put it to,
It
we can
wouldn't be a
certainly
friendly
put it to,
amendment.
no, it wouldn't, it
It
wouldn't.
would
So,
change the entire, it would not be a friendly amendment that would be suggested, so.
Councillor Swanson?
I guess for myself, I agree with the intent of the transparency for this, because it's not a tax rate stabilization project. It is a core infrastructure project, so to put those funds properly in place of the core infrastructure. So I guess that's, for me, I'm okay with this particular transfer.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I'm good with this coming out of core infrastructure, because it's core infrastructure. It just, if we're preemptively moving money from the tax rate stabilization into core infrastructure because of projects in 2024 that we haven't even approved officially in budget, it just doesn't make sense. Because Ms. Saran said it's because it's going to be depleted from projects in 2023 and 2024. Well, then we're just preemptively putting money in there for a project we haven't actually officially approved, because that budget's not approved yet. Maybe I'm just muddying the water with that.
Councillor Graham, please.
I just want to say I won't be supporting these next 2 motions, I guess, just because I did not support the previous motion.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe, did you have a comment?
Not this time.
Okay. So the motion before us then is motion 2 on. Oh, are we changing that? No? For myself, I believe it's much more transparent of where we're finding the source of revenue for this. You can connect the dots a little easier. Councillor Cermak.
I think the engineer should supply the finances for this. Period.
So with that, I will call that motion. All those in favor? And those opposed? So that's defeated. I guess I'm trying to think if item 3 makes any sense, and I guess it does. We can use what's existing then in the core infrastructure. So if anybody's willing to make that motion, I guess. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh, where'd it go? It was there. Oh, okay. The council approves a 2023 budget adjustment to decrease the core infrastructure restricted surplus account by $370,000 $70,518.50, and increase the Public Works capital budget for the Condor replacement of collection mains and curb and gutters, stormwater improvements by the same amount.
Thank you. Discussion on that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. CAO office, I go across to Mr. Emmons for item 8.1, and that's draft Rocky Mountain House Airport Agreement. This shouldn't take long. Thank you for your help. I don't know how people's schedule works for today, but don't chalk anything in for your evening. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, Council. So as going through the Town Clearwater ICC Committee, both administrations from the Town of Rocky and Clearwater County have worked diligently on, as directed, with the new draft airport agreement, which has been brought forward to the ICC and recommended to come forward to both councils. The Town Council has already seen this agenda and draft and approved it, and now it is before Clearwater County Council for the same purpose. So the recommendation that Council reviews and endorses for signature the 2023 Airport Operation Agreement between the Town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County. The agreement is attached to this agenda, so if Council has any questions in this agreement, I would be glad to entertain them.
Okay, questions for the airport agreement? Everybody likes what they see? Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I had the opportunity to be a part of this agreement negotiation. I actually was pleased with how the negotiation actually rolled out, and that was even coming from a place of not agreeing with what we were fully negotiating, because I was in favor of us being the managing partner. But I think that goes to show that even though you don't necessarily agree with something, you can still negotiate those agreements and come to some consensus with our partners. And I think overall, we were able to do that with this agreement and work collaboratively with the town. And hopefully, we can continue to do so as this agreement rolls out.
And I would concur that I think there were a lot of points raised, and those things that were important to each municipality were addressed by this, and some of the concerns we've had in the past were also addressed with this. I don't know if it's a forever, that we won't have to look and see where we have difficulties as they arise, but I think there's a good framework here to work through any of the difficulties we have too, and certainly much more detail and certainty around what the agreement means for each partner. Councillor Ratcliffe. Sorry, too much caffeine.
This agreement definitely has some improvements that can help with issues we've had to deal with in the past. For me, it doesn't resolve some of the major issues that are discouraging utilization and growth at our airport. Having spoken with a number of the stakeholders, a lot of them from my division, I don't mean to offend the members of the ICC who have worked on this, but to respect the concerns of the stakeholders, I can't support this.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Nothing in here stood out to me, so I don't have any questions or anything, and I'd like to make a motion that council endorses for signature the 2023 Airport Operation Agreement between the Town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County.
Okay, thank you. Additional comments relating to that motion? Councillor, or Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to comment back to Councillor Ratcliffe's concerns, because I too had many phone calls and stakeholder meetings and et cetera, and I really tried to do my best to help work as a team collaboratively to build an agreement that, because we did vote for the town to stay the managing partner, and democracy was what I was trying to work with, and building an agreement that we can all work within. And I am very hopeful that this now, when this is done, we can move forward with the airport, and the wonderful things that those stakeholders want to do can be done. And I'm hoping that that is only being held up due to the negotiation of this taking place, and as soon as this is endorsed by both, that holdup will no longer be in place. That is my hope.
Thank you. And I might say that my experience is very much the same. The group of stakeholders there is very passionate about the future of the airport and what it means to them. So I hope that I believe there's a good framework here to work from and build on, and really pathways for discussion, and that breaks down those barriers of misunderstanding and anything that creates more opportunity for stakeholders to interchange and exchange ideas and visions. So, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I'm old and feeble, and I read this about 5 or 6 days ago. Did I miss the part where it said that we're gonna have regular meetings on this? Is that put into this too? I can't recall. Please enlighten me.
I'll let Mr. Emmons answer that, because he's very, very knowledgeable on this document.
Thank you, Vahid. Yes, Councillor Cermak. So what this agreement states to is it will utilize, in place of the previous old, what we termed as the Airport Commission, which was truly a committee meeting, it will now go into the ICC. There will be 2 stakeholder meetings. So managing partner will engage the stakeholders collectively twice a year. And it also allows the ICC to recommend additional if there's a need that comes up. So that's how this is structured out. So the regular meetings truly are the 2 stakeholder engagement and the ICC, with the ICC having the authority to call additional.
Thank you for clearing that up for me. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, any additional questions? If not, I will call the big question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Smart Farm Tour, and I think I'd probably be looking, maybe Mr. Martinson will have some feedback on this one, or maybe introduce the item for us. And that's item 8.2 on your agenda, Smart Farm Tour. Thank you very much for, never mind, we're good. And I'll go to Mr. Emmons to
Thank you, Vahid.
outline this.
So this agenda item is regarding Smart Farm Tour. And it is before council, the staff recommendation that council authorizes councillors and Clearwater County Agricultural Service Board members attendance at the Olds College Smart Farm Tour in summer of 2023. The background on this one, at the March 30th, 2023 Workforce Strategic Summit hosted by Central Alberta Economic Partners, participants learned about Olds College of Agriculture and Technology Smart Farm and Smart Farm Applied Research Projects. In 2018, Olds College launched the Olds College Smart Farm, a cutting-edge learning environment that has grown to include 3,600 acres of farmland, infrastructure, and staff who are experienced in ag tech, research, and development. The Smart Farm is essentially a giant lab that provides agricultural sector a venue for commercial scale applied research. As stated on Smart Farm website, the philosophy and principles guiding the development of operation of the Olds College Smart Farm are centered around engaging producers and industry and addressing real-world problems by utilizing integrated technology and data. The Smart Farm is also focused on teaching students how to integrate, manage, and leverage ag technology for the enhancement and sustainability of agri-food production. Scheduled Smart Farm tours are available at no cost, Monday through Friday between 8:30 and 4:30. Each tour is approximately 1.5 to 2 hours long. Should council members wish to attend and invite members of the County Ag Service Board, authorization is required to receive remuneration. Estimated remuneration costs for 12 members would be about $4,100, plus individual mileage reimbursement to and from Departure Center.
Okay, questions or comments on this item? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So I brought this forward as the doctor that presented at the Cape presentation was amazing. Like, she really talked about the risk mitigation that the Smart Farm is trying to build for farming in general. And I thought that there would be a lot of value that this council and subsequent Ag Service Board members can gain from a tour there, and a collective think tank of how this technology could benefit our community, especially with the broadband conversation that we are having on a regular basis. I really think that we would find value in doing this, and that's why I brought this forward.
And I would just wonder if you can share, was there interest with the Ag Service Board to attend? Or is this just an offer we're gonna make, or was it kind of
So I suggested that when I was emailing with Director Martinson, just because I felt that it would make sense to include them, as they are the voice that we've given to the ag community. I felt that it made sense for our Ag Service Board to be included in such presentation. Have they expressed anything that you've heard?
We haven't necessarily spoken specifically about this, but I think that generally speaking, Ag Service Board members are usually very interested in these types of things. And we have done historically things at Olds College in the past as well. So we would work with the CAO office to extend that invitation to Ag Service Board members should council approve this. And in order for Ag Service Board members to be remunerated, it has to either be approved by council or the Ag Service Board. And so this would definitely appease that function.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson, please.
I'm looking at the timeline with all this, and we all know as the weather gets nicer, we're itching to get outside because it's turning green, have other projects to do. Does the Ag Service Board, because I've never been a part of that, does the Ag Service Board do a summer wind-up or anything like that? Could we do that in conjunction with something like this, or an appreciation for some of the members leaving, as we do the turnover? Just curious.
We don't normally do a special event for board members leaving or say an end of season. We do have a little plaque presentation when a board member is termed out, and maybe some cake. We do a yearly tour as part of the compliance process for issuing weed notices in the middle of summer. So that is sort of the closest thing we would have to a tour. But to answer the question, no, we don't. Not suggesting that we couldn't organize something like that if council wished, but to date, we do not.
Thank you.
Well, I guess from my viewpoint, it's always good to go out and find new ideas, things that we can bring back to our farming community, and look to the future and create those plans and supports in order to make agriculture even more strong here. So I think it is a worthwhile investment, especially including people that are not only governance or decision makers, policy makers, as well as people that are helping represent their community as well in the ag field. I'm supportive of something along this line. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I would happily make the motion that council authorize councillors and Clearwater County Ag Service Board members attendance at an Olds College Smart Farm Tour in the summer of 2023.
Okay, thank you for that motion. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that, yes, I think one of our responsibilities is looking into the future and giving our agriculture sector and in fact the whole community those opportunities to keep up with what's happening in the rest of the world.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott.
All right. No, I would support this. I think it raises awareness to the, for residents to, you know, that if they are selected to sit on, you know, boards and committees, that there are often some very neat events that they get to attend while sitting on these boards. So I would support this. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, any further comments? If not, I call the main question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us to reports, and start with the CAO report.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So the April 25th CAO report, starting next month, county residents will receive 4 issues instead of the previous 6. This means that less money will be spent on publishing and mailing so that the content can be improved with more useful information for readers on what matters most to the residents. The newsletter is one out of 16 different tools that council uses to reach out to the residents. A list of these tools can be found at on the attached link at Council's Strategic Communication Plan. Council is invited to attend a 13 Ways Community Leadership Camp from October 18th to the 20th. In Jasper, this event will inspire leadership, innovation, and collaboration. Sessions will engage leaders from across North America to learn how a community can position itself for a prosperous future. Registration fee is $2,350 per person plus accommodations. The Association of Summer Villages of Alberta annual conference takes place October 19th and 20th in Edmonton. This year's conference theme is all about regional collaboration. Registration for this is $299 per person plus accommodations. And I should note, if council's interested, I believe a motion would be required for that. For both, 1 or 2.
Oh, okay. Maybe we'll do the first one first. Is there an expression of interest in that Jasper conference, or should we just do a blanket motion? Leave that up to the motion by council. Councillor Swanson?
Just for transparency, when the camp was first, this is the 13 Ways Leadership Community Leadership Camp. When it was first advertised back in January, I have already signed up, and I am going, but I would be happy to make the motion that should any councillor feel that they would like to attend, to please register.
Okay. Any further discussion? I call that motion then. All in favor? And that is carried. And then the second one, please remind me of what that one was.
That would be the Summer Village of Alberta. The registration fee is $299 per person, and that is in Edmonton.
Okay. Councillor Swanson?
I have attended this in the past. It was a very, very small conference because it's just with your summer villages. For me, just having 1 or 2 people there would be suffice because it's a really, like I say, a very, very small conference in and of itself. But having one of council there would be worth it, I assumed, to just bring some, especially with their theme about regional collaboration and what's going to be happening in the future with amalgamations with the villages. I think they're, and this is the blanket, this is all of Alberta. So I'm happy to make the motion that those councillors, up to 2, would like to register, first come, first serve, for that particular conference, the Summer Villages Alberta Annual Conference.
Okay. Discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried as well. Continue on, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Lloyd. So the 4th item, 2nd and 3rd readings of the Municipal Development Plan Bylaw 1132 is scheduled for council's regular meeting on May 9th. 2023. It was hoped that these readings could take place today, but more time was needed to make changes that were suggested by the Municipal Development Plan Review Committee during their April 11th meeting. A final draft of the plan will be included in the May 9th regular meeting agenda, which will be published on May 3rd. Next item, recall petition update. By the end of this month, Alberta electors will be able to start a recall petition for municipal councillors and mayors. For councillors that were elected on October 18th, 2021, the first date a notice of recall petition can be filed with the municipality is April 24th, 2023. Additional information can be found with the recall of a municipal councillor handbook. For a petition to be successful, it must have signatures from at least 40% of the population of the ward, but all must be eligible electors. Recently, the Honorable Rebecca Schultz, Minister of Municipal Affairs, signed ministerial orders establishing the 2019 Municipal Affairs population list as the official population source and how to determine the population of a ward. As per the list, the county's total population is 11,947. Work is being done to determine the population of each county's total population. Oh, stop it, emails. Sorry, work is being done to determine the population of each division wards in the county for posting on the county's website. The next item, administration accepted an invitation from the Rocky Mountain House RCMP to participate as a member of the Community Participation Interview Committee in the selection process for a detachment commander. The position will be vacant as of May 1st, 2023. So this Friday is Staff Sergeant Dinzel's last day. We've already reached out on behalf of council and Clearwater County, wishing him the very best. I truly believe he was an extremely positive asset to our community. Committee members are asked to identify policing priorities and cultural sensitivities and recommend qualifications and or additional job requirements. The RCMP district line officer and their delegate will consider the recommendation of the CPI, that committee I spoke of, together with the information contained in the candidates' application forms, competency review, resumes, and cover letter will select the recommended candidate who she has determined to be the best fit. The Central Alberta District Line Officer will make the final selection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmons. Any questions to the CAO? Councillor Swanson, please.
In regards to this community participation interview, will we need to make a motion to select or allow one of our councillors, or is this something that administration would be better prefaced for? Like, I'm thinking of our legislative and emergency services. Christine.
Interviews are typically administratively driven, and honestly, that was going to be my selection. Felt it was most appropriate in that.
Okay. I guess we'd need to look for a motion here to accept the CAO report for information as presented. Who was first? Councillor Cermak, was that you? I'm caught out of the side of my eye. Okay. All those in favor? And that's carried. Takes us to capital projects status update. That's been circulated. Any questions while we have the experts here?
Promoted.
Seeing none, I would look to accept that update for information as presented. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that is carried. Brings us to councillor reports. Again, to my extreme right.
So we were all at our MDP committee meeting after our last council meeting, and we look forward to that, hopefully our next meeting coming forward. I attended the virtual EDA conference. That was great, lots of topics, and I believe the videos are out now, so I'm hoping to watch a few of those sessions that were not on the live stream. along with Councillor Councillor Radcliffe, we attended the final Clearwater Community Crime Watch meeting. For any residents who want to join, still be a part of a crime watch, the Medicine River and the Red Deer / Lacombe Crime Watch committees are willing to accept any of our residents who would like to partake in that. And all of the money was donated to four worthy recipients who fit the criteria set out by the bylaws of the committee. We were all at strategic planning and the regional emergency management committee meeting, so don't need to go into that. Councillor Swanson, Councillor Cermak, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and myself all attended the Rocky Chamber Tourism Itinerary Building Workshop. That was a great day. It was one of those days that I felt very energized leaving with all of the great community spirit and wonderful business owners in the room, and it was kind of cool to see. I know at my table there were a couple of different business owners who were making plans on how they can work together and help each other out with their businesses, and that was really incredible to see. And that concludes my councillor report.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Councillor Graham? Well, thank you, and we'll move to Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, I don't really have a lot to report, but I really just actually do want to say thank you to all of council and thanks to administration. I made that notice motion to have additional safety signage and rumble strips installed at the intersection of Highway 22 and 54 east of Caroline. I think that was back in September, but those have been installed. So that was nice to see, and also thanks to Mountain View County, Red Deer County, and also the Village of Caroline for the support in that letter. So, but those rumble strips are installed there. So that's all.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Councillor Northcott? I'll move to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. It's been a busy couple of weeks. I will try to be brief as I know we have a very big agenda that we're not even through yet. I attended the Indigenous Education Day that was presented by Wild Rose School Division. A thank you to them for inviting us to participate in that. It was very valuable. For me to go through that entire day, I would have to use the whole day to get through that. I made a lot of notes. The most poignant phrase from that entire day that I got was intergenerational trauma does not have to become intergenerational ignorance. I found that extremely poignant. I found that, anyway, it was really important to me, and I'm now reading several books that were recommended that day, and I enjoy every opportunity that I get to learn, and like I said, thank you to Wild Rose School Division for including us in that. CCTA put on a solar installation renewable energy panel, and I attended that along with the Reeve and Councillor Ratcliffe. It was interesting to hear the panel and then the information from the general public as well. It kind of gives us an idea of how they feel about solar installation and how it impacts our community directly. The 85th anniversary of the hospital auxiliary was a couple of weeks ago, and I attended that with the Reeve. And I found it interesting to hear that Norday actually had a hospital before Rocky Mountain House. I didn't know that prior to that meeting, and the ladies auxiliary are the ones that actually pushed having a hospital within Rocky Mountain House. So hats off to them, and they continue to work extremely hard for healthcare within our community. I've already said that strat planning, that we had those 2 days of strat planning, super valuable. I really felt that was helpful. And look forward to the ones in the future. I had the opportunity to MC the Caroline Volunteer Appreciation Event put on by Neighborhood Place in Caroline. And that community knows how to really come together and put on a really good event. So I was very pleased to see the attendance to that and the community coming together to really pat themselves on the back for volunteerism within the community of Caroline and the greater Clearwater area around Caroline. It was great. And West Country Family Services invited me to bring greetings for their 40th anniversary for Meals on Wheels. And again, that's a group that provides valuable transportation and meals to our community. And their trips were up 120% in 2021, because or 2022, because we're in 2023 now. In 2022, 120% up for trips of the West Country Family Services vans, and they delivered over 1,000 meals. So that is just it's incredible. And I attended the tourism workshop as well. And Municipal Planning Commission it was a very long day again, but it's nice to see people coming in at the beginning of the process. So we must be getting that through rather than coming in after and getting legalization of their development. They are coming in at the very beginning, and I am loving to see that. So however that message is being out to the community to bring us in the very beginning of your development, it is working, and they are doing that very thing. So it was very nice to see that. So sorry, I said I wouldn't be long-winded, and I was anyway, but thank you.
Thanks. Questions for Deputy Reeve Melhall? Well, again, thank you, and I'll move to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Before I begin my report, I have a message for the previous CAO. It was never my intention to hurt anyone. And while my words were meant to inform council, I accept that they were offensive to you, and for that I sincerely apologize. Moving on. I also attended the Indigenous Education Conference in Drayton Valley. There were 2 inspirational speakers. They talked about growing up in 2 different cultures. And the real message was about stronger families and communities, regardless of race or culture. So I thought that was great. The quote I liked was, imagine something different in yourself, in your family, and in your community. It's a challenge. We can all be agents of change. With the rest of council, I participated in a budget strategic planning session last week. It was very useful in better understanding our financial situation. So my appreciation to the organizers and presenters. As Councillor Graham already mentioned, we attended the final Crime Watch meeting. It's sad to lose that group from our community and what they've contributed over the years. I was invited by Bloom to attend their Municipal Mastery course last week. That was truly inspirational. Possibilities were discussed for council and administration being more effective together to advance budgeting techniques. I have some key learnings I'd like to share when we have the opportunity. I can see a benefit to have a similar presentation to our 3 councils with the goal to regional prosperity planning. One learning I will share here from that conference is that elected officials cannot treat public comments equally. That a few rational comments trump a multitude of rants and accusations. The Wildland Urban Interface Fire Team had a practice in Ferrier over the weekend, and I had the opportunity to watch some of their work. They had a couple of the team members creating random fires by just putting colored ribbons on trees and grass, ditches, and houses. And then others reported these new fires, and a team was dispatched to respond. It was a well-executed exercise. And one thing that impressed me, I spoke briefly with a young man from High Level Fire Department, is that our wildland team is sharing this expertise with other regions. We truly live in a great community.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Any questions for his report? Well, again, thank you, and I'll move to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Reeve. I listened to the EDA on virtual. That was an awesome. The one I really got into was hydrogen, and I need to relook at it. They just sent me an email yesterday, I think it was, or the day before, that we can view that again. They're not saying when it's gonna be out, but that's one I really want to look at again, because it was really interesting, the amount that I looked at it, and I was trying to jot stuff down as they were talking, and I didn't get it all. I really enjoyed the Rocky tour that we attended at the Walking Eagle. There's a lot of pretty enthusiastic people that get tourism off the ground here in Rocky. And that's one that's gonna replace our oil and gas if we work at it right, or at least help it out a whole lot. And the indigenous one that we attended at Trenton Valley, the one that impressed me was the one that was from the Demi tribe. Chief Lawrence, can't remember his last name now. Lawrence Louis or Louis Lawrence or Chief Louis, I think his name was. And he said the Demi law, and I went to write it down and I didn't get it wrote down, or I misplaced it, but there was 3 things in his law, and it was share was one. Did anybody else get what the Demi law was? It was kind of like our golden rule, do unto others and as you expect you to do unto you. But it was share, help, and love. I don't remember. It was 3.
I'll look through. I probably wrote it down because I write constantly those things, so
I'm looking
I'll
through my
text
own
ya.
notes.
If somebody has that, I would sure like to have that.
Yeah, I'm also reading his book, so I'm sure it will come out.
Oh,
His book.
thank you. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Cermak? Well, I'll pass the torch or the talking stick, as the case may be, to Councillor Swanson, please.
Attended many same events, so I'm not going to repeat. The only thing different is Rocky Seniors Housing meeting was last Thursday. So there are the inspections are going on this week in the different housing management bodies that are within, within Rocky, Leslieville, and Caroline that are happening. We did, as far as numbers, the numbers are, as far as vacancies, there is 10 rooms vacant at the moment. We have 4 rooms left. There's 6 rooms being looked at right away, so we are getting close to capacity, which is great. In and out for different reasons. Some need higher level of care with that, but anyways, it's nice to see things are coming along. And like all residents, everybody's the bus has been going to a few different places, taking the seniors out to Miners Cafe, I know, and different places. So if you see them, wave to them and make them smile. So anyways, that's all I have.
Okay, questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, that leaves it to me. You guys have covered so many of the activities. I'm always impressed by how busy and active this council is in representing their community through their governance duties, and I appreciate that. I guess just a couple of highlights. Deputy Reeve Melhoff mentioned the auxiliary hospital celebration. That was terrific to be invited to that, and especially on the heels of the Memorial Church or Presbyterian Church anniversary as well, because those 2 groups were tied very closely together to bring a hospital to this community, and really community builders for many years. We owe them a lot for what we take for granted here today. Those efforts don't go unnoticed for sure. As well as the Indigenous Education Day, I thought was terrific. Really so great to be included in part of that storytelling. Their oral history is incredible. It's truly one of the gifts from the Creator that they don't have a complete they're not the only people, but they do it so well, and so I was really pleased to be able to be part of that. So that takes us to the end of Councillor Reports. I would look for a motion to accept for information. I think I saw Councillor Ratcliffe's hand first, and so all those in favor? And that is carried. There's also a number of, oh, hold on, I'm just looking through the list here to make sure I don't get ahead of myself. Councillor Remuneration, any issues there? If not, I guess I would need a motion to accept Councillor Remuneration as circulated. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that's carried. Correspondence, quite a number of items of correspondence. Were there any we wanted to put a spotlight or a special lens on? If not, I would look for a motion to accept correspondence as information. Councillor Swanson was first. All those in favor? And that's carried. Would there be any notices of motion? Councillor Northcott.
I do have I would like to make a notice of motion that there be just a third-party review or a third-party examination of the MPC, Municipal Planning Commission. That's it.
So what you're asking is for administration to come back with a process related to that?
Yeah, I've had, there was even a couple comments at the public hearing. In February 21st, I've had some residents that have had some concerns. So I just wanted to bring this forward to, see if there would be an opportunity in the future to have just a third-party set of eyes, have a look at the Municipal Planning Commission.
Okay. Does administration kind of capture the thoughts around that? Okay, great. Any other notices of motion? If not, I think our next items are in closed session. I'm looking at the clock. Do we want to take a short break before we go in closed session? Or are we okay to push through? I don't want to, there's always a privileged motion, so if you need to use one of those, let me know, and we'll do that. So in that case, I'd look for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Cermak, I think I saw first. All those in favor? And that is carried. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we reach mile 26 of this marathon. I think we have a few motions potentially coming out of closed session. I would look to Deputy Reeve Melhoff for the first.
Thank you, Reeve. That council directs administration to set up a closed session meeting with the executive of the Rocky Agricultural Society Board by end of 2023, second quarter, in order to open dialogue on perceived partnered projects and the vision associated with current and future projects within Clearwater County agricultural community.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion of that item? Seeing none, I call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. The next couple I will introduce as well. I would motion that council lift sanctions imposed on Councillor Ratcliffe by resolutions 531/22 and 532/22 on November 22nd, 2022 for contraventions of the Code of Conduct bylaw effected immediately as all conditions for remedial actions have been met. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, I call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. And then secondly, that council reinstates Councillor Ratcliffe to the following committees and boards effective April 25th, 2023. And there's a list of several boards. Those are the same boards that he was on before those sanctions were imposed. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. I think that takes us to the end of the day. Thank you for joining us. I look for a motion for adjournment. Councillor Northcott, thank you very much. All in favor? And that's carried. Marathon run. We'll see you next time.